Fever and Faith, written by Violet Sinclair, narrated by Isadora Blythe. Chapter 1. Patrick Doyle had taken on a brewer's dray, and very nearly won, and now, a little before midnight, the boy lay on Sean O'Connor's table and took on the needle instead, which frightened him a good deal worse. "Hold the lamp closer, Mrs. Doyle. There, no, to my hand, not the wall." The catgut drew the edges of the skin together like a seam pulled tight in good cloth, and beneath his fingers the wound went from a ragged mouth to a clean, closed line. The cellar smelled of carbolic and tallow, and the iron tang of blood, and under it all the river damp that no amount of lime on the walls would ever quite drive out. Patrick Doyle, 7 years old, run down by a brewer's dray, and a great deal more frightened of the needle than of the wheel that had nearly killed him, had stopped screaming somewhere around the third stitch. Now he only watched, hiccuping, while Sean drew him back into one piece. "There's a brave fellow." Sean tied off the last knot and snipped the thread. "You'll have a scar to show the other lads. They'll think you fought a soldier." A wet sniff. "Did I? You fought a dray horse and lived. That's better. Soldiers are common." He smoothed a clean strip of linen over the wound and pressed it flat. "Boys who fight horses and win are rare." Mrs. Doyle gathered her son up off the table, the child gone heavy against her shoulder, dead asleep before she'd settled him. The terror let go all at once, the whole of it gone the instant sleep took him. Her free hand crept toward the pocket of her apron, and Sean knew what was coming before the first dull coin caught the lamplight, as surely as he knew the smell of a wound about to turn. "You'll put that away, Mrs. Doyle, or I'll be cross with you, and I'm told I'm fearsome when I'm cross." He turned to the basin and made a great business of scrubbing his hands so that she would have no face to argue with. "Buy him an egg. He's earned an egg. God keep you, doctor." The coin went back into the apron. At the door she paused, the boy's dark head tucked under her chin. "There's not many'd sit a whole hour over a piecer's lad and take no fee for it. Then there's not enough of us. Go on. Keep it dry and bring him back Thursday." When the green door had shut behind them, green, freshly painted in May, and already gone dull with coal smoke and the grime of a Manchester autumn, Sean stood a moment in the sudden quiet and dried his hands and did not look at the thing he did not want to look at. The bench along the wall stood empty, and the door had not opened since. In June, it had never stood empty. In June, the line had run out the green door and down Cable Street and round the corner past the Chandlers. Men and women and children with the famine still raw in their faces, fresh off the boats from Cork and Sligo and Mayo, sick and starving and stunned. And he had worked until his hands shook and his vision swam, and Mrs. Doyle had folded bread into his fist and stood over him until he ate it. In June, there had not been hours enough in the day. In June, he had been needed past all bearing, and a man with a bottomless need to be needed had found at last a well that would never run dry. The well had run, though. The worst of the fever had crested with the summer and was ebbing now into autumn. The fresh boats came thinner. The new fever sheds took the worst of what still came, and the apothecary on Pollard Street the bad cases he could not. The line was not gone. There would always be a line in Ancoats, while there were landlords and looms and not enough bread, but it was shorter, and it was covered, and there were other hands now where in the spring there had been only his. That was the whole of it. The crisis had passed into something a careful town could manage without him, and God forgive him, the relief he ought to have felt would not come. What came instead, standing alone in the healing room gone quiet, was a thing too close to grief to look at squarely. The cold suspicion that a man who is no longer the only door is no longer needed at all. "You're not eating." Samuel Holt delivered it flatly, as a fact already established, with no particular hope of being heeded. He sat at the head of his own table, with his sleeves rolled, and his scarred right hand wrapped round a cup he hadn't touched, and watched Sean push a very good piece of mutton round a very good plate. His dark brows drew down. "I'm eating." Sean ate a forkful, to prove it. "Your wife is trying to fatten me like a Christmas goose. I'll not fit through my own door by Advent. My wife is trying to keep you alive, which is more than you'll do for yourself." Across the table, Rose Holt, Rose Sterling that was, the Marquess of Clarendon's daughter, who had walked into Samuel's mill 2 years past to inspect it and walked out having inspected the man instead, set down her own fork and fixed her cousin with the particular look that had, in the time Sean had known her, reorganized a school, a mill, and the better part of her husband's habits. She was 7 months gone with child, and it had not softened her by a single degree. If anything, it had sharpened her, as a blade is sharpened by use. Samuel tells me the line on Cable Street is shorter. Samuel talks too much. A muscle moved at the corner of Samuel's mouth. Samuel is sitting at his own table being insulted by a man eating his mutton and finds he doesn't mind, which tells you how low my expectations have sunk. He had been a child piecer in a mill, not unlike the one he now owned. He had taught himself his letters by a candle end after 14-hour shifts. He was not a man who smiled cheaply, and Sean had dressed the burns on that scarred arm 2 winters past and knew to the inch what it had cost him to let anyone near enough to see the marks. He turned the untouched cup a quarter turn on the cloth. The line's shorter because the worst of it has passed, Sean. That's not a failure. That's the point of the work. I know it's the point. Rose tilted her head. Do you? Then why do you wear the face of a man who's just been told his patient will recover and can't decide whether to be glad of it? Sean set down his fork. The fire cracked in the grate. Above them a maid crossed a floorboard. Outside, Ancoats went about its evening, the great chimneys gone cool now that the 10-hour day had its teeth in the law at last. The children who'd once fed them home to their suppers and, in 14 blessed cases, to the schoolroom Rose kept on Bengal Street. It was a good life, the one these two had built between them. It was a good, finished, standing thing, and Sean loved them past speaking, and he could not sit in the snug middle of it 1 week longer without coming clean out of his own skin. There's a fever in London. He heard his own voice find its rhythm, the steady professional cadence it found whenever he could point at suffering and name it and set his 2 hands against it. He hated how well it made him sound. Famine fever, typhus. The boats that aren't landing here are landing there, and there's no Sterling school and no 10-hour day to soften the fall of it. St. Giles, Whitechapel. The rookeries are packed, 4 families to a room and a family in the cellar beneath, and the fever hospitals are so far past full, they've taken to turning the Irish away at the gate, in the rain, to walk to the workhouse or die in the court as suits them. He drew breath. There's a surgeon's post going at the London Fever Hospital. I've had the letter. I mean to take it. The silence had weight. And the clinic? Rose folded her hands upon the swell of the child. Mrs. Doyle can keep it open for the small things. There's a good apothecary on Pollard Street who will come for the bad ones. The need here is... He stopped, began again, and the second beginning was worse for being truer. The need here is manageable, Rose. The need there is not. I go where you're needed. She finished it without heat, which was how he knew it was about to take the skin off him. That was the trouble with Rose. She was never unkind, even when she was filleting you. Yes, we've noticed, over a number of years now. Rose, low. Samuel, a warning that was half on his wife's behalf and half on Sean's. No. He'll hear it, and from me, because I've the right of it. She turned the green eyes on Sean and did not let him look away. We were raised in each other's pockets, you and I. I have watched you do this since we were children, and I'm the only soul at this table who'll say so to your face. Your mother won't. Caroline thinks the sun rises and sets out of you, and small wonder she fought half of England to bring you into it. And your father won't, because Daniel sees too much of his own self in you to say a word. He watches you run, and he knows the shape of it because he's run it, and the knowing stops his tongue. Her voice gentled, which made it land harder. You are not going toward London, Sean. You're going away from a quiet street. There's a difference, and you've never once in your life let yourself feel it. It's a generous theory. Sean reached for the dryness that had got him out of 100 such corners. I'll write it down, for when I've leisure to be philosophical about myself. A sound went into Samuel's cup that might, in a less guarded man, have grown up to be a laugh. Rose did not laugh. She looked at him a long moment, and he felt the look go over him as her father's looks went over a man at the card table. The gauntness the summer had pared into him, the steadiness he knew she trusted not 1 inch. And then she sighed, and the fight went out of her shoulders, and across the table she only looked tired now, heavy with the child, fond of him, and out of arguments for a man she had never once in her life managed to budge. "When do you go?" "Tuesday." "Then you'll take a hamper, and you'll write the very hour you found lodgings, and you'll let your mother feed you when she descends upon you, which she will, with reinforcements." Her hand crept across the cloth. She had to reach, the child was in the way, and came to rest over his, and the brisk sterling command went out of her voice altogether. "And Sean, when you find it, the quiet room, the chair, the one person you cannot fix, don't run. For once in your life, don't run. There's no such person. There is always such a person." She drew her hand back and took up her fork, brisk rose restored. "We none of us escape them, thank God, or the whole world would be full of men like you, charging from fire to fire, and no one left at any hearth to come home to. Now eat your potato, or I'll have Samuel hold you down while I feed it to you, and he'll enjoy it far too much." "I will." Samuel drank to it. Sean ate the potato. He did not sleep that night, which was no rarer than the moon. He lay in the good guest bed in Samuel Holt's good house and listened to the great mills tick as they cooled, and he thought about the empty bench and about a thing his father had never once said to him in plain words. And Sean had nonetheless carried his whole life like a stone sewn into the lining of his coat. He had been named for a dead man. He had always known it. It was the oldest fact of him, older than memory. Sean for Sean Flanagan, his father's friend, the brother his father had chosen and then watched drown. De never told it whole. It had come to Sean in pieces over the years, late and unwilling, as the worst things do. A merchant ship lost off the Spanish coast in the bad autumn of 14, a French gun in her side, and a hold full of medical stores that never reached a single soldier who needed them. His father, the only soul to come up living out of that cold water, and the friend who had called him Moderthar, my brother, gone under in his arms with the salt closing over them both. Years and an ocean later, his father had hung the name round his firstborn's neck like a relic off a saint, and never once explained it, and never once needed to. A name off a drowned man. A name off a cargo of surgical instruments that went to the bottom before they could mend a single soul. He had become a surgeon. Vocation, he'd always called it. Lying in a good bed with a good supper still warm in him, he was less sure the word was honest. The trouble came whenever his hands went empty, as they were empty now. The faces arrived then. The bench in June, full to the door. The boats off the Chandler's Corner. A country he had never set foot in going quiet, field by field, while he ate his fill 3 stories above a Manchester street, spared the whole of it by the plain accident of where he had happened to be born. He had never once learned how to feel that being spared was anything but a thing owed for. So he paid it down, patient by patient, night by sleepless night. It never came right, and on nights like this one, when he understood that it never would, he only worked harder, because the work was the one thing that ever quieted it, which was why Rose's warning would not leave him. The quiet room, the chair, the one person you cannot fix. She had meant it kindly. It frightened him more than fever or the knife. Empty hands, a still room, no one to mend. He had told her there was no such person, and he had meant it. He turned onto his side and let the thought go. It had no task attached to it. Nothing without a task ever held him long. His mind went where it always went instead. Tomorrow. The early train, the letter in his coat, the fever waiting at the far end of the line, and the work and the long good labor of being wanted somewhere. His chest eased. It always eased when he pointed it at the next thing. He left on the Tuesday, on the early train, with a hamper from Rose and a letter to a hospital governor from his mother that he had not asked for and could not refuse. The gray country went by the window, Milltown giving way to field, field giving way at last to the vast soot-stained, sprawling miracle of London coming up out of the river haze. And Sean watched it come, and thought of the bench empty, and of the gate in St. Giles that shut in the rain, and felt the steadiness settle back over him like a coat going on. There would be a line there. There would be a line there that did not get shorter. He could not have named the relief he took in that, and would have been ashamed of it if he had. The city did not notice him arrive. Why would it? It had swallowed 1,000 like him that morning. Out east of where the train set him down there were wards full of his own people, burning with fever, and not hands enough to tend them, and the thought of it steadied him, as the thought of need always did. He was not ashamed of the steadiness now. He was only glad of the work. He gathered his bag and his hamper and the letter he had not asked for, and stepped down into the noise and the coal smoke. Manchester lay 180 miles behind him now. The green door, the quiet, all of it. Ahead were the fever and the work and the long business of being needed. He went toward it like a man going home. Chapter 2. He's Not Drunk. Nora Callahan had her fingers at the man's throat and her eyes on the rash blooming across his chest, dull rose red against gray skin. And she did not look up when the night porter started toward the door to fetch help she did not need. "Stop where you are, Tom Bishop. I haven't time to argue you back. He's not drunk, and he's not for the street. He's got the fever." Dr. Halloran said. Dr. Halloran said he stank of gin, and to put him out, and Dr. Halloran has gone home to his bed, and you'll notice the man is still here, which is because I've eyes in my head, and Dr. Halloran has port in his. She pressed 2 fingers to the inside of the man's wrist and counted against the long sweep of the second hand on the ward clock. Fast and thready, skin like a wrung cloth. The smell of him, under the gin, which was real enough, the poor devil, was the smell she'd have known blind in a coal cellar, the mousy, Swedish reek of typhus, fievre's dub, the black fever, the thing that had walked the lanes of Cork behind the hunger like a dog behind a cart. Bed 4's empty. Get his boots off before the chill sets in his feet and send the boy for clean water. And if you tell Halloran I countermanded him, I'll tell Matron about the brandy you keep behind the lime wash, and we'll both of us be sorry, so let's not. Tom Bishop got the man's boots off. The London Fever Hospital at 2 a.m. was a country of its own. Long wards under a low yellow gaslight, the rows of iron cots, the breathing of 40 sick people moving in and out like a tide, the particular hush that was not silence but the sound a great many suffering bodies make when most of them have finally mercifully slept. Nora went down it without a wasted step, her hair pinned so tight it pulled at her temples, her sleeves turned back over forearms gone hard with 2 years of lifting and turning and carrying the half-dead. She had come here with nothing, no letter, no character, no name worth the having, and made herself necessary 1 shift at a time, until even the doctors who despised her could not afford to send her off. The wards needed bodies that did not flinch, and hers never did. That was the whole of her standing. She was Irish, she was poor, she was a woman who knew more medicine than the men set over her, and the institution kept her as a man keeps a knife he dislikes the look of, because it cuts, useful, not loved, not safe. She got the new man into bed 4, got the water into him a spoonful at a time, got the window cracked against the foul air. Whatever the miasma men preached, she had watched fever burn hotter in a stopped room than an open one. And she had nearly let herself believe the night might pass without breaking her when Agnes Ward reached her at a half-run, cap askew. Nora, the new mother, bed 19. She was already moving. The girl in bed 19 could not have been 20. She had come off the boat 3 days past with a child at her breast, and the fever already in her. And the child, Nora had known it that morning, the first time she looked, and said nothing, because there are things you do not say while a mother can still hope. The child had not taken the spoon since noon. It took the spoon now no longer at all. It's only sleeping. The girl's accent was Connaught, the soft swallowed vowels of the far west, and her eyes were too bright with the fever to see what was plain. It's only that I've not the milk. If you'd a wet nurse, only for the night. Hush now. Hush, a store. The endearment came out before she could stop it, in the language she did not let herself speak on this ward, and she lifted the small, still bundle from the girl's slack arms with hands she had long ago taught not to shake. The child weighed nothing. They never weighed anything at the end, The hunger took it all before the fever finished the work. Let me hold the little one a while, and you rest, and we'll see in the morning. The girl was already sliding back into the fever dark, comforted, believing. Nora carried the bundle the length of the ward to the cold scullery where such things were done. She laid it on the table. She folded the cloth over the small face as you fold a letter you cannot bear to read twice. And then she was standing with one hand flat on the table and the other pressed low against her own stomach, beneath the apron, hard, as it always came, without her leave, without her knowing, as if to hold in a thing that had got out long ago and never gone back. She did not weep. She had not wept since the crossing. She stood in the cold scullery, with one hand on her stomach and one on a dead child, and counted to 10 in Irish, and then to 10 again, and on the third 10 she took her hand off her stomach and pinned the loose strand of hair back so tight it stung, and went out to finish the shift. The living were waiting. Grief was a thing for women who could afford it, and she could afford nothing in the world but to be hard. Dr. Henry Whitmore did his rounds at 8, when the light was good, and the worst of the night's dying had been carried out so as not to distress him. He was a tall, dry, immaculate man of middle years, his hands soft and unmarked. He had long since risen above the parts of medicine that left a stain. And he came down the ward with 2 younger physicians at his heel, and a slate of his own opinions held before him like a shield. Nora stood at the foot of bed, with her hands folded, and her face arranged into the blankness that was the only armor a nurse was allowed, and gave her report when he condescended to want it, and watched him take the credit for the diagnosis she had made at 2 in the morning, without a flicker of his clean gray eyes. Typhus, yes, I had suspected as much when I admitted him. He had not admitted him. He had been home in his bed. The lie was so smooth and so complete that it was plain he no longer knew it for one. You'll have noticed the eruption, Mr. Pierce. Note the distribution. The Irish Constitution is peculiarly disposed to it, a want of cleanliness bred in over generations, compounded by the intemperance you smell on this fellow even now. It is in the blood. One does what one can, but one is, in the main, bailing the sea. In the main, sir. Mr. Pierce would have agreed the sea was dry if Whitmore said so. Whitmore moved on. At bed 19, he paused over the girl from Connaught, who was sleeping the bad sleep now and would not wake from it, and spoke in the tone of a man remarking on the weather. This one will go by tonight. And the infant? In the night, sir. Nora kept her voice flat. I've recorded it. He made a note. 4 to a bed in Cincter, Giles, and they wonder that they sicken. Tell matron we'll want the cot turned by noon. I've 2 more coming up from the receiving room, and no Christian way to refuse them. More's the pity. He paused, and for the first time on the round his attention settled fully on her. The cold, whole attention of a man who has marked a smudge and means to have it gone. Nurse Callahan, you countermanded Dr. Halloran's instruction regarding the man in 4. So Bishop had told him after all. She filed it with the rest of what she knew about who could be trusted, which was a short and shrinking list. He had the fever, sir. Dr. Halloran took him for drunk. He was drunk. He was. He was also dying, and now he isn't. I'd have thought that was the point of a hospital. It was out before she could weigh it, the sharpness she could not always swallow, and she watched it land. The 2 young physicians stopped breathing, that particular stillness men find when they smell a flogging that will not be theirs. You are a competent woman, Nurse Callahan. In his mouth, competent came very near to insolent, the meaning sitting plain beneath it. It is a pity competence in your situation so rarely keeps to its station. A nurse nurses. A nurse does not diagnose, does not countermand a physician, and does not, delicate, deliberate, offer opinions on the running of an institution that suffers her presence at some cost to its name. I have been putting it to the governors that this hospital cannot go on being the parish poorhouse for every fever-ridden bog-trotter the boats disgorge into the rookeries. It is not a position that benefits from being seen to lean upon Irish nurses with Irish notions and Irish tempers. Do you take my meaning? It was not a question. She looked at the clean gray eyes and understood, with the cold clarity she kept for everything dangerous, that the man was not cruel. cruelty she could have despised and been done with. This was worse. He believed in his blood and his breeding and the natural order that set him at the head of the ward and her at the foot of it. And a man who believed could not be shamed or bought or moved. He could only be outlasted. I take your meaning, sir. Good. He turned to go, and then, almost gently, did the cruelest thing of the morning. You'd do better elsewhere, you know. This work is a great deal to ask of a woman alone. One wonders that you've no people to look after you. No, sir. She held his eye. No people. Well, and he was gone. Down the ward and out, his hands and his slate and his certainties intact, the two young men trailing after. And she stood at the foot of bed 4 and breathed until the worst of it had passed. No people. He had meant it for pity, and it had landed nowhere near where pity lands, because it was so near to true, and he could not know how near. No one in this building knew. No one in this country. There had been people, a man and a child, and a name she had not let across her tongue since the deck of a coffin ship pitched under her in the Irish Sea. If any of it were ever turned up, she was finished here, and finished was a thing she had crawled too far to be again. So she did the only thing there was to do with it. She put it back down where she kept it, pinned the hair, and went to work. She turned the cot in bed 19 by noon, as instructed. She ate the bread Agnes pressed on her, because Agnes would not stop watching until she did. And 2 days later, the porter came up the ward with a piece of news he plainly thought she'd relish. A new surgeon taken on, an Irishman, if you please, Edinburgh trained, who kept a clinic of his own down in St. Giles and treated the Irish there for nothing. No fee asked nor taken, and a manner, by all accounts, like he'd been sent down out of heaven to save the lot of them single-handed. She looked up from the man she'd pulled off the street and out of the fever's grip in the small hours. Who would live now and never know how near a thing it had been? A surgeon who keeps a clinic in St. Giles for no fee, she pressed 2 fingers to the sleeping man's wrist, counting, is a man with a hunger no patient will ever fill. God keep me from the ones who choose the poor. The rest of us were given them. The porter laughed, thinking she'd made a joke. She turned back to her patient and did not think of the new surgeon again, or she told herself she didn't, which on this ward, with this much still to be done before the night came round again, came to exactly the same thing. Chapter 3. The man in bed 4 was trying to climb out of his own skin, and the nurse fighting to hold him down did not look round when Sean came through the doors. Doctor, there, bed 4, they sent for, the porter started. The new surgeon can see what's wanted from where he's standing. She had both hands flat on the patient's shoulders, her whole small weight bearing him into the mattress. He bucked and clawed and muttered at people who weren't there, his eyes wide open and seeing none of it. Typhus, 2nd week, and the fevers climbed into the raving. I don't need it named. I need a second pair of hands, and the porter's gone and fetched me you instead, so you'll have to do. Sean crossed to the cot. He had heard a great deal about the London Fever Hospital in his first 2 days. The ward's a disgrace, the governor's skinflints, the senior man a Harley Street climber doing his penance in Islington and hating every hour of it. No one had mentioned the nurse. He had time to take in very little of her. Small, smaller than her voice, red-brown hair pinned to within an inch of its life, before the patient nearly threw her off. Sean got a hand to the man's chest and put him down. The heat came off the skin like the open door of a stove. He took the wrist on instinct, and what he found stopped his breath. The pulse ran past counting, thin as sewing thread, the kind that empties to nothing between one beat and the next. He's sinking. He was already reaching for his bag. Brandy, or ammonia if it's nearer. The heart's failing under him. We hold it up now or we lose him within the hour. You will put the brandy down. He looked at her. He is not sinking. He is burning. You've your hand on him. You can feel it. That's no collapse. That's the fever at the very top of itself. And if you pour spirits into a man this hot and this far gone in the head, you'll feed the both of it, the heat and the raving, and lose him by morning instead of by night, which is no kind of saving I ever heard named. She said it fast and flat and certain. Then her glance went over him, the good coat, the clean, unscarred hands, and caught. Her eyes narrowed. "O'Connor, the porter called you, and a voice on you like you were weaned in a drawing room." Her chin came up. "Which is it, doctor? Are you one of mine or one of theirs?" "My father's Irish." It came out in the clipped Mayfair he'd been raised to, and he heard how it answered her all by itself. "My mother's English." "And which of the two taught you to reach for the brandy over a man I've kept breathing 3 days with no help from anyone?" He very nearly smiled. The worst possible moment for it, with a man dying between them. But no one had dressed him down so exactly or so rightly in a long time, and never a woman half his size. He set his jaw against it and held his ground. "I'll not put it down on your say-so." He kept 2 fingers on the failing wrist. "There's a pulse under my hand that's going, and I've watched men with a pulse this thin in the ground by morning. You may know your fever, nurse. I know a heart that's quitting." "It is not quitting." "Then tell me why it's going." He meant it. It was not a retort. He was already looking back at the man, the cracked lips, the skin drawn dry over the bones of the face. And the answer arrived as he asked for it, as answers came once you stopped defending and started looking. "Unless it isn't the heart at all." He pressed a thumb to the lips, dry as paper. "He's not sinking. He's drained. There's nothing left in him to pump. The fever's boiling the water out of him faster than anyone's put it back." He looked up at her and gave her the rest of it because it was hers to have. "It's not brandy he wants. It's water and a great deal of it and the heat off him. You'd have been right to knock the bottle clean out of my hand." "I," through her teeth, and she would not look at him while she said it. "And I'd have had it in him an hour past if I hadn't been holding him off the floor single-handed while a surgeon stood in my light telling me my own trade." She was already moving. "Cold cloths there in the basin. And hold his head. You've the size for it. You may as well be good for something." He took the man's head between his hands. He'd been thanked more warmly by patients in the act of dying, and he very nearly said so. But the man wanted holding, not a quarrel, and Sean swallowed it. After that, there were no more words than the work asked for, her hands and his. The wet cloths to the great pulse points at the throat and the groin, the cup tipped careful past the cracked lips, a swallow and then another. The man's wild bucking gentled by degrees as the water went into him and the killing heat came down. And somewhere in the thick of it, Sean heard his own voice go low. "Easy now, a cara, easy. His father's Irish, come up under the Mayfair without his leave. The few words and the lilt of them he'd got at Daniel's knee and nowhere else. It only ever surfaced when he had no attention left to keep it down." Her hands stopped over the basin. Her eyes came up. "A cara." She gave the word back to him flat, no warmth in it at all. And where would an Englishman come by that? Here and there. He kept his eyes on the pulse. "Same place you came by the manners, I'd guess." She bent back to the water. When he found the pulse again, it had come up off the thread, slower, fuller. The man had stopped fighting and gone down into true sleep, the ordinary kind, the kind a body chooses for itself. They straightened on opposite sides of the cot, both breathing as though they'd run a distance. "He'll see morning." She wiped her hands and would not look at him as she said the rest, as though it cost her a tooth. "The water, you had the right of it, I'll not pretend otherwise. And the brandy would have killed him." The edge came up in his own voice. He let it stand. "You're welcome." "I didn't thank you." "No, you made that plain." He had walked onto a strange ward, found a man dying and a nurse half crushed under the weight of holding him up, and put his own back into it, and reasoned his way to the right of it under her glare into the bargain. And now she stood looking at him as though he'd trodden something onto her clean floor. It nettled him more than it had any business to. "You've a queer way of taking help, Nurse Callahan. Where I trained, when 2 people keep a man alive between them, they manage to be civil about it after." "Where you trained." Her chin came up. "There's the whole of you in 3 words. Doctor." She'd meant it to land, and it did. He felt his own temper come up to meet hers. He opened his mouth. "Don't." She didn't let him get there. "You've the look of a man about to make this a friendship, and it isn't one." Low and hard, pitched so the sleeping ward would not catch it. You said a true thing about the water, and I'll carry it. I'm not too proud for that. But you're a fortnight's amusement, Doctor. A gentleman comes slumming where it's sad enough to feel holy about. And when the sadness stops feeding whatever it feeds in you, you'll go home up the hill, and we'll still be here, in these same beds, dying. So keep your true things to yourself and let me work. Nurse Callahan. The voice came from the doorway, dry and clean as starched linen. Sean turned. Whitmore stood there with his slate, a young physician at his shoulder, and on the senior man's face was a look of such serene, proprietary displeasure that Sean disliked him whole and entire in a single breath. Mr. O'Connor, I see you've met our nurse. You'll find her opinions vigorous. We are forever reminding her that the vigor of a nurse is not the judgment of a physician, however near she likes to stand to it. A glance at bed 4, dismissing it. This one I'd given up. You've confirmed the typhus, I take it, as I noted on admission. And there it was, the moment when the just thing and the wise thing stood plainly apart. The wise thing was to nod, take the easy credit, and go to his interview. The woman had given him no earthly reason to do otherwise. She'd spent the last quarter hour treating him like something off the sole of a boot. He chose the just thing anyway. He always did. I confirmed nothing. Nurse Callahan made the diagnosis 3 days since, treated it correctly when no one else troubled to, and not 10 minutes passed, she knocked a bottle of brandy out of my hand that would have killed the man. The whole of it is hers. He held the cold gray eyes. In Edinburgh, we'd have called her a colleague. I'll not pretend otherwise to spare anyone's feelings, hers or mine. The silence that followed was a different kind of silence. He watched it land on Whitmore, the clean gray eyes going flat, and he watched it land on her, her own eyes closing, just for a breath, then opening with nothing left in them. He had meant it for justice. Too late, in the falling quiet, he understood what he had done, handed her enemy a reason, and handed her no shield. How generous. Whitmore made a small note on his slate. To the nurse. He looked up. Mr. O'Connor, a word in my room when you are at leisure. Your evening hours, and a private undertaking I'm told you keep down in the rookery. We must speak of what this hospital can and cannot be seen to countenance. He went. Sean turned back to the cot, an apology already half-shaped on his tongue. She was gone. Down the ward, brisk and small and straight-backed, the basin in her hands, not one glance behind her. He had been right, and he had been just, and she'd gone off as though he'd done her an injury. He should have been glad to see the back of her. He stood at the foot of a sleeping man's bed, watching the empty doorway, and was not glad at all. Nora carried the basins to the scullery and scrubbed them as though they'd done her a wrong. Agnes found her there. You'll have heard. I was standing in the middle of it, Agnes. I heard it fine. Half the ward's heard by now. Agnes set her tray down and dropped her voice. The new surgeon telling Whitmore to his face, the nurse had it right, and the physician had it wrong, using the word colleague, no less, in front of Pierce and the other young pup. You don't make Henry Whitmore small in front of the boys he's training and have him forget it. And he can't take it out on the surgeon, neither. Gentry behind that one. They say his mother's sister to the Marquis of Clarendon. Nora set the basin down. For a moment she said nothing at all. Of course she is. Flat and quieter than any of her snapping. Of course she is. So he can't be touched, and Whitmore knows it, and he'll take it out where it's cheap. She took the basin up again and scrubbed it harder than before. On me. Off this ward and onto the worst of the nights by the week's end, and it'll look like a roster and nothing more. 2 years I've spent being too useful to sack and too dull to glance at twice. In a quarter of an hour, that man's made me worth looking at. That's not a kindness, Agnes. That's a target hung on a woman who can't afford one. Agnes leaned a hip against the sink and grinned. Handsome, though. You'll not tell me you missed that, busy as you were. I missed it entire. You did not. Tall, dark, and those hands. And I'll tell you what else, since you were too cross to mark it. Agnes leaned in, hugely pleased with herself. His eyes never once left you, followed you the length of the ward when you walked off, plain as print. That one's a keeper, Nora Callahan, and he had eyes for you. Don't tell me different. I've been wed long enough to know the look of a man who's been struck and doesn't yet know it. Struck? Nora wrung the cloth as though she meant to throttle it. You're missing the part that signifies, Agnes. Sister to a marquess. She set the basin down with a crack. I asked him outright what he was. Irish name, English voice. And do you know what he gave me? My father's Irish, my mother's English. And then he smiled, Agnes, and said not one word more, and let me stand there not knowing I was being condescended to by half of Mayfair. Her laugh had no humor in it. English, he said. English. He might have mentioned which sort. That's worse, do you see? Mayfair born and Mayfair bound. He'll keep his little cellar a winter, too, if his conscience is stubborn. And when the novelty wears thin, he'll go home to his marble floors and his mother's parties and dine out for years on the brave Irish nurse and the wretched of St. Giles. He'll be back in Mayfair before the fortnight's out. Mark me. And if he isn't, then I'll see to it he is. She wrung the cloth until her knuckles went white. What I do not need, what I've not needed once in 2 years, is Dr. O'Connor and his lingering eyes about my ward, making me interesting to Henry Whitmore and useless to myself. He's trouble in a good coat, and I've trouble enough. Agnes only smiled, maddening, and took up her tray. Whatever you say, love. But Nora had meant every word, and she spent the rest of the shift turning it into a plan. She'd give him his fortnight, and make every day of it a lesson in how little St. Giles wanted saving by a marquess's nephew. Cold shoulders, colder answers. Her back turned, and her hours impossible to come by, until the charm wore off his little cellar in St. Giles, and he took himself home to Mayfair where he belonged. She was good at making a man feel unwelcome. God knew she'd had the practice. She went home through the cold streets to her single room and her narrow bed and the silence she had chosen, and she lay a long while awake. The fever ward, she told herself. It was always the fever ward. Chapter 4. The cellar smelled of gin and damp and 40 years of other people's lives, and Sean O'Connor stood in the middle of it with a broom in his hand and thought it would do very well. It will not do at all. The woman in the doorway had her arms folded and her gray-shot hair bound up in a kerchief, and the unmistakable bearing of a person about to take command, whether or not it was offered. It's a gin cellar, doctor, and the last man to keep it watered the spirits and beat his wife, and the rookery'll not bring it sick to a place that smells of him. You'll want lime on these walls, the window unboarded, and that, she pointed at a dark stain spreading from the corner, found out and stopped before the both of us are carried off by it. Mary Flannery. She put out a hand and shook his, once hard like a man. I keep the families on Church Lane fed, and the landlords from murdering them outright, which is full work, and I'd not have taken on a doctor too if you'd asked me, which you'd the sense not to. Who sent you here? No one sent me. The need. The need. She gave the word the same dry weight Rose had given it, and the back of Sean's neck went warm. The need's been here since before you were weaned, son, and it'll be here after. That's no reason to come. It's only a fact. Why are you here? It was the question everyone in this part of London asked first, before your name, before your trade, and he understood it now as he had not at the hospital. They were not being rude. They were being careful. People who had been used by men who came to be good at them and then went away had learned to ask the price of a thing before they let it in the door. Because there are surgeons enough in Mayfair and none here, and I can sew a wound and set a bone and tell the fever from the drink. He set the broom against the wall. I'll keep no fee. I'll keep regular hours. I'll not preach at anyone. And if I make a poor fist of it, you may put me out with that broom. Mary Flannery looked at him a long moment. You're the O'Connor lad, Lady Caroline's son, Edinburgh. How? Because there's only the one Irish surgeon in London came down out of a good house to do this, and the whole of St. Giles has talked of nothing else for a fortnight. Half of them think you a saint, and the other half a spy for the parish, and I think you a young man with too much sorrow and nowhere to put it, which is the most dangerous of the three. She unbent her arms. But you'll do the lime, and you'll keep the hours, and you came down here yourself with a broom in your hand instead of sending a man. So we'll see. There's a child outside been watching you through the boards this hour past. Mind you don't frighten him. It took a week to make the cellar fit and another to make St. Giles believe it. Sean learned the rookery in those weeks as he'd once learned anatomy, layer beneath layer. The courts and lanes packed so tight a cart couldn't turn, the houses sweating damp, 4 and 6 families to a room and a family in the cellar below, the single standpipe that ran an hour a day and the queue that formed at 4 in the morning to meet it. He learned the landlords' names and hated each in turn. The men who'd found that an Irish family fresh off the boat would pay a week's wage to sleep on a stair, who let by the corner, by the yard, and never came near the place. He learned that the parish constables walked a man to the edge of the rookery and no further, that past the last lamp the law simply stopped, as the paved road stopped, and the people left inside kept what order they could among themselves, which, to his slow astonishment, they largely did. And he learned Father Dolan, who arrived on the 3rd day, blessed the 4 corners of the cellar with a great deal of Latin and a face of profound irreverence, and appropriated the one good chair. "You'll not begrudge a man of 60 the chair." The priest lowered himself into it with a wince and the air of a sovereign assuming a throne. "I've buried 11 this week and christened 4, which is the wrong way round for a parish that wants a future, and my knees have given their notice. Dolan, I've the chapel up on the Soho side, such as it is. I hear you're not for preaching." "I'm not." "Good. Neither am I most days. I find God prefers it. He's a wicked sense of humor, our Lord, and the surest sign of it is the lengths he'll go to keep a man from resting." A sharp old eye came round at Sean, far too knowing. "You'd know something of that, I think. The not resting." "I rest." Father Dolan folded his hands over his stomach. "I'll say a mass for you all the same. It's cheaper than a funeral, and I'm economizing." The clinic filled, slowly, then all at once. A burned hand, a child's croup, a knife cut gone bad, a woman near her time with no one to attend her, the endless low tide of the fever lapping at the edges of everything. Sean worked the day at the hospital under Whitmore's cold eye, and the night in the cellar under Mary Flannery's sharp one, and slept no more than 4 hours together, and had never in his life felt so near at peace. Because here, at last, the need had no bottom to it. He should have known what that meant. Rose had told him to his face. He did not think of Rose. He thought of the next patient, and the next, and the boy. The boy was always there. 8 years old, perhaps, thin as a lath, silent as a held breath, old eyes in a child's face. He'd attached himself to the cellar in the first week and never quite left, fetching water, folding bandages with a strange grave neatness, vanishing into the dark of the court when strangers came and reappearing the moment they'd gone. Tommy, Mary said his name was. Tommy Walsh. Come over with his grandmother, the parents dead in Mayo, the grandmother failing now, and the boy already arranging himself for the loss as the very poor do, making himself useful, because usefulness was the only coin a child had against being turned out. He doesn't speak. Sean kept his voice low, watching the boy stack clean linen. He speaks when there's need of it. He's no fool, that one. He's a survivor, which is a harder thing and a colder one. Don't go making a pet of him, doctor. He'll not thank you, and you'll only break your own heart. She paused. Now, are you going to ask me or go on pretending you've not been waiting all evening to? Ask you what? About the nurse? Mary Flannery's mouth twitched. The sharp one from the fever hospital. The one your whole face changed at just now when I said the word. She nodded past him at the steps. She's here, if you'll turn around. She had been ready for him. For a fortnight, Nora had come onto her ward each night braced to be cold, to be unavailable, to be such charmless, impossible work that the novelty would sour and send Dr. O'Connor home to Mayfair the quicker. She had her speeches ready. She kept her shoulder turned, and he never came, not once. He kept to the day wards and the surgery. She kept to the fever ward by night. His evenings he gave to that cellar of his, being a saint among people who couldn't sack him. They passed like ships in a fog, a shift and a world apart. And the one time they'd stood in a room together, there had been a man dying between them. She had armed herself for a siege, and the enemy had not troubled to come to the wall. It was the most irritating fortnight she'd had in years. Then, at the end of it, they discharged Bridget Healy that afternoon to free the bed, and by evening she was on the curb outside the receiving gate, with her shawl pulled over her head, too weak to stand and too proud to go back in and beg. Nora, leaving at the end of a double shift, found her there. She could not get her readmitted. The bed was filled. Halloran had gone home. The night porter would lose his place sooner than wake a physician for an Irish woman who'd had her turn. She could not leave her on the stones. And there was, in the whole of London after dark, exactly one door that would open to a sick Irish woman with no money and no people, a cellar in St. Giles behind a green-painted sign, kept by the one man Nora had spent 3 days teaching herself to be rid of. So she got Bridget onto her feet, and they went the long, cold way into the rookery, and Nora came down the cellar steps, swearing under her breath in 2 languages, because she had nowhere else on earth to take her. He was not botching it. That was the blow, and she felt it land. The cellar was lime-washed and clean, the window unboarded, the air moving, broth on the stove, folded linen in a basket, and a silent child stacking it. The queue stood quiet and orderly, trusting the door at the end of it. Good work, better than good. And the surgeon himself in his shirt sleeves, blood to the elbow, who took one look at the woman sagging against Nora's side and crossed the floor without a word and got an arm under her. Easy now. Here, onto this one. He had Bridget onto the nearest pallet before Nora could state the case. How long since they put her out? 2 hours. They discharged her at 4 to make the bed, and she's no more fit for it than the boy there. Her voice came out hard, harder than the man had earned, and she could not help it. Bridget Healy. She'll not eat unless you stand over her, and she'll give the broth to anyone smaller, so don't turn your back on her. I'll not. He drew a blanket to the woman's chin, found her pulse, and only then looked up at Nora, and the gladness came back into his face, that same open, undefended thing, and on this night of all nights she could have struck him for it. Don't. I've not said. You're pleased with yourself. She came down off the last step at last, into the warmth, and she hated the warmth. Standing in a gin cellar at 7 o'clock with another man's cast-off patient on your floor, and looking like you've been handed a gift. That's the thing I can't stomach in your sort, doctor. The gentleman who's gone and discovered that being good feels fine. Here's what this place is, since you can't see it past your own face. It's a winter. You'll pour yourself into it, blood to the elbow and no fee, and these people will love you, for they've no one else. And then the fever you don't catch, and the man you can't save, and the cold and the dark and the bottomless want of it will wear clean through you, the way it wears through everyone. One morning, you'll have nothing left to give, and you'll go home to Mayfair, and you'll be right to go, but they'll still be here. She turned from him to the old man shivering at the head of the queue, and every hard edge went out of her as she put a bowl into his hands. So duit a shanduin. Ole. Then she turned back, edges and all. So wipe the look off your face. There's nothing here to be glad of. There's only the work, and the work doesn't love you back. He didn't go quiet under it, as she'd half expected a gentleman to. He set down the blanket and looked at her, really looked, as she'd been looking at him, and something in his face sharpened. You'd know. I'd what? The work doesn't love you back. Lo. You didn't say that like a woman taking a guess at me. You said it like a woman reading her own name off a stone. He held her eyes. That last part wasn't about me at all, and you didn't mean to let me hear it. The cellar went on around them. The queue, the broth, the silent child, Father Dolan asleep in the good chair with his mouth fallen open. And Nora, who had come down those steps for no reason on earth but that she'd had nowhere else to go, felt the floor of the thing tilt and could not, for the life of her, find the next word. Mind your patient, doctor. Flat, final. Half a second too late to be anything but a retreat. She'll not thank you, and neither will I. She turned for the steps. Behind her, lo, the Flannery woman. She's not wrong, doctor, not about a word of it. And lower still, stay anyway. Nora didn't wait to hear whether he answered. She climbed up into the cold of the court and turned for Islington, and she told herself she'd had no choice, that any nurse would have done the same, that it signified nothing at all that she'd left her own patient on his floor and trusted him to mind her. Most of the long, cold way home, she even believed it. Chapter 5. The order came down on a Thursday, a single sheet of governor's paper, and Sean read it twice before he understood it was real. Resolved that admission to the fever hospital be henceforth restricted, the wards being at capacity with preference to ratepayers of the parish, that the casual Irish poor not being chargeable here be referred to the workhouse infirmary or to such charitable provision as may exist. Sean's eyes went back to the last line. Such charitable provision as may exist. It exists in a gin cellar in St. Giles, I'm told, kept by a young man of more conscience than sense. Whitmore stood at the window with his clean hands clasped behind him, watching the rain come on in the yard. You'll not pretend surprise, Mr. O'Connor. The wards hold 80, we have 110. Every Irish case, I admit, is a parish ratepayer turned away. I did not make the arithmetic. I am only the man with the stomach to read it aloud. There's a word for the man with the stomach to read that aloud. Sean set the paper down. I find I was too well brought up to use it in a hospital. Whitmore's mouth thinned. You took your oath at Edinburgh, among Scots who'd admit a Hottentot if he sneezed. The world is not a ward, doctor. The world has a budget. He gathered up his slate. The order stands. There are 40 turned away at the gate this morning already, in the rain. I'd not go and look, were I you. It serves no one, and it ruins the appetite. Sean went and looked. They stood in the yard in the gray October rain with the gate shut against them. 40, 50, more coming, the famine still raw in their faces, children on hips and old men on sticks, a woman so far gone with fever that 2 others held her upright, and they did not shout or rage or rattle the bars. That was the thing that broke him. They only stood, soaked and patient. In the awful patience he had seen all his life and never once grown used to. The patience that has learned the door will not open, and that standing where you can be seen is the last protest left. A porter came and told them, not unkindly, to move along. The workhouse on the Strand, or the cellar in St. Giles if they could walk it. And they turned, the whole gray sodden mass of them, and began to walk toward a gin cellar with 1 stove and 1 surgeon and a shelf of supplies near gone, because it was the only door in London that would open to them. Sean stood with the rain running off his collar and did the only arithmetic he knew. The cellar opened nights. It would open always, now. There was no other answer, so it was not a decision at all. He found her on the wrong side of the gate. She'd come in for her shift and met the crowd before she'd reached the door, and plainly could not make herself walk through her own people to get to work. She stood among them with her shawl drawn round a child that wasn't hers, looking up at the shut gate with a face he hadn't seen on her before. Not the armor, but the thing beneath it, a grief so old and so banked that from any distance it passed for rage. They've shut the gate. All the fight had gone out of her voice. I know. 40 this morning, 80 by nightfall, the boats are still landing. She didn't look at him. Whitmore's wanted this since the spring. He'll have his clean wards and his Harley Street by summer, and these, the child on her hip, these are to walk to St. Giles and die quiet, where the ratepayers needn't see. To your cellar, doctor. Now she looked at him, and the gray-green eyes were terrible. Did you know you're the fig leaf? There was a clinic. An Irish surgeon kept it. We did what we could. You're the thing that lets England sleep at night. That's what your goodness is worth this morning. It was the cruelest thing she had said to him, and the truest, and he took it standing in the rain as the people took the shut gate. Then help me make it worth more. She turned her head, slow. There's a flood coming that'll drown my cellar by Sunday, and I've 1 stove, a shelf near empty, and a child who folds bandages. He stepped in under the dripping arch into the little dry the stone made, so that for a moment they stood near as a pair about to dance, and the rain fell on both sides of them like a drawn curtain. I need hands that know fever. There's exactly 1 nurse in this city better at it than I am, and she talked me out of killing a man my first morning here. I'd be a fool to ask anyone else, so I'm asking her. You're asking me to keep unsanctioned hours in a cellar, against the order your Dr. Whitmore signed this very morning. Low and fast. If he learns of it, I'm dismissed by Friday, and a dismissed nurse with no character and an Irish name doesn't find another place, doctor. She finds the workhouse or the street, I've crawled too far up out of the both of them, too. She stopped. Something moved behind the armor and was pinned flat. You haven't the first idea what you're asking me to risk. No. He held her eyes. Tell me. And for a moment, under the arch, in the curtain of rain, he thought she would. It was all there in her face, the grief, the risk that was plainly larger than a hospital place, the shape of some secret behind it, and she stood on the edge of telling him as the people stood at the gate, weighing whether to be seen. She didn't. The nights the ward can spare me, and the mornings, off my shift, when I ought by rights to be in my bed. It won't be every day, and I'll be half a corpse on the days it is, so you'll not complain of my temper. I'd not dare. You would. You've the face of a man who complains beautifully. She didn't smile, but it was a near thing. I'll bring what I can carry off without the dispensary missing it. Laudanum, lint, what they're too lazy to count. You'll keep my name out of every book and off every tongue, and if a soul asks, I'm a charwoman you pay in bread. And in that cellar you'll take my word, surgeon or no, for I know the ground and you don't. Your ground, yes. He did not reach for her hand yet. The people, the place, who's to be trusted and who's a thief. The nursing of the fever, all yours, and I'll not argue a word of it. But the knife is mine. When it comes to the cutting, you'll take my word, nurse or no, for I'll not have a man bleed out because you'd the louder voice over a wound. And the supplies are mine. What you can lift off the dispensary won't dress a tenth of what's walking to St. Giles tonight, and you know it. The rest I'll get the only place in London there's money enough to matter, my mother's drawing room. Mayfair, she gave the word the weight she'd give typhus. Grand. We'll dress the dying in gilt money and good intentions, and won't they be cozy? They'll be cozy, in point of fact. Gilt buys good wool. He didn't rise to it. You may despise where it comes from all you please, Nurse Callahan. I find I don't much care, but you'll mind me on one thing. And there the Irish came up under the Edinburgh, just for the length of it. They are not your people. They're mine. My father came off a boat from this same drowning country with less in his pocket than the child asleep by your stove, and he hung his dead friend's name on me to prove it. So I'll take my mother's English money and spend it on my father's people, and you'll not stand there and hand me the one half of myself while you keep the other for spite. For a moment she looked as though she might tell him precisely where to put his mother's money, but there is no arguing a warm blanket, and no arguing the other thing he'd just laid claim to, either. He watched her try and fail and like it not at all. Spend it, then. Grudging, every word of it. But you'll not bring one of those drawing-room saints down here to gawp at us like a print in a charity pamphlet, that you'll swear to me. She put out her hand, roughened, quick, a working man's handshake. Your hands and your degree and your fine front door, then. My judgment and my ground. Not with you, mind. Something crossed her face and was gone before it landed. For the people, whoever's they are. For them. He took her hand. It was cold and strong, and it fit as like a tool made for the work, and neither of them let go quite as fast as the bargain wanted. 3 nights later, a night she had no shift at the ward, the one night that week she might have slept and didn't, Nora spent in his cellar instead. She'd come down the steps at 9 and stayed, and in the small hours a carter named Halpin was carried in past any saving, the fever already in his brain. Sean worked over him an hour all the same, and Nora worked beside him, for no reason but that a man should not die alone in a strange country on a cellar floor. What caught Sean off his guard was how good they were at it together. His hands seemed to know what hers wanted before she asked, the two of them falling into a rhythm so quick and so wordless it unsettled him. When it was over, they stood on either side of the cot in the lamplight, both of them spent, and he looked at her a moment too long, and she did not look away. You're good at the dying. His voice came out rough. The hard part, most flinch at the dying. I've had the practice. She drew the sheet up over Halpin's face. Don't make it a compliment. It's no thing a body should be good at. And yet. Her mouth did something that was not a smile but was kin to one, the most he'd had off her. Go and eat, doctor, before you tumble into the grave after him. You're swaying. I'm conserving my strength. You're about to faint in my cellar and oblige me to carry you, and I've a strict rule against carrying men I've known under a fortnight." She nodded at the stove. "There's broth. Sit. I'll keep the watch till Father Dolan comes for the prayers. Someone ought to, and it had best be whichever of us is still upright." He went to the stairs and stopped at the foot of them and looked back. He never used to look back. That was new in him. She sat beside the dead Carter with her head bowed, not praying, he thought, only keeping the watch. Tommy had crept out of the shadows by the linen to sit near her, silent, his old eyes on her face. She lifted her head and looked at the child. A long moment, and her hand drifted, Sean saw it and did not understand it, to her own stomach, low, and pressed there once before she caught it and folded away into her lap. "Come out of the cold if you're coming," rough and gentle at once, the voice she kept for the sick, and never once for him. "There's broth. Sit where I can see you." Tommy came and sat and ate and said nothing. By the time Halpin had been carried up to Father Dolan for the prayers and the queue had thinned to nothing, the dark beyond the cellar door had gone the gray-blue of almost morning. Nora took her shawl down off its hook. "You're not walking back to Islington at this hour." It was out of Sean before he'd thought the better of it. "Not through the Rookery, not alone, not at 5 a.m. There's a cab rank on Broad Street. I'll see you to it." She looked at him as a woman might look at a man who had kindly offered to teach her to breathe. "Will you now?" "Nora, I have walked these streets at every hour God ever made, Doctor, since before you knew St. Giles was on the map." The shawl went round her with the brisk economy of 10,000 mornings. "I've walked them with a fever case on my back and nothing in my belly, and once with a man behind me who meant me harm. And I'll tell you how that ended. It ended badly, for him." "I never said you couldn't manage it. You said you'd see me to a cab, because I'd sleep the better for it. Not because you can't, but because I'd rather you home than lying awake wondering where you were." He heard himself going on and could not stop. "It's the cheapest thing in the whole world, Nora, to want a person safe through their own front door. You might let a man do it the once without making him sorry he opened his mouth." For a moment she said nothing at all. Then, dry as the grave, "To the end of Broad Street, and not one step past it, and not a word out of you on the way, for I'm too tired tonight to fence with you. Silent as the tomb. You'll be no such thing, but you may try." And there was a thing at the corner of her mouth that had not been there before, and she let him climb the steps at her side into the gray, 3 feet between them the whole way, and not once, for the first time he could remember, did she tell him to keep them. He put her in the cab at Broad Street and watched it rattle off north toward Islington. He had not run. The old urge to move, to go, to find a deeper river hadn't so much as stirred. Not at the bargain, not over the dying man, not now. "Don't run," Rose had told him at a warm table a lifetime ago, and he had laughed at her and said there was no such person, no one alive who could make a man like him stand still. He was no longer laughing. He stood a long while in the cold where her cab had been. Stubborn, infuriating, impossible woman, too proud to take a kindness without first auditing it for insult, and gone now, north into the dark, without a backward look. And he went on standing there, well past any sense, looking at the empty street, with no notion on God's earth what he meant to do about her. Chapter 6. The hackney was waiting at the Fever Hospital gate at 5:30, and Nora knew whose doing it was before the driver opened his mouth. "Miss Callahan, compliments of Dr. O'Connor. I'm to see you down to St. Giles, fares paid." The gall of the man. She had agreed to work in his cellar. She had not agreed to be collected, like a parcel, like a thing a gentleman arranges and pays for, and need not think of twice. She stood in the black cold of the January morning, with her feet already gone to lead from the night ward, and every intention of sending the driver home empty. The wind came up off the street and went through her cloak as though it weren't there. She got in. She hated him the length of Pentonville Road, hated the warm seat and the paid fare, and the ease with which he'd reached across half of London and arranged her, as a man might move a chair. By Clerkenwell she had stopped composing the speech she'd give him. By Holborn she had admitted, in the privacy of a jolting cab, that she'd have walked the 3 miles half asleep and hating every step, that the seat was warm, and that this was precisely the trouble with the man. She would think about it later. She came down the cellar steps and stopped. It had changed again in the night. A week past there'd been one shelf and a borrowed stove. Now there were crates stacked to the low ceiling. A second stove going, a long scrubbed table where the gin counter had stood, lint and laudanum and good wax candles and a copper steaming with clean water, and a queue already down the steps and along the court, quiet and orderly, trusting the door at the end of it. He was at the table, blood to the wrist, a child's split scalp under his hands. Where in God's name did all this come from? She was across the floor before she'd got her cloak off. There's 40 pounds of supplies in this cellar if there's an ounce. How'd you get it down here so fast? You've been at this a week, you can't have. Later, he didn't look up from the scalp. Lint, the gray crate behind you. And come here and hold this. Your thumb, just so, keep the edges together while I close it. I asked you a question, doctor, and I'll answer it the minute this child's head is shut. Thumb, here. And there was nothing for it but to put her thumb where he wanted it, and her question where she put everything else. Because the child was 4 years old and bleeding, and the work did not care in the least whose money had bought the lint. She held the wound closed while he stitched. Fast, neat, neater than she'd owned to him. She did not get her answer. By the time the child was sent off howling and whole, there were 3 more on the table. The morning had its hand round both their throats, and the question had become a luxury for some hour that never came. That was the first thing she learned about working beside Sean O'Connor. You did not finish your sentences. The work ate them whole. The docker came in at 9. A wharf man, big as a door, white to the lips and sweating, one arm held off his body at an angle that turned her stomach to look at it. 2 of his mates holding him up between them. Sean had him onto the table in a breath, hands going to the joint, reading it through the coat. Out of the socket, forward and down. The coat came off, the shirt with it. An hour out by the swelling. We want it back now before it sets. You, behind him. Brace him under the arms. I'll pull against the... You'll not pull on this man. She was already at the docker's head, not behind him. He looked up, and there was a flat, hard thing in his face she had not seen there before. Nurse Callahan, the longer it stays out, the worse it sets. I haven't the quarter hour to... Do you think I can't see that it's out? I've put back more shoulders than you've. Then you know it has to go now, so get behind the man and brace him. And have him fight the pull with 18 stone of fright, and you tearing the muscle off the bone for him? You will not. Not on a... He's not your... He's on my floor and in my parish, and he came in walking, and he'll walk out, which he'll not do if you haul on him like a stuck cart. The docker made a sound then, high and thin and pure animal terror, his eyes rolling from the one of them to the other, and they both stopped dead. A breath, too. Right? She did not look at Sean. She looked at the docker, and her whole voice changed, dropped, gentled, went to the low register she kept for the frightened and had never once spent on the surgeon. Mick, is it? Look at me, Mick. Not him. Me. There's a good man. His eyes swung to hers and held. You've had worse than this off a Saturday night and walked home singing, I'd lay money. So here's the whole of what you've to do now. Nothing. Let the arm hang. Let it be a dead thing. No use to you. No business of yours at all. His shoulders came down off his ears by inches. The arm went heavy on the table. There now, doctor, still not looking at Sean. Now, while he's soft. And Sean, jaw set, saying not one word, took the wrist and the elbow and turned the joint up and in, slow and exact, and the head of the bone went home with a deep, soft sound, no wrench and no fight in it. Mick howled once, and then sat blinking at an arm that worked. She got him onto his feet and his mates around him and told him he'd not lift with it a week. When she turned back, Sean was watching her across the table, arms folded, his jaw still tight. You countermanded me in front of a patient. I kept you from tearing his shoulder to rags in front of a patient. There's a difference, doctor, though I'd not look for you to see it from where you stand. We cannot both command the one table, Nurse Callahan. No, we can't. She met him level, and drop the bloodied lint in the pail. Which is why you'll keep the knife, and I'll keep the man. The exact thing we shook hands on in the rain not a week since. You cut. I'll hold the body and the soul of him together while you do it. And you felt that work just now. Don't you tell me you didn't, for I watched it land on you. She took up the next basin. Or you may run the whole of it yourself, your way, and frighten them home one at a time, and I'll go back to my ward, where the man set over me has at least the grace to be wrong quietly. A long moment. She thought she had pushed it a stride too far. The man, the body and the soul of him. Something in his face gave way, grudging, reluctant, real. Yours, then, and the knife is mine. As we agreed. As we agreed. But he said it as though it were new, as though the bargain struck in the rain, under a shut gate, had only here, in daylight, with a docker walking out whole, become a thing the two of them actually meant. The morning did not let them stay civil long. A child with the croup at 10, barking like a seal, and they were straight back into it, he reaching for some Edinburgh remedy, she already with the steam kettle off the stove, the two of them talking flat across each other over one small heaving chest. The child's mother, gray, worn, patient as a stone, looked from the doctor to the nurse and back again. The pair of yes always like this? Or is it only mornings? We're new to it. We are not like anything. They said it at the same instant, flat over the top of each other, and the woman's eyebrows climbed. Married, are yes? Nora scoffed before she'd thought. Too quick, too loud. Married, to a man who'd argue with the sunrise over which way was up? God spare me, I'd want a quiet life. She bent hard to the kettle. The back of her neck had gone hot, and there was nothing to be done about it. She did not look at Sean at all, which was answer enough. The mother only looked at her, mild, unbothered, entirely unpersuaded, and turned back to her child. By noon, the queue had worn down to stragglers, and Nora was swaying on her feet and hoping he didn't see it. He saw it. You've not eaten. He was wiping down the table. Since when? I don't. Since when, Nurse Callahan? Yesterday, the noon before this one. She heard how it sounded. There wasn't the... Come on. He had his coat off the hook. Mary'll mind the floor an hour. There's a stall on the edge of the garden that does a mutton pie that's 9 parts gristle and the best thing to eat in all of London, and I'll not have my nurse drop into a fever cot for plain want of a dinner. I'm not your... But he was already at the steps, and she was hungry past principle, and she went. The cold daylight hit her like a slap after the cellar, and the market hit her louder. The costers bawling, cabbage leaves slick underfoot, the whole roaring, ordinary life of Covent Garden carrying on 3 streets from the dying as though the dying were only a rumor. The pie man knew him. Of course the pie man knew him. 2 what? No, 3. Sean paid, and then a 4th coin went down without comment. The 4th pie he set on the end of the stall and turned his back on it, and went on talking to Watt about nothing in particular. A moment later, the boy Tommy was simply there, a thin shadow that had trailed them up from the cellar, surfacing out of the crowd. When Nora looked again, the pie was gone, and so was the boy. Sean hadn't watched him take it. He'd kept his face to the stall the whole while, on purpose, so the child could feed himself and call it finding instead of charity. That was the thing about him she could not get to sit right. She had his sort filed and labeled, the gentleman who feeds a beggar and feels the warmth of it for a week, and he kept, day on day, declining to be filed. You're staring again. He put a pie into her hands in a twist of paper, hot enough to hurt. I'm wondering how a man buys 4 pies and contrives to look guilty doing it. She bit in. It was 9 parts gristle, and very nearly the best thing she had ever eaten, and she was too tired and too hungry to keep the truce line out of her voice. You feed that child every day? When he'll let me. Which is to say, I leave it where he'll find it and pretend I haven't seen him take it. He'll not have it from a hand twice running. He ate standing, shoulder to the wind, sheltering the pie like a schoolboy. A glance at her, sidelong, the corner of his mouth going. Pride, I can't think where the children of this parish come by it. From their betters, plainly. But it came out near to warm, and she heard it and looked hard at her dinner. They ate a minute without talking, in the cold, in the din, and it was, she had no other word for it, and she despised the word, easy. She had not stood at a man's shoulder and eaten in the cold and felt a silence go easy between them in longer than she could safely afford to count. The wind, the steam off the pies, his arm a foot from hers, and not one syllable of either of them performing a single thing. That frightened her worse than all the rest of it. The wanting she could pin. The wanting was only weather, and weather passed. This, the ease, was the thing that took a woman's whole life off her, called it love, then went home up the hill to Mayfair and left her standing in the wreck. She finished the pie and balled the paper in her fist. "Thank you for the dinner, Doctor. Sean." She looked at him. "You've worked at my elbow since before the sun was up, and set a docker's shoulder the right way when I'd have done it the wrong one, and dressed me down twice before noon, and shared a dinner with me in the cold." He kept it light. He did not look away. "I think we're some way past, Doctor. It's Sean. That's a deal of forwardness over a mutton pie. You've been letting me call you Nora this week past, and never once told me to leave off." She had not. She turned it over and found, to her considerable annoyance, that it was true, that the name had slipped her guard and made itself at home, and she had never served it notice, which left her two roads: to pretend to mind now, far too late to be believed, or to give the man back his own name and have done. "Sean, then." It came out gruff. She made it gruffer for safety's sake. "And it's Nora, though you've helped yourself a week without my leave, so spare me the gratitude, but mind me on the one thing." She leveled the bald paper at him. "On that floor, I'm Nurse Callahan, and you're the surgeon, and we keep our heads and our manners both, or the souls on the cots pay for whatever we don't. The Christian names are for the street." "For the street." Something eased in his face. "I'll take it. You'll take what you're given and be glad of it. Now, back down. I've a poisoned thumb to lance, and you've 40 people who think you hung the moon, and neither of us is paid to stand in a market feeling the sun on our faces. It's not out." He nodded up at the flat white sky, and there it was again, the near smile, the thing that undid her by inches. "There's no sun." "I know there's no sun." She was already walking. "That's rather the whole point of me, Sean. I always know there's no sun. Now come along, the thumb won't lance itself." He came, and the whole way down the steps she could feel him smiling at her back. She did not tell him to stop. Chapter 7. Past 2 in the morning, Sean put his hand out for the catgut without looking, and it was there, laid into his palm, threaded already before he'd asked. He had stopped being surprised by it days ago. Across the cot, Nora had the lamp tilted to the exact angle he wanted, her thumb already on the small bleeder he was about to need pinched. They closed the carter's hand between them without a word said. The man on the table never knew how little of it had needed speaking. It unsettled him, how much he liked it. He had spent 28 years being the one competent set of hands in every room he entered. He had not known, until this cellar, what it was to work beside another and feel the work go easy, to not be alone in the middle of it. It was a child's abscess that undid him. A girl of 5, an arm swelled tight and shining, and he had the lancet to it when Nora's hand came down over the back of his. "Your thumb's too high. Here." She moved his hand down the small forearm, her cold, chapped fingers laid over his knuckles, turning the angle. "You're a surgeon. You want to cut. This isn't cutting, it's coaxing. The matter comes gentle, or it brings the good flesh with it. Slow. There now. Do you see?" He heard himself say, "I see." He saw nothing but her hand, cold, chapped, stronger than it had any right to be, lying over his as though it had always meant to. She moved his hand through a cut he had made 1,000 times, and every one of the 1,000 went clean out of his head. The child under their hands watched it all and saw only a doctor and a nurse at work. Then she took her hand back, and the cold rushed into the place where it had been, and she was 3 feet off again, wiping her fingers on her apron as though nothing whatever had occurred. 3 feet. The width of a cot, the reach of an arm, the distance the work held them at, and never once closed. He had begun, God help him, to lie awake measuring it. Near 3 the lull came, the cue gone, the last of them dosed and sleeping, the cellar down to the hiss of the stove, and the boy Tommy, a small heap of breathing in the linen. Sean ladled broth into 2 tin cups and carried one to where Nora sat against the wall with her eyes shut. "I'm not asleep. I never said you were. You were about to tell me to go home and rest. I can hear a man working himself up to be sensible at me clear across a room." She took the cup without opening her eyes. "Sit down and stop hovering. You hover, Sean O'Connor. It's a great failing in a surgeon." He sat 3 feet off against the same wall. "I was going to say you'd been on your feet 16 hours and might eat. That's the whole of the sermon. It's a long sermon for 4 words. But she drank, and a little of the gray went out of her face, and he counted that the chief victory of the night. "And where did a gentleman learn to make a broth fit to drink? It's no Mayfair skill. Manchester. You learn to stretch a thin pot a long way when there's a queue at the door and next to nothing to put in it." He turned the cup in his hands. "And you, where does a woman learn to set a shoulder and read a fever and sing a man to sleep in Irish all in the one night?" A pause. He had learned these past weeks to read her pauses. This one was a door, and he watched her weigh whether to open it. Cork. She let it sit a moment. There was a woman in it with no letters to her name and more medicine in her 2 hands than the whole College of Surgeons. She taught me what she had, and then the hunger took her, the way it took. The pause came again, longer, and the door went quietly shut. "She taught me. That's the end of it worth the telling." He did not push at the shut door. He was learning that, too. "She taught you well. She'd think small of you for reaching at the brandy on a typhus case." But there was no edge under it. At 3 a.m, in the stove light, it was very near a thing said between friends. She let her head rest back against the wall and went quiet, and he with her, and the 3 feet between them held, and he had never in his life been so aware of a distance he had not crossed. Then boots came on the steps, and a voice calling down for the doctor, and the night took the both of them back. They lost Old Finton Row a little before dawn. He'd come in 3 nights running and walked out twice, too contrary to die on a stranger's schedule. A long string of a man, 70 if he was an hour. He had buried a wife and 5 of his 6 children between Skibbereen and St. Giles, and he reported each fresh loss to Nora as though it were no more than a change in the weather. The fever was in him to the eyes, and he knew well enough what it meant, and he spent the breath he had left on commentary. "There's a drought down my left side, doctor," would shame a Protestant church. And later, when Sean tried again to get the water into him, "Is it drowning me you're at now, and me with the typhus all booked and paid for?" Sean did everything there was. The water, the cooling, the failing heart held up with what little he dared. It was not enough. It was never going to be enough. He had known it a full hour before he let his hands stop arguing the point. Nora knew it before he did. She always did, and she did not say so. She only moved in closer to the old man's head as the dark thinned at the door, and took his hand and gave him the one thing left worth giving: company. "Will you sing the thing, girl?" Finton's voice had gone to paper. "The Connaught thing, you'll know it, my mother's." And she knew it. Of course she knew it. Sean stood with 2 fingers on a pulse that was walking out of the world, and listened to Nora Callahan sing low in Irish to a dying man. 3 lines of something old and Western and past all bearing. She held the old man's eyes the whole way out. The last thing Finton Row saw on this earth was a face that did not flinch from him. Then it was over, and the cellar had gone very quiet, and the gray stood at the door. Sean drew the sheet up. He was wrung past speech, past sense, in the particular hollow of the hour after. "He told me he'd booked and paid for the typhus." His own voice came out strange to him. Twice, he said it. He'd have wanted his money's worth out of it. Nora folded Finton's hands on his chest. He'd be raging it took 3 nights. Inefficient, he'd call it. He called the angel of death inefficient to my face on Tuesday and asked did I think there was a form to complain. And it came up out of Sean from somewhere below the exhaustion. Not a true laugh, the broken cousin of one. The sound a man makes when the only other sound available is worse. Nora's mouth moved, just the once, the grim flicker that was the most she ever spent of herself. For a moment, the 2 of them stood over a dead man in the dawn and were very near to happy. No one else alive could have laughed at that hour, and meant by it the opposite of disrespect. That was the thing he had no word for, not the wanting. The wanting he could at least name and despise. This was the other thing, the being known and the knowing. It had no name and no bottom, and it frightened him worse. He should, by every law of his own life, have wanted to run. That was the shape it had always taken before. A weight got too heavy, or a room too close, and the old engine turned over of its own accord. Deeper need elsewhere, a worse cellar, a darker street, somewhere he'd be more wanted and less seen. So he went and called it duty. He always went. He had run from Manchester that way, with the line at his door still forming, from Edinburgh before it, from every quiet room that ever offered to hold him still. He stood in the rung-gray dawn with Finton Row going cold beneath his hands, and a woman 3 feet off who had just sung an old man into the ground, and he checked for it. The engine, the old pull toward the door. It wasn't there. Don't run, Rose had told him, in a warm room a lifetime ago, when you find the one person you can't. He had laughed in her face. He was not laughing now. He had walked into the dead center of the heaviest thing he had ever carried, and he wanted to be nowhere else on earth but here, 3 feet away, for as long as she would let him stand it. He went back to his rooms as the city woke and could not sleep. He slept 4 hours of the day, when he slept at all, and so he did the thing he did when sleep would not come, which was to write to Rose. Dear Rose, he began. Samuel will be insufferable to learn he was right about London. And then, because it was 4 a.m. and his guard was down and the dead man was still in his hands, there is a nurse here. He looked at the 4 words a long while. There is a nurse here. She is the best I have ever worked beside, and the bravest. And tonight she sang a man named Finton Row out of the world in a language I only half have, and I have started to measure my days by a span of 3 feet, and whether it has closed. I think he stopped. He read it back. To set it down in ink was to make it a fact in the world, a fact Rose would read and know, and once Rose knew it, he could no longer pretend to himself that he didn't. He held the corner of the page to the candle and watched, there is a nurse here, curl into ash. He told himself the sentence was maudlin. He knew quite well it was not. Then he lay down in the gray light and did not sleep, and measured, in the dark, 3 feet. Chapter 8. Nora had her hands in a basin of water she'd rather not name when the girl came down the cellar steps. A girl in a good wool cloak, as out of place in St. Giles as a swan on a midden, and an O'Connor to the bone before she'd spoken a word. The same black eyes as Sean, the same trick of filling a doorway as though she'd been sent for. She watched the girl shed the good cloak and turn back her sleeves and go straight to the worst cot in the place, old Mrs. Donnelly, who'd given Sean 3 words in a fortnight and Nora not many more, and sit down inside the grief with her, in the Irish, easy as breathing. The old woman wept and took her hand and began to talk. Nora stood at her stove and felt a thing she did not care to name. Not jealousy. Worse. Recognition. She had owned that gift once herself, before Cork emptied it out of her. The knack of climbing down into another body's sorrow and simply staying there a while. She'd traded it somewhere on the crossing for the harder thing that kept her on her feet. To watch this soft Mayfair girl spend it so freely was to be shown the ghost of the woman she might have gone on being in some other life on the near side of a famine. She's good. The words were out before she'd decided to let them. Sean had come up at her shoulder to watch his sister work. Better than you. She doesn't manage them. She climbs in and sits in it with them. The ache got into her voice before she could keep it out. Where does a girl raised soft in a Mayfair house come by a thing like that? I don't know. And she heard that it was true, and that it had never once crossed his mind to wonder, which was so like him, and so like all of them, the ones who'd never had to learn. Then the girl rose, and a folded paper slipped from her skirt to the floor, and Nora knew it for what it was before it touched the boards. She had seen its like 100 times, in Cork, in the back of the chapel, passed under the table at the lodging house, cheap close print, a black headline, a young Irelander's fury set in type by someone with more courage than sense. The Nation, repeal, rise. She knew that paper. She knew its weight in a pocket and what it cost to be caught with it. Sean did not. She watched him half see it, the surgeon's frown beginning, the "what's that you dropped" half formed, and watched the girl smile it away smooth as cream. My list, Mama's list. Did I mention the lint and palm the thing back into her skirts, quick and practiced, a girl who had done it many times before. Their eyes met over the top of his bent head, Nora's and the girl's. It lasted no longer than a breath, and everything that needed to passed in it. I know what that is, Nora told her without a word. I know the game you're at and what it will cost you, and I'll not be the one to hand you to your brother, nor to any man in a red coat. And the girl heard it. Nora watched her hear it, and something eased in her bright, careful face. She gave the smallest nod and bent back to Mrs. Donnelly, and it was done. Nora turned to her stove. Whatever Bridie O'Connor was carrying into St. Giles under her good Mayfair cloak was not Nora's to tell. God knew she'd have begged the same mercy once, and not got it. She could at least be the one to do the giving. Across the cellar, Sean looked from his sister to Nora and back, and understood not one moment of it. A door had shut somewhere he could not see, and he stood on the wrong side of it. Good, Nora thought, almost kindly. Let one of us hold a thing he doesn't have to carry. The letter came up from the bottom of the supply basket that night, and she knew the shape of trouble on his face before he'd read it through twice. No, she had learned to read him like a fever chart, and she read trouble now. Whatever it is, no. My mother wishes to give the clinic a great deal of money. Then let her post it. I'll send a boy round for it Tuesday. It doesn't go that way with my mother. She funds what she can see, the work and the people who do it, and once she opens her purse, she opens it wide. He set the letter down. She's asked for you by name. By name. The temper came up in her slow, which was the worst kind, the kind with something underneath it. She knew to the inch what she would be in a Mayfair drawing room. She had watched it from the serving side her whole life. The brave Irish nurse, trotted out between the soup and the cards, a living print off a charity pamphlet, so 40 people in silk could have a good cry about the famine and feel themselves generous and go home and forget her by morning. And here was Sean, who had stood in this very cellar and sworn to her. You swore, the first night, you'll not bring one of those drawing-room saints down here to gawp at us like a print in a charity pamphlet, and now you'd carry me up the hill to be the print myself. It landed. She saw it land, and she saw him decline to dodge it, and that was the whole trouble with the man. He would keep refusing to be the coward she needed him to be. He reached for no charm. I did swear that. I'd swear it again, so I'll not call it a kindness or a treat, or pretend you'll enjoy a minute of it. You'll hate every face in the place, and half of them will earn it. He let it sit. Hear the rest before you tell me no a third time. I've earned the right to tell you no as often as I please. The cellar's out of money. It stopped her cold. Not low, out, the lint, the laudanum, the coal in that stove, the cab that carries you in of a morning. My mother's purse, every penny of it, and it ran dry on Friday last. I've been spending past the bottom of it a fortnight, because I couldn't make myself say it to you. Whitmore shut the hospital gate on these people in October. The parish won't have them. We are the last door in London that opens to them, and in 3 weeks I cannot keep it open on what's in this room. She did the arithmetic before he'd finished it. She always did, and she did it faster and crueler than he ever could, because she had lived on the wrong end of it. 3 weeks of coal, and then the stove cold. The laudanum gone, and a man dying hard who might have died easy. The green door shut, and the queue turned back into the rookery to do what the rookery did with the ones nobody wanted. She had stood on the far side of a shut gate herself, once already this winter. She knew precisely how it looked from inside the crowd. I'm not asking you to go for me. He laid it down plain, and she hated him for the plainness, because plainness she could not fight. You'd never walk through that door for me, and you'd be right not to. I'm asking you to go for the docker with the bad shoulder, for Tommy, for the next woman they carry down those steps with nothing left in her. Walk into the room you hate and let them gawp all they please, and take their money out the door and spend it on your people. A beat, whoever's they are. And there it was, her own weapon, turned in his hand and slid clean between her ribs. She had said as much to him in the rain. The people, whoever's they are. He had kept it. He had sharpened it. And there was no arguing it now. No more than there'd been arguing a warm blanket, because she could refuse Sean O'Connor till the Liffey ran dry, and it would cost her nothing but her pride. And she could not refuse the cue, not one of them, not ever. He knew it. That was the part she would not forgive. That's a low thing to do to a body. It came out rough, using the people against me. I learned it from you. She looked at him then properly, the tired, clever face, the rolled sleeves, the awful gentleness of him, and felt the last of her resistance give, and under it treacherous, a thing too near to warmth. Beaten clean at her own game. And God help her, she respected the hand that did it. My own apron then, not one borrowed stitch. She took up her basin, because her hands wanted something to hold that was not him. If your mother wants the practical authority, she'll have it as it walks in, red hands and all. And no soul in that room is to be let forget the evening long, whose dying bought them the warm feeling they came for. She made her voice hard, because the soft thing underneath was not to be permitted. And you'll stand where I can reach you. I'll want something near to throw. I'll stand exactly there. She did not say yes. She'd sooner have bitten through her tongue. But she had stopped saying no, and carrying the basin to the scullery, she caught herself, to her own disgust, already turning over what a body might do with a clean apron and a borrowed shawl to walk into Mayfair as though she owned the boards of it, planning her armor for a war she had sworn she'd never fight. That was the trouble with the man, first to last. He kept getting her to want things she had put away for good. Chapter 9. Nora wore her own dress to Mayfair, the plain dark stuff she kept for funerals and for the rare day that wanted a body to look respectable. And she wore it on purpose, as another woman might buckle on armor. She had sworn she would not go up that hill, tricked out as something she was not. And the look on the footman's face as he took her shawl, as though it might carry the fever up the marble stair with it, was worth more to her just then than all the silk in the house. She stood in the great hall in her funeral dress with her red hands folded and her chin up and thought, I should not have come. You came. The woman bearing down on her could only be Sean's mother, though where Nora had braced for grandeur, she found something a good deal more dangerous. Tall, handsome, gone silver at the temples, with green eyes sharp as cut glass, and a stride that belonged on the deck of a ship. She took both of Nora's roughened hands before Nora could prevent it, and did not once drop her gaze to the chapped knuckles, which told Nora more of her than an hour's talk would have. My son swore you'd refuse on principle. I told him you'd come on the very same principle, and I am gratified to be proved right, as I generally am. She held Nora out at arm's length and truly looked as Sean looked, only cooler and more total. And whatever she made of the funeral dress and the red hands and the chin held high against the marble, she did not say. She said only, and you've come in your own clothes. Good. I'd a gown made ready in case your nerve failed, and I'm glad to send it back unworn. I will not have you dressed as a lie. Every soul in that room tonight is in costume, the costume of people who care. You are to be the one true thing among them. Can you do that for me? I find it's the only thing I can do, my lady. Nora let the dry note come into her own voice and did not regret it, without the smallest effort. There, I knew I should like you. It tilted the floor under her, that liking. Nora had armed herself against one particular enemy, the gracious lady with the gracious check and the gracious distance, who would weep becomingly over the famine, and never once let it touch her gloves. She had not thought to arm herself against this, a marquess's sister cradling a workhouse nurse's ruined hands as though they had worth. You're surprised at me. Caroline read it off her, the same trick her son had of seeing too much. They all are, the first time. They expect Lord Clarendon's sister, and they are given me instead. Something old and unrepentant moved behind the green eyes. I married a Mayo man who came off the boat with nothing in the world but a knife and a temper, Miss Callahan. married him in the teeth of every grandmother in this house, who cut me dead the better part of 10 years, and have since decided they always knew it for a great love. So when that man's son comes home thin from a cellar in St. Giles with an Irish nurse he cannot take his eyes from, you will forgive me if I decline to swoon. I have rather been waiting for it." The glint came back, pure mischief over pure steel. "Now, the vultures are gathering, and you are the only soul in this house who knows what she is talking about. My one instruction is this: do not soften yourself. They have heard 100 ladies be tactful about the Irish poor, and it has loosened not one purse. They have never once heard the truth from a woman who lived it. Be exactly as sharp as you are. I shall do the rest." And she swept Nora into the room. It was another country. The warmth of it first, the great fires, the wax candles by the 100, light spent without counting, as only the safe can spend it. The smell of hothouse flowers in November and French scent and food, so much food, sideboards of it going brown and untouched, while 3 streets of London she could have named went to their beds on tea and a crust. The gowns, the easy laughter. How these people stood, loose and unguarded, their bodies arranged by a lifetime of safety into shapes Nora's body had long forgotten how to make. She stood among them with her spine like a ramrod, and her eyes counting the exits out of old habit, and felt the great obscene gulf of it, and felt her temper bank itself low and hot, which was, she suspected, precisely the thing Caroline O'Connor had brought her here to feel. She found Sean across the room, in good evening black, with his dark hair brushed and his jaw clean for once, looking like exactly what he was. A son of this house, a man of this world, easy in it as she would never be easy anywhere. There, something in her said, cold and certain. That's the truth of him. The cellar's the costume. This is the man. He had not yet seen her. He was being talked at by a stout gentleman, his face wearing the patience she knew from his worst nights, and the sight of him there twisted something in her so hard she had to look away. "You're the nurse." A young man had appeared at her elbow, tall, stooped, spectacled, holding a glass of wine he plainly did not want and had been handed only to give his hands employment. A long, clever, anxious face, the manner of a man more at ease with paper than with people. "From Sean's clinic. Forgive me. Lockhart, Jonathan. Sean and I are cousins, after a fashion. The families are tangled, and I never can explain it without a diagram. I've been wanting to find you all evening, because I'm told you have actually seen it. The fever, the courts, the water, and everyone else in this room has only read about it, and badly." He pushed his spectacles up. "May I ask you a thing that will sound mad?" "You may ask. I'll tell you if it's mad." "The standpipe in St. Giles. Sean says there's the one, and it runs an hour, and the queue forms at 4 in the morning. His anxious eyes had sharpened to something else entirely. "Where does the water come from? Is it the company that draws from the river below the sewer outfalls, or above? Because there is a man, Snow, a physician, with a notion that the cholera everyone fears is coming is not in the air at all, but in the water. And if he is right, then the standpipe is not innocent. The standpipe is the murderer." The words came out of her slow. She had stopped thinking about Sean. Yes. Jonathan Lockhart breathed it like a man handed the last line of a proof. "Yes, the murderer. You see it. No one sees it. They all wanted it in the air. The air is no one's fault. But the water has an owner." "Mr. Lockhart." A new voice cut across them, smooth and carrying, and Nora turned to find the stout gentleman who had been holding Sean captive, now bearing down on their corner with a glass of port in his hand and an audience collecting in his wake. "You'll not bore the ladies with your pipes and your pumps. Dr. Pratt," he added to Nora, with a bow that contrived to be at once gallant and dismissive, "of Harley Street, and you are the young person from Mr. O'Connor's charitable cellar. How very affecting. Tell me, my dear, for I confess a professional curiosity." The audience had grown. She saw Caroline at its edge, quiet, watching. She saw Sean's dark head turn. Is it as the journals say? That the Irish sicken so much more readily than the English under the selfsame conditions? One hears it everywhere. The natural susceptibility of the race, a want of moral fiber expressing itself, as it were, in the very blood. The room had gone quiet around them. They were waiting, Nora understood, for her to be affecting, for the brave Irish girl to be humble and grateful and confirm for them prettily in her quaint accent the thing they already believed. She set down her glass. You attend families in Harley Street, rich families. I have that honor. And when a rich child takes the scarlet fever, a warm house, a fire in the room, a nurse to every child, beef tea and a clean bed and a window that opens on a garden, does the rich child die, Dr. Pratt, more often than the poor one, or less? A beat. Less, naturally, but less, naturally. She kept her voice level and clear and let it carry, because she had been told this once not to soften, and for the first time in her life, Nora Callahan had leave to be exactly as sharp as she was. I've nursed the black fever 2 years in London and a year before it in Cork, where I'm from, where I watched it take a whole generation. So I'll tell you a thing that's not in your journals, doctor, for it does not flatter the men who buy them. Put 4 families to one room with one privy to the court and one pipe that runs an hour a day, drawing, Mr. Lockhart will correct me, drawing from below where the sewers let out. Feed them on what's left when the rent is paid, which is nothing. Keep them cold, and keep them wet, and keep them frightened, and shut the hospital gate against them when they sicken. Do that to any people on the earth, English, French, your own children in Harley Street, and they will die exactly as fast as mine are dying, of exactly the same diseases, and you may write a very learned paper after on their natural susceptibility. She paused. The room was perfectly silent. It is not in the blood, doctor, it is in the water. And the water has an owner, and the room has a landlord, and the gate has a man who signs the order. There is your susceptibility. It is not bred in the Irish, it is bred in the rent. No one spoke. And then Caroline O'Connor began very softly to applaud. 1 beat, 2, which from a woman of her standing was less applause than a verdict, and the room took its cue from its hostess, as rooms always did, and broke into a murmur that was half scandal and half a thing Nora had not expected and did not know what to do with. Interest, agreement, the guilty thrill of fashionable people who have been told the truth and find, to their surprise, that it has entertained them. Mr. Lockhart was telling me only last week of this theory of the water. Caroline glided into the murmur and took it by the scruff before it could cool. Subscriptions are wanted for a proper survey of the St. Giles supply, and for my son's clinic, which keeps the gate the hospital has shut. I shall be at the writing desk in the blue room. I shall take it as a personal kindness. She did not ask. She never asked. She turned the truth Nora had spoken into a cue at a writing desk with the same ease she would have used to see to dinner, and Nora watched the purses come open and understood that she had been, all evening, an instrument in the hands of a master, and found she did not mind in the least, because the instrument had cut where it was meant to cut. Sean found her afterward in the cool of the hall, where she had gone to breathe. He said nothing clever. That was how she knew the thing had shifted in him too. The cellar wit was gone out of him, and he only stood there in his good black with his hands at his sides and looked at her as he had once looked at her work across a dying man's bed, with respect and no surprise, and under both a thing that was no longer careful at all. You were. He stopped, began again, could not finish it, and she watched the precise Edinburgh sentences break apart in his mouth, as her own thoughts had been breaking apart for weeks. I've nothing. I had a great many words, and you've taken every one of them. You stood in my mother's drawing room and told 40 of the richest people in London the truth, and they gave you money for it. And I don't. It came out without force. You hold the whole world off. His voice had dropped, and the cold, bright hall stood empty around them. At exactly the distance that keeps a body from ever costing you anything. I've watched you do it for weeks. He drew a breath. But you've let me a few inches nearer than the rest, Nora. I don't believe you ever meant to, and it's undone me entire. I've spent the whole of my life wanting things I couldn't have. It's the only wanting I know how to do. And you terrify me, because you're the first thing I have ever wanted that I might be let to keep. And I haven't the least idea on God's earth what a man does with that. She should have stepped back. She had stepped back from a great deal less than this for years and been grateful for the room it bought her. She did not step back. Behind them, Through the drawing-room doors, the warm murmur went on, and the purses opened, and the candles burned without counting. "Neither do I." She heard herself say it before she had given it leave. "God help the both of us. Neither do I." Caroline O'Connor passed the open doorway then, a subscription list in her hand, and her green glance found the two of them in the cold, bright hall, not looking away from each other. Nora watched it take the whole measure of the thing in a single breath, and watched it find nothing there to surprise it. She said only 4 words, and they carried a great deal more than 4 words. "You'll come again." It was not an invitation. It was a verdict, the same as the applause had been. And Nora Callahan, who had climbed that hill, certain she did not belong and never would, went back down it that night, no longer certain of anything at all. Chapter 10. They were not 100 yards from his mother's door, still in their evening finery, when the boy came running out of the dark with the news that found them, as bad news always found Sean, by instinct, as though it knew which man in London would not refuse it. "Doctor, doctor, please. There's a family down, the whole of them, just off the Cork boat. They're in the doorway on Vinegar Yard, and the woman's blue about the mouth, and the babby won't." "How many?" 4, 5. The babby. Sean was already moving. He had Nora's hand. He did not remember taking it. It was simply in his, small and cold and certain, and she was already moving with him, claret silk and all, the two of them running through the lamplit emptiness of Mayfair toward the rookery, as though the distance between the two worlds were a thing you could cross at a dead run if you only went fast enough. "You've no instruments." She did not slow. "There's a bag at the cellar. It's nearer than the hospital. Then we send the boy for it, and we don't wait." Here, she was hauling the claret silk up out of her way with one fist, unbothered, businesslike. "Left. It's quicker by the chapel. Mind the..." They found the family in the black mouth of a doorway off Vinegar Yard. A man insensible, 2 children shivering and silent, a woman with a dreadful blue tinge to her lips that Sean had learned to dread above all the other colors of dying, and against her, not crying, too far gone to cry, an infant of a few months. The famine in all of them, and now this, whatever this was, fever or cold or the simple accumulated arithmetic of a body asked to cross an ocean on nothing. What followed was 4 hours Sean would never afterward be able to set in order. He remembered pieces. He remembered Nora tearing strips off her own borrowed petticoat for want of bandages and never once pausing over the ruin of it. He remembered the heat of the man's brow under his palm and the terrible lightness of the infant, and how Nora took the child from the failing mother with hands so sure and so gentle that the woman gave it up without a struggle, trusting, as the dying always trusted Nora, and never once trusted him. He remembered borrowed lamplight from a woman 2 doors up who came out in her shift to hold it. He remembered Father Dolan arriving at some black hour with the bag and a flask of something fierce and the boy Tommy at his heel carrying water. He remembered working over the children until the shivering eased, remembered the man's fever breaking gray and sour toward 4 o'clock, remembered the moment near dawn when the infant, against everything, against the blue lips and the lightness and the long odds, Sean had silently written off, took the spoon Nora offered, and swallowed and cried. It was a thin, furious, magnificent cry, the cry of a thing that had decided to live, and Sean looked up from the spent gray mother, who would also, now he thought, live, and found Nora across the doorway with the crying infant against her shoulder, and tears standing in her eyes that had nothing to do with the cold, her face come entirely open in the gray light, undefended, and he thought he had never in his life seen anything he wanted so badly to spend the rest of it looking at. They saved 3 of the 4. The man's fever had been too far advanced. He went towards 6, quietly, while the city woke around them. But the woman, the children, the furious living infant, 3 of the 4, which in the rookery in the autumn of 1847 was a victory so large it left them both shaking. The river at dawn was the color of pewter and the color of milk, and no color at all, and they sat on the cold stone of the water stairs at the bottom of a lane, because neither of them had the strength left to walk the last mile, and because the light coming up gray gold over the warehouses on the far bank was the first beautiful thing either of them had looked at in some hours. His evening coat was ruined. Her claret gown was a horror of mud and worse, the hem torn away for bandages, and she had long since pulled the pins from her wrecked hair so that it hung loose and red-brown about her shoulders, and Sean had never seen her hair down and was trying not to look at it and was failing. 3 of 4. The river went by below them, slow and stinking in silver. You'll remember the one. I remember all of them. That's rather the difficulty. I know. She drew her knees up, the muddy silk pooling, and rested her chin on them, and looked at the water. I know it is. The bells began somewhere. Early bells, a thin Sunday sound across the rooftops, and the exhaustion was a strange country, a country with no walls in it, and Sean heard himself begin to speak as a man speaks at the bottom of the night when he has no strength left to guard the gate. I don't sleep. She didn't move, but she was listening. He could feel her listening in the held quiet of her. 4 hours, if that. I've not slept a full night since I was a boy, and the joke of it, the thing I've never told a living soul, not my mother, not Rose, is that I don't want to. The moment it's quiet, the moment there's nothing in front of me to do, it comes. He looked at the water. I'm named for a dead man, Sean Flanagan. My father's friend, drowned in the war before I was born. My whole life I've carried his name, and a thing my father never says, but I've always known, that I was given a good life, a full plate, a warm house, an Edinburgh degree my mother's English money bought, while across the water my father's people were put in the ground by the 100,000. I did nothing to earn the one and nothing to deserve being spared the other. It's just the lot I drew. His voice had gone very low. So I keep my hands full. Every hour, every patient, every night in that cellar. I'm paying. I've been paying since I was 16. And I'll tell you the true and the shameful thing, Nora. The thing I worked out somewhere about Vinegar Yard tonight while you were saving that child I'd given up on. It never goes down. The debt. I pay, and the figure never moves, because it's not the kind of debt that can be paid, because there was never any debt, because being spared isn't a sin. And I know that. I know it, and it makes not the smallest difference, because the not resting isn't about the books at all. It's just the only way I've ever found to outrun the quiet. The bells stopped. The river went by. I've never said that out loud. He turned his hands over, palms up in the gray light. I don't know why I've said it to you. Because I asked you nothing. Her voice was rough. People tell you things when you ask them nothing. It's the only way I've ever got a true word out of anyone. She turned her head, her cheek still against her knees, and looked at him in the gray gold light with her hair down and her face stripped bare by the long night. And something moved behind her eyes that he had seen her pin down 100 times and had never once seen her let go. I know about debts that don't go down. I know about outrunning the quiet. I've a thing of my own I run from, Sean. A quiet I'd die before I'd sit in. I'll not tell you what it is. Don't ask me, because I can't. Not yet, maybe not ever. And if you ask me, I'll have to lie to you, and her voice caught. I find I've got out of the habit of lying to you, and I'd like to keep out of it, and I can only do that if you don't ask. I won't ask. I know you won't. It came out of her like the last thing holding her up had given way. And she kissed him. She did it as she did everything, with no warning and no waste, crossing the last 3 feet all at once, her cold hand coming up to the side of his jaw and her mouth finding his, fierce and desperate, and as certain as a thing that has decided to live. Sean made a sound against her lips that he was not proud of, and his arms came around her, and the ruined silk and the river cold and the gray dawn all fell away, and there was only the warmth of her, the loose fall of her hair under his hand, the small fierce shape of her gathered against him, as though she had been carved to fit there, as though the 3 feet had only ever been a held breath waiting to be let go. He kissed her back like a man coming up out of deep water. The bells started again, or he imagined they did. Her fingers fisted in the front of his ruined coat. For one moment, one long, reeling, dawn-gray moment, there was no debt, and no secret, and no quiet to run from, because the quiet had become this instead, this hush with her heart beating against his and her breath warm on his mouth. And Sean understood, with the cold, clean certainty he saved for the things that mattered, that he had been wrong his whole life about what he was running toward. Then she broke away. She was on her feet before he understood she had moved. That survivor's quickness, always knowing the way out. Backing up the water stairs with her wrecked hair wild around her white face and her hand pressed to her own mouth as though to hold the kiss in or keep it out. He couldn't tell which. That was a mistake. Nora. That was the exact mistake I swore to God I'd never make, and I've made it, and I can't. She was shaking her head, backing away, and the open face was gone, the armor coming down so fast and so hard it was like watching a portcullis fall. I have to go. Don't follow me. Don't, Sean. Don't follow me. And she turned and went up the lane into the waking city, half running, the torn claret silk catching the first real light of the sun, and Sean O'Connor sat on the cold stone of the water stairs with the taste of her still on his mouth and the whole of his careful life come quietly and completely apart around him, and did the one thing she had asked him to do. He did not follow her. It was, he thought, watching the empty mouth of the lane, the hardest single thing he had ever done. And he understood, too slowly, always too slowly, that she had not run because she felt nothing. She had run because she felt everything. And feeling everything was the one thing that might, in the end, make her loosen her hold on whatever it was she carried. And she would sooner run into the waking city at dawn than loosen it by an inch. He understood that better than she could have known. He had been gripping his own burden just as hard and a great deal longer. Chapter 11. She had kissed him on the water stairs at dawn, slept the daylight away in her cold room without resting an hour of it, and by nightfall she was back on her ward as though nothing in the world had happened, because the night ward did not care what she had done with her mouth at 6 o'clock that morning. It cared only that bed 9 was sinking, and bed 14 had thrown his sheets, and the new admission in the corner had the look she'd learned in Cork and would know on her own deathbed. That was the mercy of the work, and the curse of it both. It did not stop. It had never once stopped for anything she felt. She had buried people she loved and gone back on shift with the grave dirt still under her nails, and she went back now, to the fever and the basins and the long gray afternoon, with the taste of Sean O'Connor still on her and her own folly sitting in her chest like a swallowed stone. The exact mistake. She had said it to him on the stairs, and she said it to herself now, over and over, scrubbing it into her hands with the carbolic. 2 years she had spent making herself into a woman nothing could reach, useful, invisible, safe, and in one unguarded gray hour, she had reached out and taken the single thing that could pull the whole of it down. She had let herself be seen. Worse than that, she had let herself want to be. It would not happen again. A thing could be a mistake without being a habit. She would put it back where she put everything, pin the hair, and go on. And the other matter she would not look at even now, even alone, even with the carbolic stinging the splits in her hands. The matter she carried folded so small and so deep that most days she could believe it was not there at all. She had no right to a man's mouth at dawn, no right to the warmth of him, or the wanting, or the ruinous ease of it. A woman who had put into the ground what Nora had put into the ground did not get to sit on river stairs and be kissed and feel her whole frozen self come back to life. She had forfeited that. She had forfeited it on a pitching deck in the Irish Sea, and she knew the very hour of it, and she would not now pretend the debt forgiven because a clever, sad-eyed surgeon had made her laugh and fed her a pie in the cold. 2 nights on, off the ward at last, she went down to the cellar because she had said she would, and because the people there did not stop dying to spare her feelings any more than the ward did, and because to stay away would be to tell him the kiss had meant something, and she would sooner walk into the river than tell him that. It was very bad. They worked the whole night a careful arm's length apart, and did not once that she let herself notice look at one another. He passed her the lint. She passed him the catgut. They spoke in the flat shorthand of the work and nothing else, Hold him, lift, there, done. And the careful blankness of it was worse than any quarrel could have been, because beneath it, the thing they were not saying filled the cellar to the rafters. Once his hand brushed hers over a basin, and they both drew back as though scalded, and Father Dolan looked up from his chair with his terrible old eyes and looked down again and said nothing, which from Dolan was a kind of shouting. Near 3, he tried. She had known he would. It was not in him to leave a wound undressed. Nora, don't. She did not look up from the child she was settling. Whatever it is, don't. We can't go the whole night saying hold him and lift and pretending. We can. Watch us. She tucked the blanket and turned and made her face into the working blank, the one that had carried her through worse mornings than this. There's nothing to be said, Doctor. A thing happened that shouldn't have, and it won't happen again, and that's the whole of it, and there's 4 more to see before light. So. He looked at her a long moment, and she made herself meet it, and what was in his face. Not anger. Never anger. Only that open, undefended wanting that frightened her worse than any fist, very nearly took her legs from under her. She turned back to the work. The work, at least, would never ask of her a thing she could not give. By the gray before dawn, the queue had thinned, and the cases were settled, and there was nothing left to do but the one thing she had been dreading, worse than all the rest. The cab was waiting at the top of the steps. Of course it was. It was always waiting now, his doing, his standing kindness, the hackney that met her morning on morning so she'd not walk the cruel miles alone in the dark. She had let him give her that. She had told herself it was only sense, only the seat being out of the wind, only a thing a tired body took. She had let it become theirs, the one warm thread between them she had never cut. And she had not even known she'd let it until she stood at the top of the steps in the killing cold and understood that she could not, now, get into that cab. Not after the stairs, not with his mouth still on hers. To take the cab was to take him. To take the cab was to say, yes, this. Keep being kind to me, keep me safe, keep me. And she could not say it. She had no right to say it. Go home. She did not look at the driver. There's no fare tonight, nor any other night after it. Tell the doctor I said so. The man touched his hat, baffled, and went. And Nora Callahan turned up her collar and set out to walk the 3 miles to Islington in the freezing dark, alone, as she had walked them 10,000 times before she ever heard the name O'Connor. And it was the right thing, and the safe thing, and the only thing, and it felt like cutting off her own hand. She did not cry. She had not cried since the crossing, and she would not begin over a hackney cab. She walked, and the cold went into her, and she let it, because the cold at least was honest. The cold asked nothing of her and gave nothing back, and it would never once make her believe she was owed a different life than the one she'd earned. Behind her, somewhere in the gray, he would understand she had sent the cab away, and she hoped it told him plainly what her words could not. Stop. Let me be no one again. You are the most dangerous thing that has happened to me since the sea, and I have already lost the whole world once to a thing I let myself want. She walked the long way home. She would walk it every morning now, however far, however cold. Chapter 12. She had sent the cab away. Sean stood at the top of the cellar steps in the gray and watched the empty hackney rattle off into the waking city and could make no sense of it at all. He had arranged the thing to keep her safe, 3 miles of the worst streets in London, a woman alone in the dark. It was sense, the plainest sense in the world, and she had sent it away and set out to walk rather than ride in a cab he had paid for. He let her get to the end of the court before he went after her. He did not call out, and he did not come near. He only followed, a street behind, collar up, hands driven into his pockets, through the waking gray the whole 3 miles from St. Giles to Islington, because he could no more let her walk those streets alone in the dark than he could have left a man bleeding on his table to go and find his supper. If she wished to walk, she would walk. But she would walk safe, whether she knew it or no. He saw her turn in at a narrow door in a court off the Liverpool road, saw the door shut behind her, saw a candle come up gold behind a second-floor window, and only then, with the proof of her lit in a cold pane, did he turn for his own bed. He slept his usual 4 hours and woke still turning the thing over, and somewhere about his second cup of coffee it came to him. The answer, clean and whole, the plain relief of a diagnosis after a long bad night. She was frightened. That was the whole of it. She had kissed him on the stairs. She, not he. He had the grace at least to know that much. And then she had bolted and sent the cab away and walled herself up behind, hold him, and lift, because the thing between them had grown larger than she knew what to do with. A woman who has spent her whole life keeping the gate does not know, when the moment comes, how to let a man walk through it. She was not refusing him. She was only afraid. And a frightened woman, Sean reasoned. Sean, who had set 10,000 bones and never once in his life mended a heart, least of all his own, could be reassured, shown that his intentions were honest, shown that he was in earnest, that this was no slumming gentleman's diversion, that he meant. He did not let himself finish the sentence. But he knew, scraping the razor up his jaw in the glass, that he meant a great deal more than he had ever meant in his life, and that he had not the first idea how to say it, because saying it was not a thing he had ever once practiced. He had run from every room that might have taught him. He was 28 years old, and he had never courted a living soul. So he did the thing a man does when he owns no map of his own. He borrowed another's. He thought of how it was managed in the world he had been raised at the edge of, his mother's world, the season, the drawing rooms, the slow formal dance by which a man showed a woman she was wanted. Flowers, attentions, gifts that said, without a word that could compromise her, I think of you. I am in earnest. Let me. It felt like tenderness. It felt, after a life spent bolting from every quiet room that ever tried to hold him, like the bravest thing he had ever chosen to do. He sent the flowers to the hospital. He thought about it a good while first, which made it worse rather than better. Her lodgings he knew now, the narrow door, the gold window she'd be sleeping the daylight away behind. But he would not use the knowing. To follow a woman home through the dark and see her safe was one thing. To turn that into a license to leave parcels at her private door was another, and a baser one. And he'd not do it. The hospital he could send to in the open. And there seemed to him something fine in that, something open and honorable. Not a furtive parcel left at a back door, but a thing done gladly where the world could see, because he had nothing to hide and everything to mean. He chose them himself, at a hothouse in Chelsea, in February, at a price that would have turned Nora white. Forced lilies, white roses, and a great extravagant spray of something purple he could not name, and the florist swore was the very height of the mode. He had them sent to the London Fever Hospital for the attention of Nurse N. Callahan, with a card that said only, in earnest, SOC. He was rather proud of the card. He thought the restraint of it was clever. The note came back that same evening, carried up to his rooms by a boy he did not know and had not paid, which ought to have told him something, and did not. It was less a note than an order. No greeting, no name. 5 words in a hard, fast hand he would have known anywhere. Stop. You will ruin me. Sean read it 3 times and did not understand it. That was the plain truth and the rotten heart of the whole disaster. He read, you will ruin me, and his clever, educated, well-meaning mind could not make the words mean what they meant. Ruin. He turned it toward the only meaning he had a use for. Did she imagine he trifled with her, that the flowers were a seducer's opening gambit, that he meant to have her and leave her ruined in the old hard sense of it? The thought appalled him. He would write at once and tell her she had it wrong, that his intentions were the most honorable a man's had ever. There it was again. The sentence he could not finish and could not stop reaching for. Breedy found him with the note still in his hand. You sent Nora Callahan flowers. His sister stood in the doorway with her arms folded and a face he had not seen on her since she was 8 and he'd broken her doll. To the hospital. Hothouse flowers shone in February with a card, to a charity nurse with no people and an Irish name, in front of every gossiping orderly on the ward, and that Whitmore creature who's wanted a reason to be shut of her since October. How do you, because the whole of St. Giles is talking of it, you great fool. That is precisely the catastrophe. She came into the room, and the bright, careless thing she usually wore had gone clean off her. Did it never once occur to you to wonder why she'll not let you near her lodgings? Why she'll not be seen on your arm? Why she sends your cab away and walks 3 miles in the dark sooner than be beholden to you for a seat? She's frightened. She's protecting herself, and you've just made it 10 times harder. A woman like Nora lives by being nobody. The hour she becomes somebody, the hour she's the nurse the Marcus's nephew sends lilies to, she is finished, talked of, watched, marked. You have not given her a gift, Sean. You've painted a target on her back and called it love. He heard her. He did not believe her. That was the worst of it. He heard every word and set it gently aside, as you set aside the fears of someone younger than yourself who has not seen as much of the world. Mama married a great deal worse than I'm proposing, and weathered it. Mama was a Marquess's daughter. Brady spaced the words out, slow, as to a small child. Mama had 10,000 a year, and a brother in the Lords, and a name that could not be touched however they whispered behind their fans. Nora Callahan has a clean apron and a character that hangs by a thread, and you cannot see the difference between the two. And that, brother, is the entire of what's the matter with you. She turned for the door. Send her nothing more. I am begging you. You will bury that woman under your own good intentions, and you'll never once understand that you did it. Brady, but she was gone. And Sean sat a long while with the note in his hand and decided, with the serene and total wrongness of a man who has confused his own wanting with another's good, that his sister, who loved Nora, was simply too near the thing to see it clear. The next morning, he ordered the cloak. He chose it himself because he did everything himself. Not a plain, dark, serviceable thing she might have worn to the ward, with no one the wiser. That never crossed his mind. Plainness was not how his world said I am in earnest. He chose deep green wool, fine as poured water, lined through with gray silk, clasped with worked silver, a cloak for a lady stepping down from a carriage in Grosvenor Square. It cost rather more than Nora Callahan earned in a year of nights. He had it wrapped in soft paper and sent round to the hospital, and he spent the whole of the day it would arrive in a condition he did not at first recognize, and at last identified, to his own astonishment, as hope. Picturing her face as she lifted the lid, picturing her finally understanding that she was wanted, that she was worth the finest thing in London, that he meant every word he had never once managed to say. Chapter 13. The parcel came to the hospital, which was the first of its sins. A boy carried it onto the ward at the change of shift. Brown paper, a good ribbon, Nurse N, Callahan on the card in a hand the whole ward had learned that week. For the lilies had come the same road 3 days past, the great vulgar hothouse spray of them wilting now in a jug in the scullery, because she could neither keep a doctor's flowers nor throw them in the street, and after the lilies a hamper of forced fruit and French chocolate that she had handed out to the children on the cots because she could not swallow a gentleman's guilt. She had sent him a note, 5 words in a hand that shook, "Stop, you will ruin me." And she had let herself believe for 3 whole days that a clever man would understand 5 plain words. Here was his answer, in brown paper, on a ward full of women with nothing better to do than watch. She carried it to the scullery before she let herself breathe, and untied it with her back to the door, and the paper fell away from the most beautiful thing Nora Callahan had ever held in her 2 hands. Deep green wool, fine as poured water, with a weight to it like a kind hand laid on the shoulder. Gray silk through the lining, cool and whispering. A clasp of worked silver at the throat. It was not a cloak to keep the rain off. It was not a cloak a nurse could wear to a ward, nor a woman wear through St. Giles, without every eye in the street pricing it, and pricing her, and arriving fast and ugly at the only sum that fit, that the Irish nurse had got herself a keeper, and a grand one. It was a cloak that said something, in a language Nora had spent her whole life learning to read, and Sean O'Connor had no notion he was even speaking. It said mine. It said look. It said here is a woman worth dressing, to a world that would take one glance at the dressing and know precisely what it thought such a woman was worth. It cost, she thought numbly, turning back a fold of the silk, more than her year. more than 2. She should have wrapped it up that instant and sent it after the note. She did not. She carried it home, bundled under her arm by the back way, like a thing stolen, and in the cold of her own room, alone, with the door barred and no living soul to witness her be a fool, she put it on. She told herself she was only testing the weight of it. She was not. She drew it round her shoulders, and the wool settled warm and heavy, and the silk slid cool against her neck, and for one moment, one single unguarded moment, the kind she had sworn off years ago and kept swearing off and kept failing, Nora Callahan stood in her freezing room, wrapped in green wool worth 2 years of her life, and let herself feel what it would be, to be warm, to be wanted, openly, by a good man, in the sight of the whole world, to be a woman who got to keep things, to be the sort of girl who could stand in a Mayfair hall and not be the print in the pamphlet but the bride, a Cork girl and a Marquess's nephew, and no sea between them, and no shut gate, and the cloak meaning mine and her allowed, for once in her life, to say yes. The wanting came up so hard and so fast it bent her. Her hand was at her own face before she knew it, the heel of it pressed hard beneath her eye, grinding out the thing that had got loose there before it could finish forming. Because she had not wept since the crossing, and she would not begin over a cloak. She took it off. Her hands were steady by the time she had it folded. She had no right to it. That was the whole and the end of it. A woman did not get to put her daughter into the sea and then stand in fine green wool wanting a life. There was no arithmetic on God's earth by which she had earned the both, and she of all people knew exactly what was owed and exactly what was forfeit. She folded the cloak into its paper. She did not cry, and in the morning she carried it down to St. Giles to give it back to him and to end the thing entirely, because the wanting had shown her precisely how near the edge she had let herself come. He was at the cellar when she came down the steps with the parcel under her arm, and the look that started up on his face, open, hopeful, undefended, was the worst of it, because it meant he still did not know. 3 days after she had written, "You will ruin me," and he still did not know. She set the parcel on the table between them. "Take it back, Nora. Take it back. And the flowers and the fruit and whatever's meant to come next, for I can see plainly there's always a next with you." Her voice was low and level, and it cost her everything to keep it there. "I sent you a note, 5 words. Do you remember them?" "I remember them," his jaw had set. "I didn't understand them. You said I would ruin you and I would cut off my own hand before I know you would. That is what makes you so dangerous." She drew a breath. "Listen to me, for I'll say it but the once. You sent a fine cloak to a fever ward. You sent lilies with a card to a hospital that lives on talk. By tonight there is not a soul in that building who does not know the Irish nurse has got herself a gentleman, a rich one, a quality one, a Marquess's nephew, buying her silk. And do you know what becomes of a nurse with no people and no character the hour she turns into the woman a gentleman buys silk for? She is dismissed, quietly and for her own good, with a kind word about the tone of the place. And a dismissed nurse with an Irish name does not find another post, Sean. She finds the workhouse or the street. You have done, in 1 week with flowers and a cloak, the very thing Whitmore has been hunting away to do since October. And you did it smiling, because not once in your whole life has it cost you a farthing to be looked at. He had gone pale, but the stubborn thing was rising in him, the same thing that had built a clinic against the will of a whole city. Then we stop hiding it. Let them talk. My mother. Don't. My mother married a Mayo man off the boat with a knife in his belt and not a penny to his name, in the teeth of every door in that house, and they cut her dead 10 years, and it ended a great love, and they all came round. How is this impossible, Nora? Tell me how, because from where I stand you are building a wall out of air and calling it the world. You are making excuses, and I think you know it. It was very nearly the cruelest that anyone had ever said to her, and he had no idea, none, that it was cruel at all. Your mother. Quiet now and even. Your mother was a Marquess's daughter with 10,000 a year and a brother in the Lords. When the world cut her, she had a house to be cut in. She could be talked of 10 years because there was nothing under the talk but more money and a great name. and the world cannot starve a woman it cannot reach. You hold her up to me as proof. She is the opposite of proof. She is every last thing I have not got. I have a clean apron and a character that hangs by one thread. And when they cut me, there is no house, there is the street, and where I come from, the street is not a figure of speech. I have watched what it does to a woman. I have been most of the way down it, and I climb back out by making myself so plain and so useful that no one ever had cause to look at me twice. Her voice cracked once, and she mastered it. And you put lilies on my ward. You did not court me, Sean. You painted a mark on me and signed your name to it. The cellar had gone still around them, the queue hushed, even Dolan's chair silent. And here is the rest of it, since we're telling truths in cellars. She made herself look at him while she did it, because he had earned that much, and because she needed to watch it land. I am not one of your causes. You cannot bear to be still, you never could. So you fill your hands with the fever and the dying and the bottomless want of this place, and now you have gone and filled them with me. You call it love, but it is the same hunger, Sean. It is the bench filling up again. It is a man who cannot stand an empty hour, pouring himself into the nearest thing with no bottom to it. And I am bottomless. I'll grant you that for nothing, but I will not be the river you drown your debt in. Find another. This one is closed. He did not say you're right. He had not the old quickness to it this time. He stood across the table from the cloak and looked at her, and she watched the man cast about for the argument that would mend it, because mending was the only verb he owned, and watched him fail to find it. And then she watched a thing worse than agreement come over his face. Understanding. She had handed him the knife, and now she watched him feel where it had gone in, that his wanting her was a danger to her, that every good thing he had reached out to put in her hands had closed, somehow, around her throat. And because she knew him now, better than was anywise safe, she thought she watched him reach the thing that lay beneath even that, the thing he would never in his life have said aloud, that he did not know how to love a person he was not also trying to save. Nora. Barely a word. I only wanted. I know what you wanted. That was never the trouble. She took up her basket. She left the cloak folded on the table between them. Mind the cellar, doctor. The work still wants doing, and the work, at least, is the one thing neither of us can ruin. She went up the steps into the cold and did not look back. She got as far as the corner before she had to stop and stand a moment with one hand flat against a wall, breathing, because closing the gate had cost precisely what she had always known it would cost, and she had done it anyway. That was the whole of what it was to be Nora Callahan. She always did the thing that cost the most to do. Chapter 14. She went down between one stitch and the next, and Sean caught her before she struck the flags. He had been watching her all night without seeming to. They had not traded 3 words that were not the work, not since the cloak, sidelong, careful, asking nothing, as he had taught himself to watch her. And so he saw it happen a half-second before it did, saw the gray come up under the freckles, saw her sway over the boy whose hand she was bandaging, saw her knees give. He had her before she finished going down. He got her flat on the floor, her head low and her heels up on the seat of the chair, and laid 2 fingers to her throat and counted. The pulse there ran thin and fast and racing, the gallop of an engine run dry, not the slow stumbling beat of a heart in real trouble. Her skin was cool, no fever in it, none. He had her color creeping back the instant the blood reached her head, and by the time Mary Flannery had crossed the cellar with the brandy, Nora's eyes had come open, unfocused, then sharpening, then furious, and for one bad moment lost before they fixed on him. Lie still. He kept his hand flat and weightless on her shoulder. You fainted, 10 seconds, no more. Nothing turned in you, and nothing took you, no fever, and your pulse is only galloping the way a starved one does. You've run yourself clean out, Nora. That is the whole of the diagnosis, and you'd make it yourself in a heartbeat over any patient on this floor. She tried to sit up, and her own body would not have it. The cellar tilted and grayed, and she sagged back against his arm. He could read every degree of it on her face, the shame of the faint, the fury at him, at the boy Tommy's frightened eyes from the linen, at Father Dolan crossing himself in the chair. "I'm grand. Let me up. There's a queue. There's Mary for the queue, and there's you for your own bed." He sat back on his heels and did not gather her up, did not arrange one thing over her head. He had learned that much in a corridor at a cost. You faint on a ward, what do you do with the nurse? You send her home, so you're going home. I'll see myself. You will not. It came out flat and quiet and without a grain of apology, and something in it stopped her. You'll not walk 3 miles to Islington in the dark on a pulse like that. You'll not walk it on a good night if I've any say. You've no say. How would you even know it's 3 miles? You don't know where A court off the Liverpool Road, past the turnpike, a narrow door and a window on the 2nd floor where you set a candle when you're safe in. He held her half-focused eyes and did not look away from the thing he was admitting. I followed you. The night you sent the cab away and walked. I came a street behind you the whole 3 miles and saw you in at your door, and then I went home to my bed. And since you're too tired to throw anything at me, I'll give you the rest of it plain. I'm not sorry, and I do it again tonight. He saw it reach her slow through the exhaustion, the fury coming up, but weak and watered, a fury with no legs under it. You followed me. Like some, you'd no right. None in the world. Easy, unbothered, immovable. And you may be as angry as you please, Nora, and I'll sit here and take every word of it. But I will not stand in a cellar and watch a woman walk off alone into the worst streets in London before dawn and tell myself it's no business of mine because she's proud. It is not pride that gets a woman killed in the rookery. So here is the whole of your choice. You take a cab, or you take my arm, or you walk and let me trail a street behind you like a fool. But you are going home to sleep, and that part is not on the table. A beat and gentler. Take the cab. You're too tired to enjoy being furious at me just now, and I'd hate for you to miss it. She drew breath, plainly to tell him exactly where he might put his cab and his following and his immovable Irish face, and got as far as, "You arrogant," before her own body called time on her. The words slurred, her eyes rolled white, and the long arrears of every sleepless month since the crossing came due at once and took her down into the dark mid-curse before she could land a single blow. Her head went heavy against his arm. Her breath came deep and even. She was asleep, properly, helplessly asleep, the watch at last laid down. He shrugged out of his coat, laid it over her, and gathered her up. Tommy. Mary Flannery was already turning for the boy, the argument settled now past anyone's pride. Run to the corner and fetch the doctor a cab. And lo, to Sean, get her home before she wakes and murders the pair of us for it. I'll mind the floor. She did not feel the cab come, nor the climb up the cellar steps in his arms, nor the 3 jolting miles north with Tommy a silent shape beside the driver, because the boy would no more be left behind than the lantern would. She did not wake when the cab stopped. She did not wake when he carried her up 3 flights of a strange dark stair. He had never once seen her sleep without some part of her left on guard at the door. That she could go this deep now, this helpless, in a stranger's arms and 3 miles from any bolt she trusted, was a thing he did not let himself look at too long, for fear of what hope might try to make of it. The room off the Liverpool Road told him more about Nora Callahan in 10 seconds than she had told him in 2 months. It was clean. It was bare. It was the bareness of a person who owns only what can be carried, who has learned that everything you keep is only weight, and weight is the thing that costs you when you have to run. A narrow bed, made tight as a hospital cot, a single chair, a row of hooks with her own worn cloak on one of them, gone thin at the shoulder where the wet got through, and on the deep sill of the one small window, arranged with a tenderness that stopped his heart, the only objects in the room that served no earthly use, a smooth gray stone, a fragment of blue and white china, a child's wooden button, a sprig of something dried past knowing, a small museum of a life. He looked at it for 1 second and looked away because it was hers and because he understood all at once that it was the most private thing in the room and possibly in the world, and that he was not meant to see it and that he would carry the sight of it to his grave. He laid her on the bed. She stirred, surfacing, and her hand came up, That survivor's reflex, even half asleep, the blind hunt for the door, and he caught it gently and set it down. You're safe. You're home, in your own room, and the door's there where you can see it. I'll not stand between you and it. He had learned that much, at least. You went out at the cellar from plain want of food and sleep, nothing worse. I brought you up in a cab. Mary's minding the floor, and Tommy's on the step below and won't be moved. I'm going to make you eat something, and then I'm going to go, and you can be as furious as you like in the morning. But you'll eat first. Her gray-green eyes came fully open and found him, and he braced for the fury. It did not come. She was too far gone for it. He could see the fight drained clean out of her, and she only looked at him, and her face was open as it had been on the water stairs, as it had been that once over a pie in a freezing market, as he was beginning to understand it almost never was. You carried me. Her voice was a thread. Up here, into my room. You'd gone past minding. I'd have done the same for any soul on that floor. You saw. He could see the mortification rise in her, under the exhaustion, her eyes going to the windowsill and away. I saw a clean room and a worn-out woman and nothing else worth the seeing. It was a lie, and a kind one. He had seen the whole of the windowsill, and he would carry it to his grave, but he would cut out his tongue before he would say so. He crouched by the small grate and coaxed the banked fire and set the little kettle she owned over it, moving slow and easy, narrating nothing, asking nothing, making himself as small and still in her bare room as a large man could make himself. Drink the tea when it's hot. Eat the bread Mary sent up. That's the whole of my doctoring tonight. I'll not send you one more thing you never asked for, and I'll not manage you, and I'll not fix one single thing, Nora. I've learned my lesson. He set the bread on the chair within her reach. I'll only sit here if you'll let me until you've eaten, and then I'll go. And he sat, on the floor, his back against the wall by the cold hearth, because there was the one chair and it was for her bread. He did not talk. He did not fill the silence with the cleverness he used to keep the quiet at bay. He sat in the quiet he had spent his whole life running from, the quiet that frightened him worse than dying. He sat in it, in a bare, clean room at the top of a house off the Liverpool Road, beside a half-waking woman with a museum of grief on her windowsill, and he was, for the first time he could remember, perfectly and completely still. It did not kill him. That was the thing he would think on afterward. He had run from the quiet for 28 years, certain it would devour him, and here it was, and it had not. There was only the kettle ticking, and the fire settling, and the small sounds of her breathing, and the boy on the step below, and the great sleeping city, and a feeling in his chest he had no name for that, was not the debt, and was not the running, and was almost, he thought, almost. Peace. She ate the bread, she drank the tea, and somewhere in the middle of it, propped against the wall with the blanket round her, and the color come back into her face, she began, without his asking, in the dark, as people tell you things when you ask them nothing, to talk. Cork. The word came out of her flat. I'm from Cork, a townland you'd not have heard of, near enough the sea you could smell it on the bad days. There were a pause. He heard her count something and decide how much of it to give. There were a great many of us, Callahans. We were not rich, but we were not the worst off. My father had a bit of land. We got by, until the year the potatoes went, and then the next year, and then the third, when there was nothing left to sell and nothing left to eat, and the agent came all the same for the rent. Her voice was flat, scoured, the voice of a person reading out a list of the dead, so often the words had gone smooth as the gray stone on her sill. They went one at a time. The fever mostly at the end. The hunger weakens you, and the fever finishes you. You'll have seen it. You've seen the whole of it in the cellar. Only multiply it by a country. My mother, my father, the little ones. She stopped. By the end of it, there was the one boat fare left in the world I could lay hands on, and there was me, to spend it on. So I spent it. I got on the boat at Cork and I crossed, and I came up the Thames into London with the clothes I stood in, and not one living soul left in the world that I belonged to. And that, her breath went ragged just once and steadied. That's the whole of it, Sean. That's the woman in the cellar you keep wanting to call colleague. There's no romance in it. I survived because there was a fair, and the others were dead, and someone had to spend it. That's all I am, the one the fair got spent on. It was not the whole of it. He knew it was not the whole of it, as he knew a wound was deeper than its mouth, knew there was a thing she had walked right up to and not said, a held silence in the middle of the little ones and the boat where something enormous lived. He felt the question rise in him, the surgeon's instinct to open the wound and find the thing festering at the bottom of it, felt how badly he wanted to know her, all of her, down to the buried stone, and he did not ask. He sat against the wall in the dark and let the silence be hers. Let the unsaid things stay unsaid, and it cost him as much as the not following had cost him on the water stairs, as much as leaving the cloak on the table had cost her. And he understood that this was the thing she had been trying to teach him without words for 2 months, that there is a kind of love that fixes, and a kind that carries, and a kind rarer than either and harder than both that simply sits beside, that asks nothing, fixes nothing, opens no wound, and only stays in the dark, keeping the watch, so the one who suffers does not have to suffer it alone. You don't have to tell me the rest. He kept his eyes on the dark and not on her. Not tonight, not ever if you'd rather. I'll not ask you again. And he felt rather than saw the thing that happened to her in the dark, the small shudder that was not the cold, the catch in her breath she fought down and lost, just for a moment, just once. He did not know the whole of what he had reached in her, and he did not try to. He only understood, dimly and with certainty, that he had reached it, that for once he had come at the buried thing not with the surgeon's instinct to cut it open, but with an open hand, which he then, deliberately, drew back, and that this, of everything he had ever tried with her, was the one thing she could not arm herself against. Go to sleep. His voice had gone very quiet. I'll watch the door. You watch it always. I've seen you. You can't rest because some part of you is always minding the way out. He settled himself against the wall, his eyes on the door, his voice gone low and certain. So I'll mind it tonight. Sleep, Nora. Nothing's coming through that door that doesn't get past me first. I give you my word on it, and I've never broken one yet. She looked at him a long moment in the dark, the wary, weighing look he had seen her turn on every dangerous thing these 2 months, and never once with the guard all the way down on him. He looked back, said nothing, and did not move. And then the thing happened that he would not have credited if another man had sworn it to him. She stopped fighting. Bit by bit, some long-locked tension went out of her, until her eyes fell shut and stayed shut, and her breath came deep and even and trusting, until she had let herself, for one night, be guarded by someone other than herself. She slept the sleep of the dead and the safe, a sleep she did not look to have had in a very long time. And Sean kept his word. He sat with his back to the wall and his face to the door and saw the gray come up slow over her small museum of grief. He was not fool enough to think it would hold. He had closed too many wounds that healed clean on top and rotted underneath. She had let him pass the guard for one night, half out of her senses, and the woman who woke into the daylight would be armored to the teeth and furious at every inch the night had cost her. He knew it as surely as he knew weather coming. So he let her have the one whole night. He watched the door and did not wake her, and somewhere in the long gray hour before she stirred, he stopped being able to pretend he could walk away from her. Whatever she remembered when she opened her eyes, whatever she slammed shut between them come morning, he was in it now. Past the place where leaving was a thing he could choose. He had spent the whole of his life running toward the next fire. He had run, in the end, straight into the one he would never put out. Chapter 15. The note came in Lady Caroline's own hand, and it was not an invitation, and Nora did not make the mistake of treating it as one. There is a matter of the orphan children that will not keep, and it wants the one person in London who knows them by name. Come Thursday at 7. COC. No flattery, no flourish, not one word of the woman's son. Caroline O'Connor had taken Nora's measure across a crowded drawing room and learned the only summons Nora Callahan could not refuse. Not come and be charming, not come and be thanked, but there are children and you are needed. So she went. She told herself it was only the children. She had got very good that winter at telling herself things. Caroline did not waste the evening on soup. She had Nora into a small warm study with a fire going and a decanter neither of them touched, and on the desk between them a single sheet of paper, and she laid the matter out as a surgeon lays out the field before the cut. My sister-in-law built an orphanage, St. Margaret's in Bethnal Green. Amelia Sterling's money, though half of London's forgotten whose. It is a good house, clean, fed, schooled. The children come out of it able to read and bound to a trade, which in this city is the whole difference between a life and a gutter. She folded her hands. There are 4 places open. I have got them for your clinic's orphans, against a deal of competition and 1 or 2 debts I would rather not have called in. 4. A pause. I am told there are 11. The fire cracked. Nora looked at the paper a long moment. 11 names, 4 beds. And then she did the thing she had spent her whole life learning to do, with a number that would not fit. She reached across the desk and pulled the sheet to her own side. Then 4 is where we start, not where we end. Her finger came down on the list, Nora's nail against Caroline's good paper. Give me the 11. Names, ages, what's left to each of them in the world. You'll find half of these never wanted St. Margaret's at all. Caroline's brows went up the smallest degree. She had braced for grief, plainly, and been handed a battle plan instead. She gave Nora the names. It was Nora who tore the 4 and 7 in 2. The 2 eldest boys, 11 and 12, were past the age St. Margaret's would take in any case. But a boy of 12 with his hands about him did not want an orphanage. He wanted a trade and a man to speak for him. And there was a man in this very house who had hauled rope on the London docks for 30 years and knew every foreman from Wapping to Blackwall. The Healy girl had an aunt. Nora had heard her say it, fevered, 3 nights running, Liverpool, me aunt's in Liverpool, and an aunt was kin, and kin could be written to. One of the little ones was 4 and bonny, and had been asked after quietly by a clinic widow who'd buried her own and had milk going to waste. That was not a bed at St. Margaret's. That was a mother, and worth 10 of them. By the time Sean's father put his gray head round the study door to ask, was anyone in this house to be fed tonight, the 4 had become 7 on paper, and Nora Callahan had her sleeves shoved back and the cellar voice on and a pen going, and Caroline O'Connor was watching her across the desk with something that was not quite a smile and was a good deal warmer than approval. The door opened wider, and it was Sean. She had braced for the cold arithmetic. She had not, fool that she was, braced for him. He came in shirt sleeves rolled, a lamp in one hand, easy in the house he'd been a boy in. Collar open, dark hair shoved back, a smile already starting at the sight of her before he thought to stop it. The old, undefended gladness that had frightened her since the first gray morning in the cellar. And something turned over in her chest, and then lower, slow and warm and entirely unwelcome. And her eyes went, without her leave, to the open collar and the brown line of his throat and the easy set of his shoulders and the long, clever hands around the lamp. And her stomach dropped clean out of her as though she'd missed a stare in the dark. She had never seen him in his own world. At the soiree he had been in armor, the same as she. Here he was only himself, at home, at ease, the lamplight warm along his jaw. And God forgive her, he was beautiful, and she had no business knowing it, and she dragged her eyes back to the page. Stop looking at him. She looked at the names instead. The names were the safest thing in the room. They're at 7. Work was the one ground she could meet him on and not fall through, so she kept to it, eyes on the page. Of 11. I want your father for the 2 big lads and your sister's pen for the Healy aunt. And don't either of you tell me it can't be more, for I'm not finished. Sean took one look at the desk, the crossed-out 4, the climbing list, the set of her jaw, and something moved over his face that she had no name for and did not trust herself to name. He did not cross and lay a hand on her shoulder. He did not tell her 7 was a wonder. He had learned that at a cost, in a corridor and a cellar. He set the lamp down, drew the second chair to the desk, not too near, the careful arm's length he'd kept between them since the rain. and reached for the list. "Then put me to work, nurse, and stop wasting a good pair of hands." Nora did not look up from the list. "You'd only get them in the wrong column. I set bones for a living. I can manage a column." He turned the page so he could read it, and his shoulder came near enough to hers that she felt the warmth come off him, and she did not move away, and she told herself that was only because the desk was small. "Who's the 4-year-old?" She tapped the name. "Going to a widow in Macklin Street. That one's done." "Then she's not on the list. She's a daughter. Strike her clean off and let the number say what's true." He drew a line through the name with a small flourish, as though he had won something, and it surprised a breath out of her that was very nearly a laugh, and the look he gave her sideways for it, quick, pleased, gone before he could trade on it, was worse for her than any flowers had ever been. They did it together. In the end, the three of them and Daniel called in from the hall, in the small firelit room, while beyond the door the rest of the house waited supper. 7 became 8 when Caroline spent the last and dearest of her debts without a flicker, and said she would have one more bed of Amelia by Sunday or know the reason. 8 became 9 when Daniel O'Connor, leaning in the doorway with his arms folded, said in his broad, unhurried Mayo that he'd a foreman owed him a turn, and a lad of 12 who wanted feeding into a trade was no trouble at all, no trouble in the world. And what was the boy's name? 9 of 11. Nora wrote it and could not for a moment make her hand do the next part, because there were 2 it would not reach. The Doyle infant, who was sickly past what any house would take, and would go where the sickly went, and they all knew it, and none of them said it. And the thin, grave boy of 7, who had nursed his own mother to her death, and come out the far side of it with the fever still in him, and something worse than fever gone quiet behind his eyes. She knew that quiet to the bone. She had worn it herself on a deck in the Irish Sea. It was what was left once a child set the wanting to live down and did not pick it back up. No orphanage took the dying. She had fought the whole evening up from 4, and she had got 9 souls a roof. And these 2 her hands could not lift however she tried, because the thing that ailed them was not a number and could not be argued with a foreman or a pen. She would carry the boy's face the rest of her life, in the place where she kept such things. But she had not had to choose him. The fever had. There was a mercy in that so thin you could see daylight through it, and she took it anyway, because she had learned to live on mercies thinner than that. 2, her voice came out low. I couldn't reach 2. And Sean, God keep him, did not tell her 9 was a victory, though it was. He set his free hand flat on the desk near hers, not touching, only near, only there. Then we sit with the 2. That's not nothing either. Somebody ought to, and it'll be us. It was the kindest thing anyone had done for her in years, and the most dangerous, and she could no longer tell the 2 of them apart. Nora reached for her cloak the moment the last name was down, because that was the shape of the evening as she'd understood it. The work, and then the door. Leave the cloak, Miss Callahan. Caroline did not so much as look up from banking the fire. You've had nothing since noon, I'd wager, and there's a goose 3 rooms off going cold that my cook will grieve over the rest of her natural life if it's let spoil. The work's done. The living still want feeding. I'd not impose on the house. It is no imposition to sit to a dinner you earned twice before the soup. Now she did turn, and the green eyes had the steadiness Nora had already learned the cost of arguing. You'll eat at my table tonight. Tomorrow you may go back to being too proud to be thanked. I'll not stop you. You've a gift for it. But tonight you are too tired to be proud, and I am too old to let good food and a good woman both go to waste in one evening. Daniel. This to the doorway. Take her in. And so Nora Callahan, who had no earthly business at it, found herself handed in to the long table among the O'Connors, 9 names safe in her pocket, and 2 a quiet weight beneath them. And there was Daniel. He sat at the head of his own table like a man who'd hauled himself to it rope over rope and meant to enjoy the view. Big and weathered and going gray, a white scar at his temple and another laid across one cheekbone. A Mayo voice that 30 years of England had never once persuaded to behave. He was, Nora discovered before the soup was cleared, a catastrophe of a storyteller, and entirely undeterred by it. "Now this," he announced, filling her glass before she could cover it, "is the night herself decided she'd have me. Whatever her father, the Earl, thought of it, we'd come out of the opera." He slept through the opera. I rested my eyes through the opera. A man rests the better for knowing his company's enjoying herself, and there was no carriage to be respectable in, so out the side door we went, into Covent Garden in the pouring wet, the pair of us grand as you please in our finery, and I bought the lady a pie off Sally's stall for a halfpenny. Tuppence. Caroline did not look up from her plate. "And you'd no notion how to eat one standing. You wore it home on your good coat and told my father a gull had done it." "It was a very large gull." Nora laughed before she could stop it. A real one, startled out of her, and Daniel turned on her, delighted to the bones of him to have found fresh blood at his own table. "There, the nurse believes in the gull. A sensible woman at last." "I believe in the coat." It was out of her before she weighed it. "I've scrubbed worse than gull off finer men, and not one of them had the wit to blame a bird." It got the whole table. Daniel's bark of a laugh, Caroline's mouth going soft at the corner, and beside her Sean turning to look at her as though she'd done something remarkable. And Nora, with the wine warm in her and the fire going in Sean's knee a careless hand's breadth from her own beneath the cloth, felt the thing happen that she had spent 2 years making certain never happened. She fit. The table had a Nora-shaped place in it, and she had slipped into it without once noticing the trap, and for the length of that laugh it was the easiest thing in the world to be alive. "There was a fiddler under the colonnade," Daniel went on, gentler, "and the rain coming down, and Lady Caroline Whitmore, that every drawing-room in London was keeping for a duke, ate a tuppenny pie in the wet and danced to a street fiddle in her opera slippers. And I knew it then for a fact, that she was a great deal too good for the lot of them, and exactly good enough for me. He got the scar the same night." Caroline touched her own cheek, the mirror of his. "A man came for my reticule with a knife. Daniel put himself between and bled all down the coat he'd already ruined, and proposed to me with his face still running red, which I have never once let him forget. And she said no. I said not like this." Caroline's eyes rested steady on her husband. "There is a difference, and you were a slow study at it." Beside her, Sean leaned in under the talk, his voice for her alone. "Sally's is still there. Same stall, same gull." The corner of his mouth went. "How do you think I knew where to find you the best mince pie in the city?" And the floor went clean out from under her. Because she had eaten that pie, in the cold, off Sally's stall, the steam going up between her two hands, and this man beside her, watching her eat it, as though he'd bought her the crown jewels. She had not known standing there that he'd brought her to the very spot his father once brought his mother, that she had been set down inside the legend itself, eating the same ha'penny pie in the same rain, on the long, slow road that ended at a table exactly like this one. He had never courted her with the lilies and the cloak at all. He had courted her with this, with Sally's and the gull and his whole family's proof that the impossible thing could be had. What if? It lasted one breath, and it undid her where the choosing had not, because the choosing had only asked her to be cruel, and cruelty she could do in her sleep. The what if asked her to hope, and hope was the one indulgence a woman carrying what Nora carried could not afford to pick up. The day Sean learned the true price of her fare, the name she'd never said, the small grave that was the whole sea, this warm table would go to ash. She knew it, the way she knew the smell of fever before the door was open. So she set down her fork. She folded the what if small and put it away where she kept the gray stone and the blue china and all the rest of what she could look at and never touch, and finished the pudding with her face arranged and her hands steady. If anyone at that table saw her do it, it was Caroline. She missed nothing. She had married her own impossible thing, and she knew that look from the inside of it. She only refilled Nora's glass and held her tongue and let her be. She left with the 9 names in her pocket, and Sean saw her down to the cab his mother had called, because she was past the strength to argue him out of it. On the step in the cold he stopped and looked at her, and she could read him like a chart by now. could see the thing rising in him, the thing in the low voice, the thing she had forbidden him on the river stairs and every day since. Don't. It came out without force, which frightened her worse than fury would have. Sean, I have got 9 children a roof tonight, and sat at your father's table, and let myself want a thing I've no right on this earth to want. I have not got it in me to say no to you as well. So be kind, of all the nights to be kind. Don't make me. And he didn't. He shut his mouth on whatever it was. She would wonder, all the long way home, what it had been, and handed her up into the cab and stepped back into the lamplight. As the door came to, he gave her the thing he had in place of the other, very quiet. 9 of 11, Nora. You walked in here and somebody handed you 4. Remember that part too. And the last thing she saw as the cab pulled away was Sean O'Connor standing alone outside the warm house where the impossible thing had happened and held, watching her go, and not following because she had asked him not to. She rode home through the dark with 9 saved and 2 grieved and 1 traitorous what if, and she did not weep because she had not wept since the sea. But of all the long nights she had spent not weeping, it was the one that came the nearest. Chapter 16. The first one came in wrong, and Nora knew it was wrong before she had crossed the cellar to him, and the knowing turned her cold to the marrow. The winter was breaking at last. Not gone. Nothing was ever gone in St. Giles, the cold least of all. But the killing edge had come off it, and the typhus that had filled the cellar since the green sign first went up over the door was ebbing into the ordinary gray misery of a London spring. Sean had been right about the one thing she'd bet her whole self he'd be wrong about. He had stayed. He had stayed the entire hard winter, the winter she had sworn would wear through him and send him running back to the clean side of the city, and it had not, and he had not, and that was the thing she had never planned for and still did not know what to do with. He had stayed, and the cellar had become a real clinic, and they had become, she had no word for what they had become. A thing held in suspension, a thing that had sat one evening at his mother's table and felt the floor go clean out from under it and not spoken of that since either. A thing she guarded the gate against every single night, and every single night found the gate a little harder to hold. And now this. A water carrier, a strong man. A man she'd seen hail on Monday, carried in on a door on the Thursday gone to something she had prayed. For 2 years, she would never see again on this side of the water. It's not the fever. She was on her knees beside him already. The sunken eyes, the skin gone slack and cold and gray, and where she pinched it, it stood up in a ridge and stayed, the flesh gone to clay. The terrible flux, the rice water, the cramping that bowed his strong body like a green branch. And the color. Sean would not believe the color until he saw it, and then he would never forget it. The dusky, bruised, lightless blue creeping up from the fingertips, the blue she had watched come up the bodies of half a townland in the bad year before the fever, the blue that had a name the whole of England was afraid to say aloud. Sean, come here and look and tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong, and I'll kiss your boots. He came. He looked. She watched it cross his surgeon's face, the way it had crossed her own. The quick cataloguing, and then the thing beneath the cataloguing that no training in the world prepares a man for, and watched him land where she had landed. Cholera. The word dropped out of him like a stone down a well. Cholera. The word fell into the cellar, and the cellar seemed to hold its breath. It's come. They've been saying all summer it would come up the river, and it's come here to the standpipe, to our people, to the worst-packed, worst-watered square half-mile in all of London. She was already moving, already calculating, the grief shoved down where grief always went. It moves fast, Sean, faster than anything you've nursed. A man's well at breakfast and dead by dark. I've seen it take the morning's strong by the evening's bell. The fluid's the killer. It pours out of them till there's nothing left to pump. You have to get it back in faster than it runs out, and no one knows how. The doctors in Cork tried everything and buried the lot. Whatever Whitmore's miasma men tell you about bad air, don't you believe a word of it. It's not in the air. She looked up at him, fierce, certain, 2 years of buried knowledge surfacing all at once. I watched it walk a lane in Cork, Sean. House to house, down one side and up the other, and you know what every house on that lane shared? Not the air. The air was the same as the clean lane over the hill. The well. They all drew from the one well. It's in the water. I've known it 3 years, and no one would hear a woman say it. Sean had heard a man say it. That was the thing that made his blood run cold and then run hot, because she had arrived, alone, from sheer terrible observation in a dying townland, at the exact place a London physician named Snow had been arguing his way toward with maps and figures, and between her grief and his pumps there just might, be a weapon. The cellar became a cholera house overnight. There is no describing the days that followed, and Sean would never try. They ran together into one long blue-lit horror, the carrying in, the pouring of fluids that ran straight back out, the cramping bodies, the appalling speed of it, the well children dead before their mother's fever had broken. He and Nora worked past exhaustion into some country beyond it, past the 3 careful feet entirely now, because there was no room for carefulness in a cholera house, only 4 hands and a shared and total purpose, anticipating each other wordlessly, her judgment and his hands welded into a single instrument against a thing that killed faster than either could think. He stopped asking for the things he needed. She had them in his hand before the want had finished forming, the warmed saline, the dry lint, the next basin. Once, going after a vein in a child's arm with no candle to spare for it, he only opened his hand in the dark beside him, and her fingers laid the lancet into it, haft first, exactly right, neither of them turning ahead. They had stopped being 2 people, minding a careful distance. They had become the one thing the work needed, and the distance was the first thing the cholera took. They lost more than they saved. Everyone lost more than they saved, that spring in St. Giles. But they lost fewer than the parish, fewer than the workhouse, fewer by far than they had any right to, because of the one thing they did that no one else in London was doing, the thing Nora made him do on the second day, fierce, gripping his arm with a strength that bruised. The water. Stop the people drinking off the standpipe. Boil everything, every drop, broth and tea, and the water you wash a wound with. Boil it first. I can't prove it, Sean. I'll never prove it. But I watched the lane in Cork, and the houses that drew from the rain but lived, and the houses that drew from the well died. And if I'm wrong, we've lost nothing but firewood. And if I'm right, if you're right, we've found the murderer. He heard the echo of it as it left him and turned, because there was a man hovering at the foot of the cellar stairs who had said those exact words to Nora across a Mayfair drawing room not so long before. Jonathan Lockhart had brought a map. He unrolled it on the one clean table, his hands shaking with the eagerness of having found at last someone who would listen. A map of St. Giles, the courts and lanes inked fine, and on it, in red, a scatter of small, precise crosses that Nora understood with a lurch were the dead. I've been marking them. John's finger was already on the paper. Every case Sean sends word of, every one the parish clerk records, I've put it on the map the day it falls. Look, look. His ink-stained finger traced the red crosses, and they were not scattered at all. She saw it as he drew it. They clustered. They bloomed. They crowded thick as flies around one fixed point and thin to nothing the further you went from it. There, that's your standpipe. The Lamb's Court pipe on the Vauxhall Company's main, drawn. I've had it confirmed. I went down to the works and made a thorough nuisance of myself, drawn from the river below the great sewer outfall. And here, his finger jumped 2 streets. Here's the Bedfordbury pipe on a different company, drawn from above the outfall, clean. And do you see? Do you see the crosses? Thick as a churchyard round the one, hardly a cross round the other. And the same people, the same courts, the same foul air, the same everything but the water they happen to drink. It's not the air, O'Connor. The air doesn't keep to a parish boundary. The water main does. He looked up, his anxious, clever face alight with the terrible joy of a man watching a truth assemble itself. Miss Callahan said it a year ago in your mother's drawing room. The water has an owner. I have spent a year proving she was right, and I can prove it. I can prove it on this map to anyone with eyes. And not one man at the Board of Health will look at it, because if the water has an owner, then someone is liable, And it is so very much more comfortable to blame the air, which belongs to no one and can be sued by no one and requires nothing of anyone but a pomander and a clear conscience. Nora stood over the map and looked at the red crosses blooming around the Lamb's Court pipe, the pipe her own people queued at 4 in the cold morning. The pipe she had drunk from herself 100 mornings with her own 2 hands, and something came up in her that she had not felt in 3 years and had no good name for. The grief was in it, and the rage was in it, but underneath both, surfacing slow, was a thing she had drowned on a dying Cork lane and never once let up for air. She had been right. She had known it in her bones with a townland going into the ground around her, and not a soul on God's earth would hear a woman say it. And here was her bone knowledge, drawn in red on good paper, made into a thing a man could carry into a room full of lords and call true. 3 years. It came soft, almost to the map itself. 3 years I've known, and a woman knowing is worth nothing. A woman knowing is a hysteric with notions, and you've drawn it in red, and now it's science. There was no bitterness in it, or not only bitterness, there was something nearer to awe. God forgive me, Mr. Lockhart, but I could kiss you. Oh, John Lockhart went scarlet to the roots of his hair. I don't think, Sean, would you? He'd rather you kissed the map. Sean said it from across the table, without quite getting the thing off his face in time. And Nora laughed, the basin laugh, in the middle of a cholera house, with the blue dead on the floor behind them. Because laughing was how her people had buried 1 million and stayed on their feet, and because for one moment the truth had won, and the winning had to go somewhere. And then her laugh stopped, because Tommy was at the cellar door, and Tommy's face was wrong, and behind him in the dark of the court an old woman was bent double over the gutter with the unmistakable rice-water flux pouring out of her. And the old woman was Tommy's grandma, the last living soul the boy belonged to in all the world. Nora looked from the boy to the dying woman and back to the boy, and the thing she never let happen began, at the very edge of her to happen. The wall cracked, just for a moment, just at the edge. She put it back, the way she always put it back. She was across the cellar and down on her knees in the filth of the gutter, with her hands on the old woman before the crack could widen, because the work never kept. The work had never once kept for anything she felt. And behind her, she heard Sean take up John's red-inked map, and she did not have to turn to know he had understood the thing she had understood, that the horror in the standpipe had come up out of the water and walked straight into the one family in all of London she could not afford to lose. The water had an owner, but the grief, as ever, belonged to the people who drank. Chapter 17. You will wear the good coat. His mother twitched the lapel straight with the air of a woman arming a soldier she fully expected to disobey her. And you will not roll the sleeves, and you will not begin with the dying. Englishmen of property cannot bear to begin with the dying. It makes them feel accused, and an accused man closes his purse and his ears together. You will begin with the map. His mother had a way of arranging a battle that put Sean in mind of a general moving regiments. And the battlefield this morning was a paneled committee room off Parliament Street, where the Health of Towns Association met to be earnest at one another over the new Public Health Act and what, if anything, ought to be done with it. She had got him a hearing. He did not ask how. His mother got people hearings the way other women got the better cuts at the butcher, by a combination of charm, connection, and the unspoken understanding that it would be far more comfortable for everyone to say yes. They are mostly good men, she went on, settling his collar with the brisk, impersonal tenderness she'd used on him since he was 6, which is more dangerous than if they were bad, because a good man believes he has already done the thinking and resents being asked to do it again. Half of them want reform. A quarter want it provided it costs them nothing and disturbs no rents. And a quarter, her green eyes cooled, a quarter own the very ground that's killing your people and draw the rents that make the courts what they are, and have come this morning to ensure that whatever is resolved, it is resolved a very great distance from their own freeholds. You will not persuade that quarter. Do not waste your fire on them. You will speak past them to the wavering middle, and you will give the middle a thing they can vote for without feeling they have been scolded into it. Englishmen will do a great deal of good, Sean, so long as they are permitted to feel it was their own idea. You'd have made a terrifying surgeon. I'd have made a terrifying anything. I married your father instead, which terrified the whole of 2 countries, and I have never regretted it for an hour. She stepped back and looked at him, and something moved under the command. You've changed. This year, you stand differently. You used to stand like a man bracing for a blow he felt he deserved. You stand now like a man with something to protect. A pause, delicate as a lancet. The nurse. Mother? I shan't ask. I am merely observing, as I observe everything. It's a great burden. She turned him toward the door. Go and move the room. And Sean, when you've moved it, the credit is to be Mr. Lockhart's for the map and the associations for the wisdom of acting upon it. Never your own and never hers. A truth survives in this country only by letting the powerful believe they thought of it. Remember that, and you'll save more lives with one morning's vanity surrendered than with 10 years in a cellar. He had expected to be afraid, and he was not. That was the thing that struck him. Rising to his feet in the paneled room under the cool assessing eyes of 40 men of property, that the fear he'd have felt a year ago simply was not there. A year ago he would have stood up a supplicant, an Irish surgeon come cap in hand, braced for the blow. He stood up now as something else, and it took him a moment, mid-sentence, to understand what. He stood up as a man delivering a true diagnosis to a patient who did not want to hear it, which was a thing he did every day, which was a thing he was good at, and the room was only a larger and better-dressed version of every frightened soul he'd ever had to tell the truth. So he told them the truth. He did not begin with the dying. He began with the map, John's map, unrolled across the long table, the red crosses blooming around the Lamb's Court pipe. And he watched the men of property lean in, because a map was safe, a map was science, a map did not accuse anyone of anything. He traced the crosses the way John had traced them for him. He set the clean pipe beside the foul one. He let the pattern make the argument so that he did not have to, and he watched the wavering middle of the room arrive, one comfortable face at a time, at the conclusion that had been drawn for them, that it was the water, that the water had an owner, that a thing with an owner could be mended, and that mending it would cost less than another summer of this with the disease creeping as it had begun to creep westward, toward Bloomsbury, toward Mayfair, toward them. I'll be plain with the committee on the one point that signifies. He felt Nora in the words though she was 3 miles away in a cellar, felt her the way you feel a hand at your back. Gentlemen, you have been told for 30 years that the poor sicken because they are poor, because of some failing bred into them, some want of thrift or cleanliness or moral fiber, a thing in them that no act of Parliament can reach. I have spent a year on my knees in St. Bray. Giles and I will tell you it is the most expensive lie in England, because it is the lie that lets you do nothing. There is nothing in the blood. There is a pipe drawing foul water from below a sewer, and a company that owns it, and a vestry that licenses it, and 4 families in a room because a landlord found he could let a room 4 times over. Every one of those things has a name and an owner and a remedy. The cholera is not a judgment upon the Irish. It is a judgment upon the plumbing. And the comfort of it, gentlemen, the great mercy of it, is that a judgment upon the plumbing is a thing you can actually fix this session with this act for a sum I have here costed, while a judgment upon the blood leaves you nothing to do but hold a pomander and wait your turn. For the disease does not read the parish boundary. It is in Bedfordbury this week. It will be in Bloomsbury by Lady Day. The water that has an owner will, in the end, come for the owner. The room was silent, and then an old man near the head of the table, one of the wavering middle, a man his mother had marked for him with a glance on the way in, said, gruffly into the silence, "The young man's map is sound. I've a mind we ought to act on it." And Sean understood that he had won, because the old man said the young man's map and not the truth, said we ought to act and not the Irishman is right, took the conclusion up in his own hands and made it the committee's own. exactly as his mother had said he would. They voted a provisional order before noon, an emergency survey of the St. Giles supply, the Lamb's Court pipe to be capped pending it, clean water carted in under the new act at the parish's charge. It was not everything. It was not near everything. But it was the standpipe stopped. And the standpipe stopped was lives. And Sean walked out of the paneled room into the gray Westminster noon with the order in his pocket and felt a thing he had not felt in the whole of his striving life. He felt that he had done a piece of good that would last. Not a wound dressed that would reopen, not a fever nursed that would return, but a thing changed at the root, a pipe capped, a truth lodged in the machinery of the state where it would go on working after he had gone home. He had spent 28 years doing, frantically, to outrun a debt. He had just built something, and the building had not felt like running at all. It had felt like the workshop in Manchester, Samuel's hand over the boys on the plane. You don't fight the grain, you find which way it wants to go. He had found which way the room wanted to go and gone with it, and a pipe was capped. And the first clear thought he had, standing in Parliament Street with the victory in his pocket, before his mother, before John, before any of it, was, I want to tell Nora, not as a colleague, not to report a clinical result. He wanted to tell her the way Samuel must want to tell Rose things. The way a man wants to bring the day home and lay it down in front of the one person who's seeing it makes it real. I stood up in a room full of lords and I moved them, and I could only do it because you taught me to stop apologizing for our people and start indicting the water. And the thing I built today is half yours, more than half. It's yours with my hands on it. And I don't want to keep building things and bringing them home to no one, Nora. I want to bring them home to you. He stood in the street and let the size of the thought settle over him. He was not running. He had stood still in a paneled room and built a thing that would outlast him. And he was not running, and the quiet had not devoured him. And the only hunger left in him, the great bottomless hunger that had driven him from a green door in Manchester to a cellar in St. Giles, the hunger to be needed past all bearing, had narrowed, finally, completely, to a single point. He did not want to be needed by everyone. He wanted to be needed by her, to be the one she let watch the door, to bring her a capped pipe and a slept-out night, and one day, God and the cholera willing, a reel danced badly to a street fiddle, the way his father had danced with his mother in the Covent Garden rain, every day for the rest of their lives. You're smiling. John Lockhart hurried up with the map rolled under his arm. In Parliament Street, people will think you mad. They'd not be wrong. Sean was already turning for St. Giles. Come, I've a thing to tell a nurse, and it won't keep, and for once in my life I'm not going to pretend it will. Chapter 18, Whitmore received him in the boardroom, which was itself a message. Not the cramped physician's office, but the long, polished table where the governors sat, the room where the institution spoke in its own voice. He had a decanter and 2 glasses, and the air he wore when he meant to be reasonable, which was the most dangerous mood he owned. Sit, Mr. O'Connor. You'll take a glass. You look as though you've not sat down in a week, which I dare say you haven't. He poured without waiting for an answer. I'll come to it directly, because we are both busy men, and the cholera does not keep office hours. You have an emergency order from the Health of Towns Committee, a capped pipe, carted water, a survey. Admirable. There is only the one difficulty, which you will have anticipated being a clever man. He set the glass before Sean and did not sit. An order is a piece of paper. Carted water wants barrels, and men, and a place to store the medical stores against the looting that always attends a panic. The supplies your cellar will need to make that order worth the ink, the saline, the opiates, the very barrels, sit in this hospital's dispensary, under this hospital's lock, to which I hold the key. The committee can order the river dredged. It cannot make me open my own stores to an unsanctioned cellar in St. Giles. Only I can do that. And you will. Sean's eyes did not leave him. For a price. You've poured me a glass. Men don't pour a glass for a thing they mean to give freely. A thin smile. You understand commerce. Good. The price is small, and it is twofold, and you will find it almost reasonable, which is rather the horror of it." He folded his clean hands on the back of a chair. "First, there is to be a report to the governors and the parish on the origins of this outbreak. There is always a report. It is how institutions digest a catastrophe. I should like your name upon it. Your name, Mr. O'Connor, the Irish surgeon, the man of the cellar, the one man whom no one can accuse of prejudice against his own, affirming the established and comfortable view that the epidemic has propagated through the intemperate and insanitary habits of the Irish poor themselves. Their crowding, their filth, their drink. Not the water, not the company, not the rents." The gray eyes were steady. "It will spare everyone a great deal of expensive trouble, and from your pen it will be believed, and it will close the matter." "And the second part?" "The second part is a smaller economy still, the nurse." Whitmore's voice did not change at all, which was how Sean knew to be afraid. "Callahan, she has been keeping unsanctioned hours in your cellar against the express order of the governors. I have had her watched, you understand. It is my duty to the institution. And she has, I am reliably given to believe, a history, of a kind that the governors, were it laid before them, could not possibly overlook in a woman employed about the sick and the female and the young." He let that sit. "I do not yet have the particulars. I will have them within the month. These things are only a matter of patience and the right parish clerk. But you could spare us all the unpleasantness. Affirm the report. Withdraw your patronage of her. Let her be quietly dismissed. No scandal, a simple discharge for irregular conduct, and the dispensary opens to your cellar tonight, and the carted water flows tomorrow, and a great many of your people live who would otherwise die. Weigh it, Mr. O'Connor. You are forever weighing lives. Here is a clean sum. One nurse's place against 100 souls of your own blood. I should think a man of your convictions would not even hesitate." The room was very quiet. The decanter caught the gray light, and Sean understood, with the cold, clean clarity he kept for the things that mattered, that this was the cleverest trap a clever man had ever laid for him. Because Whitmore had found, without knowing it, the exact arithmetic that had governed Sean's whole life. 100 lives against one. You are forever weighing lives. A year ago, 6 months ago, the sum might have done its work. He might have told himself that Nora was strong, that she would land on her feet, that 100 of his people outweighed one nurse's place, that this was precisely the kind of terrible necessary trade a serious man made. He might have sacrificed her for her own people and called it the hardest and the most selfless thing he had ever done, and never once seen that it was the most cowardly. He saw it now. He saw all of it. "No, you misunderstand I understand it entirely. You've offered me 100 lives for one, and you've judged me a man who'd take it. And a year ago, you'd have judged right, and I'll thank you for showing me exactly the man I used to be." Sean stood. He left the glass untouched. "Here is what you've not reckoned, Doctor. The report is a lie, and I'll not put my name to a lie that kills my own people slower than the cholera does, that teaches England, in my own Irish hand, to go on blaming the blood and sparing the pipe, so that next year and the year after it can do the whole thing again. You want my name precisely because it would make the lie immortal. That is the one thing in this hospital I will never sell you. And as for Nora Callahan," his voice did not rise, it went lower and harder and entirely certain, "there is no history of hers, real or invented, that I will trade for a key. If you dismiss her, you do it on your own account, and you carry it on your own soul. And I will spend my mother's every connection and my own last breath seeing that the manner of it is known. Open your stores, or keep them. I'll get my saline off the Quakers, and my barrels off the brewers, and my water off the rain if I must, and I'll bury fewer than you, Doctor, because I'll be telling them the truth about the pipe while you're still composing your report about the drink." He was at the door before Whitmore spoke, and the clean voice had lost, for the first time, a fraction of its serenity. "You're a sentimental man, Mr. O'Connor. Sentiment is a luxury. I had hoped the year had cured you of it." "It cured me of a great deal." His hand was already on the door. "Not that. Never that." And he went out and left the decanter and did not look back and did not run. But he knew, walking the cold corridor with his heart slamming, and the order suddenly worth so much less than it had been worth an hour ago that he had not closed the trap. He had only refused it. Whitmore would have his particulars within the month. The clean gray man would dig up whatever it was that Nora had buried, the thing at the bottom of the little ones and the boat, and he would lay it before the governors, and Sean could not stop him. And the worst of it, the thing that turned Sean's blood to water, was that he did not even know what the secret was, only that it was large enough to destroy her, and that the man hunting it would not stop. He had to warn her. He had to get to her before the parish clerk did. He went out into the cholera dark streets to find her. She was scrubbing a basin past midnight. The patients quiet at last, Mary gone home, the boy asleep. See, the single lamp turned low, when she heard his step on the stairs and looked up and saw his face and knew before he said a word that something had broken open. He told her, all of it, in the low, flat voice she'd learned to dread across 100 deathbeds. The report he'd refused, the key, the 100 lives weighed against her place. And then, because he would not lie to her and could not spare her, the rest, that Whitmore was hunting her history, that he meant to have it within the month, that he did not know what it was and would not ask, but that it was coming, and he could not stop it. He said he was sorry past any word he owned that the small good thing he'd built that morning had turned into the blade at her throat. She listened. She did not break. She set down the basin and wrapped her arms about herself and stood very still in the low light. And when he had finished, she gave him only this, quietly. You refused him. 100 lives, for me. There was nothing to weigh. There was everything to weigh. You weigh lives, Sean. It's the whole of what you are. It's the thing eating you alive. And he handed you the exact sum that's governed you the whole of your life, and you, her voice cracked, you put me on the heavy side of the scale. Me, one Irish nurse with a buried thing she won't name, against 100 of your own. She was shaking, and it was not the cold. Why, Sean? Tell me why, and tell me true. No cleverness. I've not the strength tonight for the cleverness. And he crossed the cellar to her. Crossed the careful distance she had kept since the water stairs, the distance she had defended the whole long winter with everything she had, and took her face in his 2 surgeons' hands as gently as he handled anything that might break, and told her true. Because somewhere this year you stopped being a life I could weigh. His thumbs moved at her cheekbones. There's no scale with you on it, Nora. You're not on the scale. You're the hand that holds it. You're the reason the weighing means anything at all. I have spent my whole life adding up the suffering of strangers because I couldn't bear to be still long enough to want one single thing for myself. And then there was you, 3 feet away every night, and I wanted you so badly and so simply that the wanting frightened me worse than the quiet ever did. I don't want to save everyone anymore. God forgive me, I don't. I want to save you. I want to be the man who watches your door. And if that's the most selfish thing I've ever felt in my life, then I'm done being unselfish. Because being unselfish was only ever running with a holy face on it. And I'm tired, Nora. I'm tired of running. I want to stay. I want to stay with you. And the gate she had set against the whole world and held shut for 2 years, through the crossing and the hospital and every gray morning of this cellar, through the water stairs and the basket on her step and the pie he'd bought her in the cold off Sally's stall. The gate she had guarded with the last of herself, because she knew to the bone what it cost a woman like her to want a thing, swung open under his 2 warm hands, all at once, and she let it. God help her, she let it. She reached up and took the front of his coat in both fists, the way she had on the water stairs, but this time she did not pull away after. This time she pulled him in. Then stay. The words came against his mouth. God help me. Stay. The lamp burned low. The cellar, for once, held no one who needed them. And the last of the distance, the careful, professional, winter-long space that neither blood nor class but only her own fear had kept between them, closed, and she let it close. His hands were in her hair, drawing the pins, learning the loosed weight of it. His mouth found the line of her jaw and the cold hollow beneath her ear, and the warmth went down through her like the first fire after a killing frost. into places 2 years of carbolic and cold water had taught her not to feel. Her own hands were at the buttons of his coat, clumsy, shaking with all the times she had not let herself, and she did not care that they shook. She had survived by needing nothing. She had made a fortress of it, brick on brick, the whole bad year. And here now, with his name in her mouth and his heart going hard beneath her palm, she let the fortress go and learned the terrible luxury of need, of being, for one night, a woman who wanted and was wanted and reached. He breathed her name like the only prayer he knew. She pulled him down to the made bed in the small back room, and the dark drew its quiet curtain, the way a hand turns down a lamp, and left them to the one mercy neither had let themselves take in all the long, bad year, the mercy of not being, for one night, alone. Afterward, in the deep middle of the night, in the narrow dark, her cheek over the slow drum of his heart and his arm beneath her head, she did not sleep, and neither did he, and for once the not sleeping was not a watch kept against the dark, but only the two of them unwilling to lose a single hour of it to sleep. It changes nothing about Whitmore. Her voice was soft against his chest. You know that. He'll still dig. He'll still find it. I know. And when he finds it, when you know what I am... Nora. He turned her face up to his in the dark. There is nothing buried in you that will make me let go. I don't know what it is, and I'll not ask, and you'll tell me when you can or never, as you choose. But I've made my one decision, the only one that signifies, and I made it tonight in a boardroom, and again just now with you in my arms, and it's the same decision both times, and it's done. His thumb moved along her jaw. I stay, whatever's in the ground. Whatever he digs up, I stay. And she pressed her face into his chest so he would not see what his words did to her, and held on, and did not tell him, could not tell him, even now, even here, that the thing in the ground was a child, that the worst of it was not what England would say if it knew. The worst of it was that she had begun, tonight in his arms, to be happy, and that happiness to a woman who had put her own baby into the sea felt exactly like the deepest betrayal she had ever done. Chapter 19. The grandmother died at the turn of the night, and she died well, which was the only mercy the cholera ever granted. Quick, past the worst of it, her hand in Nora's, and her cracked old voice, going from Irish to something past language, and the boy Tommy kneeling at the foot of the pallet with his old eyes dry and enormous, watching the last of his people leave him the way he had watched all the others, silent, useful to the end, holding the basin without being asked. Nora had nursed 500 deaths. She had taught her hands not to shake and her face not to move, and her grief to go down into the place where grief went and stay there. She did all of that now, automatically, the way you breathe. She closed the old woman's eyes. She drew the sheet. She turned to the child to say the things you say, the cellar Irish things. She's at peace now. A limb. She's with your mam and your da and the holy saints, and Tommy looked up at her. He did not weep. That was the thing that broke her. He did not weep, because he had learned, this 8-year-old somewhere on a road in Mayo or a deck in the Irish Sea, the same lesson she had learned, that weeping was a luxury, that grief was weight, that the way you survived was to make yourself useful and small and quiet and needed, so that whoever was left might keep you. He looked up at her with his grandmother not yet cold between them, and he did not ask her to hold him, because he had learned not to ask. He only looked at her with the whole of his orphaned heart in his silent face, and the look said the thing no 8-year-old should ever have learned to say without words. There's no one now. Will you keep me? I'll be good. I'll be useful. I'll fold the bandages and carry the water, and I won't cry, and I won't be any trouble at all. Only please, please, don't let me be no one's. And Nora Callahan, who had held 500 deaths and her own face and her own grief and the gate against the whole of the world for 2 years, felt the wall come down. Not crack. Come down. All of it, all at once. The whole carefully built rampart of 2 years giving way like a seawall in a spring tide, because the boy was 8, the exact age, the age her own would have been had the crossing been kinder, because the look on his face was the look she imagined 1,000 nights. The will you keep me, she had never been given the chance to answer. because she had buried her child in the sea and could not say its name. And here was a living child, with his grandmother's hands still warm looking up at her with that same unbearable need. And the two of them, the dead one and the living one, the one she'd failed and the one she might not, collided in her chest with a force that drove the breath clean out of her. She made a sound she had never made in front of another living soul. And she ran. She did not decide to run. Her body decided. The same body that always knew the way out, the survivor's body that had got her onto the one boat with the one fare. It took her up the cellar steps and out into the black, freezing court and through the lanes she could have walked blind, away from the boy, away from the dead woman, away from the look, because if she stayed one more second, she would shatter into pieces too small to gather, and a woman who shattered could not work. And the work was the only thing holding the world on its hinges. She did not know where she was going until she was there. The chapel. Father Dolan's poor, mean chapel on the Soho side. A converted room with a tin roof and 40 wooden chairs and a sanctuary lamp burning red in the dark. The one Catholic place in this Protestant city where she had let herself go exactly once, 2 years ago, on the night she arrived, to say the one confession she had never repeated and never would. She got as far as the back row before her legs gave out. She sat down hard in the dark, with the red lamp burning at the far end, and her own breath tearing out of her in great silent heaves, dry, worse than weeping, the grief of 2 years trying to come up through a throat she'd taught to hold it down. And she pressed both hands flat over her mouth and rocked and made no sound, because even now, even alone, even broken, she could not let it out, because letting it out was the one thing she had sworn on the deck of the coffin ship she would never, ever do. You'll do yourself an injury, holding it like that. She had not heard him come. Father Dolan lowered himself into the chair beside her with a wince for his knees and a grunt for his age, and he did not touch her, and he did not pray at her, and he did not tell her to hush. He only sat, in the dark, beside her, the way Sean had sat in her bare room, asking nothing, and after a long while, when the worst of the dry heaving had passed and left her hollow and shaking, he spoke quietly to the red lamp, not to her. Old Mrs. Walsh went then. I felt it. You get so you can feel them go after 50 years. The parish gets one soul lighter, and you feel the lift of it like a boat when the car goes off. He folded his hands. And the boy's no one's now. And you looked at him, and he looked at you, and a thing you've kept in the ground a long time put its head up. I'd not need to be a priest to read that much. I'd only need eyes. Don't. It came out of her cracked and raw. Father, I can't. Don't make me. I'll make you do nothing. I'm 63 and I've given up making anyone do anything. It's a young priest's game and it never works. He was quiet a moment. The lamp burned. But I'll say one thing to you, Nora Callahan, and you'll forgive an old man saying it, for I've earned the right by the years, if by nothing else, and because I'm the one soul in London who heard your confession the night you came, and so I'm the one soul in London who knows what you're carrying, and I've carried the knowing 2 years and never breathed it and never will. That's between you and me and the God who's listening. He turned and looked at her at last, and his old, irreverent face was gentle past bearing. You've made yourself the only person in this whole grieving city who isn't allowed to grieve. Did you know that? The whole of St. Giles weeps and keens and waves its dead off with whiskey and song, the whole bad year of it, and you go among them dry-eyed and hard, and you nurse the lot, and you never once let yourself be one of them, because you decided it on a boat, I'd wager, and you've never unmade the decision that your grief is the one grief in the world that hasn't the right to come out, that it's a sin, that you're a sin, that surviving was the crime and the child paying for it was the sentence. Nora made the sound again, the terrible dry sound, and pressed her hands harder to her mouth. It wasn't a sin. Father Dolan's voice was very low and very sure. I'll tell you that as a priest, and I'll tell you it's not my opinion. It's the whole of the thing I've given my life to, the one true word I have to give anyone. It wasn't a sin. You loved a man and you made a child, and the child was a grace, Nora, not a punishment. A grace, in the worst year God ever sent Ireland. a small, warm grace you carried across an ocean, and the sea took it the way the sea took 100,000 others that no one ever called sinners. And you lived, and living wasn't a theft. You didn't steal the child's breath to fill your own. You don't carry your survival like stolen goods. It's not how it works. It was never how it works. His voice gentled further still. God doesn't keep the ledger you keep, child. I've told that to your surgeon's whole tribe of guilt-eaten penitents, and I'll tell it to you. The books you're trying to balance were never opened. There's no debt. There was only a love and a loss and a long, hard road, and a woman at the end of it who's so feared of her own grief she'd sooner break her body holding it in than let one tear fall in front of God or man. If I let it out. It was barely a whisper, and it was the first true thing she'd said aloud in 2 years. I'll not get it back in. And I have to get it back in, Father. I have to, because in the morning there are 40 sick and a dead woman to bury, and a boy with no one and work. There's always the work. And a woman drowning in her own grief can't do the work. And the work is all I. The work is not all you are. It came flat, with the certainty of a man long past arguing the point. It's only all you've let yourself be. There's a man 2 streets from here would carry the grief with you if you let a man do something other than fetch you a cloak. I've watched him this year, your surgeon. Watched him learn, slow as a stone, the one thing you've to teach him, which is how to stay. And I've watched you teach it him without meaning to. And the whole time you've been teaching him to stay, you've never once let yourself believe a soul would stay for you. Well, he'd stay. He told you so, did he not? I'll not ask how I'd know. He told you he'd stay whatever you'd buried. So here's an old priest's penance for you, the only one I'll set. Stop carrying it alone. That's the sin, if you want one, Nora, not the surviving. The carrying it alone, when there's 2 hands offered, and a back broad enough, and a love that's already decided. He rose with another wince and laid one old hand briefly on her bowed head, a blessing or only a kindness she couldn't tell. Tell him, not for his sake, for the boy's, for your own, for the small soul in the sea that I promise you, is not waiting in any darkness to reproach you, but is held and warm and grieved for at last the moment you let yourself grieve. And he left her there in the back row, in the dark, with the red lamp burning, and the thing she had held for 2 years finally, slowly, terribly, beginning to come up, not all at once, not yet, but the first of it, the first true tears she had wept since the deck of the coffin ship, falling silent and hot into her chapped hands, while the sanctuary lamp burned its small, red, faithful watch over the one mourner in St. Giles who had never let herself mourn. She did not know how long she sat. When she rose at last, hollow and scoured, and strangely, frighteningly light, she knew 2 things she had not known going in. She knew she would keep the boy, and she knew that she would have to tell Sean. All of it, the child, the sea, the name. Because the priest was right, the carrying alone was the sin, and she had run out of the strength to commit it. She walked home through the dark to a cellar where a silent boy sat awake, waiting on the chance that someone might come back for him. Someone did. Chapter 20. Sean came down into the cellar in the small hours and stopped on the bottom step. The lamp was low, the ward sleeping. Nora sat in the one good chair, the chair Father Dolan always took, with the boy Tommy asleep against her. He had never seen her hold a child while it slept. He had seen her save 100 of them, fierce, quick, sure, but never simply hold one, the way she held this sleeping boy now, his thumb near his mouth, his old face gone young at last in the safety of her arms. There was a tenderness in her bent head she had never let him see on the ward, and it pulled at a thread he had been refusing to follow since the night in her bare room. And then he saw her other hand, not the one on the boy. The other rested low against her own body, under her apron, flat and unconscious, pressing, the gesture he'd watched her make a dozen times and told himself meant nothing. A nurse's stitch, an old hunger pang. He had told himself a great many things. He looked at it now, in the low lamplight, and the things he'd been telling himself stopped working. He had the pieces. He had had them a long time and would not lay them in a row. The young mothers she could not look at. The infants she saved and turned from, Fast, her jaw set, the little ones, and the held silence in the middle of it, where something enormous lived. The gray stone and the blue china on her windowsill, and beside them, kept like a relic, a child's wooden button he had seen once and looked away from and never asked about. The age that undid her, Tommy's age. The hand, always the hand, low, pressing, holding something in. He was a surgeon. He had read 1,000 bodies, and he could read this one. But reading was not knowing. He suspected it whole and terrible, the way you suspect a diagnosis. You've no right to say aloud until the patient gives you leave. And the suspecting was almost worse than the knowing, because if he had it right, she had carried it alone the whole long winter he'd been 3 feet away, falling in love with her, and never once seen. He did not say it. He did not cross the room and announce that he had solved her, the way the old Sean would have, the fixer, the namer of wounds. He had no right to her wound, and for once in his life he knew it. He came down the last step quietly, crossed the cellar, and lowered himself to the floor at her feet, his back against the leg of the chair, near her, not touching, the way he had sat in her bare room while she slept. And he did not ask her anything at all. He just stayed. She knew he'd guessed. He felt it go through her. The breath she drew, the long moment where she could have pinned it all back behind the wall one more time. He waited. He had got very good, this year, at waiting. The lamp burned. The boy slept on. And after a long while, in the dark, with the child she had decided to keep warm against her heart, Nora Callahan began, at last, to set down the thing she had carried alone across an ocean and 2 years, and every wall she owned. The babe's father, his name was Michael. Her voice was steady. That was the thing that broke him worst. That she did not weep, not at first. She said it the way she'd told him about Cork, flat and scoured, reading from the list of the dead, except that this name had never once been on her tongue in all the time he'd known her, and he understood that she was not reading it. She was giving it. To him. The most private syllable she owned. A neighbor's son. We grew up over the one wall, his family and mine, and there was an understanding, the way there is in a townland, that we'd marry when there was something to marry on. In the good years, that would have come soon. In the bad years, it was never, because the potatoes went and there was nothing, less than nothing. The agent at the door and the road full of the walking dead. She stroked the sleeping boy's hair, slow, unconscious. We didn't marry. There was no priest to be had, and no ring to be bought, and no future to promise on, and we were young and frightened and starving, and we wanted, once, twice. I'll not pretend it was the once. I'll not lie to you. I'm done lying to you. We wanted to be warm and alive in the middle of all that dying, and so we were, and I'll not call it a sin, though the whole of the world would. Father Dolan says it wasn't. I'm only this night beginning to believe him. A breath. And then the fever took Michael in the spring of 47, the way it took everyone quick, and he never knew. He died not knowing. I was 3 months gone, and I never told him because there was no telling left in either of us by then, only the dying. And I've thought since that it was a mercy he went not knowing. And I've thought since that it was the cruelest thing that ever happened, that he died and never knew there'd been a child, and I've never been able to decide which, and I've stopped trying. The lamp burned. Sean did not move. He had his hand near her ankle now, not holding, just near, so she would know he was there, the way you keep a hand near a frightened patient. I had the one fair. She did not look at him. I told you that part true. What I didn't tell you is that there were 2 of us it had to carry. Me and the babe, born on the road in the August, born small and early in a ditch outside Cork, with a woman I'd never met before or since holding my hand. Born living Sean. That's the thing. Born living and crying and perfect, a girl, and I called her. And here, finally, the steady voice cracked. Here at last, after 2 years, the wall did not hold. I called her after no one. I'll tell you why. Everyone names the babe for the dead, for the grandmother, the lost brother, the father gone in the fever. Everyone hangs a dead name round a living child's neck the day it's born, and I'd buried so many, Sean. I'd buried a whole world of names, and I looked at her in the ditch, alive, crying, the only living thing I had left in the world, and I thought, not you. You'll carry no one's death. You'll have a name that's only your own, a name with no grave on it." Her tears were falling now, silent, fast, onto the sleeping boy's hair. "I called her Source. It means freedom. Freedom. I named my starving, fatherless, ditch-born daughter Freedom in the worst year Ireland ever knew because she was mine and she was alive, and I would not hang the dead around her neck. Nora." It came out of him broken. "She didn't." Nora's hand pressed low, the old gesture, the gesture he finally understood, the hand reaching for a place that was empty. The crossing. The coffin ships, they called them, and they earned it. 5 weeks. The fever came aboard the second week, and it went through the hold like fire through stubble, and there was no surgeon, no clean water, no air, no anything but the dark and the sea and the dying. And she was so small, Sean. She'd come early. She'd never had the strength to spare. And she took the fever in the 4th week. And there was nothing. I had nothing. I'd have given my own blood out of my arms if it would have. And she died in my arms in the dark on the 4th week with the sea pitching under us. And I never even... The sound came up out of her then. The sound she'd swallowed for 2 years. Low and animal and terrible. They don't make graves on a coffin ship, Sean. They put them over the side. They put my Source over the side, into the Irish Sea in the dark. And I don't know where, I don't know the place. There's no stone, there's no spot on the earth I can stand and say, here is my daughter. There's only the whole gray sea, the whole of it. And I can't, for 2 years I've not been able to say her name out loud, because saying it made it true, made her real, made her gone. And a woman can't work if she... And I had to work. I had to live. I'd spent the last fare in the world on the 2 of us, and only the one of us came up the Thames. And what kind of... She was rocking now. The boy clutched to her, the tears pouring. What kind of mother spends the last fare in lives, Sean? What kind of mother comes up the river alive with her arms empty? It should have been. No. He was up, off the floor, and he had his arms around the both of them, the woman and the sleeping boy, gathering them in, and he was weeping too, openly, without shame, the careful Edinburgh surgeon undone entirely. "No, listen to me. Listen, you spent the fare on the 2 of you, and the sea took 1, and that is not a thing you did, Nora. It's a thing that was done to you. There's no kind of mother in it. There's only the worst thing in the world happening to a girl alone in the dark. And you carried her living out of a famine, and you held her while she died so she'd not die alone. You gave her warm arms and a true name, and you held her to the very last breath in the worst place on God's earth. That's not a mother who failed. That's the only kind of mother there is. That's all of it. That's the whole of what love can do when the world's ending, and it wasn't enough to save her because nothing was enough to save anyone that year. And that is not your sin to carry, Source." He said the name. He said it deliberately, into her hair, the name she could not say, taking the weight of it onto his own tongue so she would not bear it alone. "Source, your daughter, she was real, and she was loved, and she was here, and she is grieved for, Nora, by me now, too, this minute. I grieve her with you. I'll grieve her the rest of my life. You'll not carry her alone one more night. Do you hear me? Never again. I'm here. I stay. And she broke entirely against him, the wall down to the foundation at last, 2 years and an ocean of grief coming up in great tearing sobs into his chest, while he held her and the boy both and rocked them in the low lamplight, saying the name over and over so it would stop being a wound and start, slowly, to be only a sorrow. Source, a store. The hard nurse who would not be saved was gone, and the woman who had been behind the wall all along, a mother, bereaved past speech, was only now in his arms beginning to come up. The boy Tommy woke once, blinked at the 2 weeping grown people holding him, decided in his old wise way that he was safe, and went back to sleep. Chapter 21. Bridget Healy did not die. That was the thing Nora kept coming back to all the gray morning after, scrubbing it into her chapped hands with the rest of the night's work. Bridget Healy, who had come in blue at the fingers and limp as a wrung cloth, who by every law Nora knew should have gone over the side of the Thames by the dawn bell. Bridget Healy was asleep on the good pallet, with the color creeping back into her face, breathing, living, because a man had knelt at her side for 11 hours and would not let her go. Nora had watched him do it. She had passed him the warmed saline and the lint, and the next basin, and the one after that, and watched Sean O'Connor pour the woman full as fast as the cholera emptied her, hour on hour, long past the point where any sensible surgeon would have drawn the sheet and gone to the next bed. And somewhere in the worst dark of the night she had watched the tide turn under his two stubborn hands, the flux easing, the pulse coming up under his fingers like a thing surfacing. By 4 the danger had passed. By 6 Bridget had asked, in a thread of a voice, was there tea? He had saved her. It was the finest piece of nursing Nora had witnessed in 2 hard years on 2 sides of the Irish Sea, and he could not feel it at all. She knew the look. God help her, she had owned it. He sat now on an upturned crate against the cold brick, his shirt sleeves still shoved up, and his hands hanging loose between his knees, staring at nothing. Scraped down past exhaustion to the gray bedrock under it, the place where a body that has spent everything it owns finds there is no bottom to the spending. That there would be 40 more by nightfall. That you might pour yourself out into the whole grieving city, drop by drop, and the city would take it and want more and never once be full. Nora set the basin down. You saved her. He did not look up. There's a man in Lamb's Court I'll likely not save. A breath. I know them all by name now. That's the trouble with staying. You learn the names. She looked at him a moment longer. Then she untied her apron. Up! On your feet, doctor. We're going out. There are 40. There are 40, and Mary's here, and Agnes has come off her shift, and Father Dolan's worth 3 of either of us at a deathbed, and a deal more cheerful about it. They'll hold the cellar half a day. She lifted his coat off the hook and held it out, and when he only looked at it, she took him by the wrist, the small hard grip that had hauled grown men off the floor, and pulled. You taught me a thing this winter without once meaning to, and now I'll teach it back, and you'll not argue, for there's no argument left in you. I can see clean to the bottom of you, and it's empty. We're going out of the cellar, out of St. Giles, out of the whole stinking parish, and we're taking the boy. That reached him where nothing else had. Tommy has never in his life stood in a green field, and is 8 years old, and is owed 1. She got the coat onto him. There's a coach to Hampstead leaves the corner at 10, and I've the fare, and the work will keep. The work, it turns out, will keep. I had that wrong the first night. I had a great many things wrong. The boy went quiet the moment the city fell away behind them. Nora had braced for chatter. Tommy could talk the hind leg off a donkey once he trusted you, which had taken him until exactly the 3rd day. But the coach climbed up out of the smoke, and the gray terraces gave way to hedges and then to nothing, to fields, to a great rolling brownness under a sky scoured high and blue, and the boy pressed his face to the glass and said not one word. He had never been given the words a body needed for this. That's the heath. Nora nodded at the window. All of it, as far as you can see. Who owns it? It was the first thing out of him, because he was a child of the rookery, and everything in the rookery had an owner. No one, everyone. Beside her, she felt Sean go still and listening. It's common ground, a limb, the one place in all of London that belongs to whoever's standing on it. Tommy weighed this with the gravity he gave everything. Then it's ours, while we're here. And Nora heard Sean make a sound she had not heard from him in weeks, low, surprised, helpless, the front end of a laugh, and her own heart turned clean over in her chest. They came up out of the coach into air. That was the whole of it. That was the medicine. The cold came clean off the high ground, smelling of nothing but turned earth and far-off wood smoke. Frost still lay blue in the hollows the sun had not reached. London sprawled below in its own brown breath, 3 miles off and a whole world away, and there was not one sick soul on the bright hill, and not one thing that wanted doing, and the great cold emptiness of it came into Nora's lungs and pushed something loose that had been lodged there since the cellar. Tommy stood one moment at the lip of all that space, rocking on his heels, a cellar child at the edge of the whole sky. And then he ran. He ran the way Nora had forgotten children could run, arms out, head back, boots kicking up frost, running for the pure animal joy of having ground enough to do it on. He ran a great ragged circle and fell over and got up laughing and ran again. And Nora stood beside Sean and watched the orphan they had carried out of a dead woman's arms run himself drunk on open air and did not trust herself to speak. "I keep waiting." Sean's voice came low, his eyes on the boy. "To feel I've no right to this. I know. Bridget Healy near died in my hands 11 hours ago. There's a man in Lamb's Court." He stopped. "And here I stand on a hill in the sun, watching a child run, and a thing in me says it's a theft, that every minute of it is stolen off the ones who are dying. I know that thing. I've lived in its house." Nora kept her eyes on the boy. "I've a daughter in the sea, Sean, and 40 souls dying 3 miles down that hill, and that child in front of me lost the last of his people only days gone, and I stand here in the cold wanting to be happy, and the whole of what I was reared to says I've no right, that the wanting's a sin, that I'm a sin for it." She turned and looked up at him. "And it's a lie, the same lie that's eaten the two of us from the two opposite ends, your debt, my grief, your guilt, my shame. One lie in 2 coats, that a body's to bleed to be worth the breath in it, that a stolen hour of gladness on a hill is a theft from the dead. And it isn't. It isn't." She said it with the whole of her chest. "The dead don't want our misery. It does them no honor and us no good. My source doesn't want me face down in a cellar the rest of my life. Your Bridget Healy woke this morning and asked for tea." Something crossed her face that was nearly laughter. "They want us to live, Sean, to come up out of the water and breathe the air that was over our heads the whole time. And we'd only forgot to reach for it. I'll grieve my girl till the day I die, and I'll be glad as well, both at once, on a hill, with you and that wild boy, because a heart's big enough for the both. A wiser soul than me said so, and I've decided to believe him." Down the slope, Tommy had found a fallen branch and was conducting the wind with it, fierce and grand, the whole brown heath his orchestra. Sean watched him a long while. "I'd not know how to give him up now. The boy, if it came to it. Then we won't." It was the easiest sentence Nora had spoken in 2 years. "He's ours. He has been since the night his grandmother went. We've only to tell him, and he'll pretend he knew it all along, and he'll be right." Something came into his face then that she had seen him wear only once or twice, over a patient in the worst hour, when he decided to chance the bold thing against the safe one. He took her hand off his coat and folded it in both of his, over the splits the carbolic had left. "Nora?" "What are you saying, Sean O'Connor?" It was not quite a question. Her heart had set off doing a thing she did not dare trust. "I'm saying I'm keeping the boy." His thumb moved across her ruined knuckles. "And I'm saying I'm keeping you, if you'll have me, here on a hill with no ring and no one's leave and the whole of my heart in my 2 hands. Marry me, Nora Callahan. Let me be the one stands beside you, and you the one stands beside me, and the boy between us, and a life. I'm done weighing whether I've earned it. I only know I want it. I want you." And every wall she had raised, brick on brick across 2 years, the secret, the shame, the sea, the no right on this earth, stood up in her one last time and did not hold. Yes, it came out cracked and certain, the truest word she had spoken since the crossing. "God help the pair of us. Yes." And then he kissed her, there on the top of the cold, bright hill, with the boy conducting the sky below them, and the whole grieving city laid out small and far. He brought his free hand up to the cold curve of her cheek, and Nora went up to meet him, and he kissed her, slow and sure and grieving and glad both at once, the way she had just sworn a heart could be. It was nothing like the desperate clutch on the river stairs, 2 drowning souls grabbing in the dark. This was 2 people who had stopped running, standing still in the cold blue light, choosing, without a word, with the whole of themselves to live. When she drew back, Tommy was watching them from down the slope, his branch lowered, his head tipped, weighing the thing with his old solemn eyes. About time. He said it to the heath at large and went back to conducting the wind. And Nora Callahan laughed, out loud, into the clean, cold air, on common ground that belonged to whoever stood upon it, and for the length of that one bright day, with the man on one side of her and the boy on the other, the sea a long way off and the city further still, she was glad, simply glad, for the first time since the crossing, glad to be alive. Chapter 22. The letters went out on the Thursday, and Whitmore did not send one to her, which was the cruelty in it. He sent them everywhere else. One to the governors, copied to Matron, sober, regretful, immaculate, that it had come to his attention that the nurse Callahan, already employed in irregular defiance of the admissions order, was furthermore a woman of proven immoral antecedent. Here the Cork register, the entry, the child baptized to no married name, and that her continued employment about the female and infant wards could not, the governors would surely agree, be defended. And a softer, sorrowing second letter to the half-dozen respectable Irish families on the relief committee, the ones who held themselves a cut above the rookery, a letter that did not accuse so much as grieve, that lamented the discovery that the woman at the heart of the clinic, the woman the children loved, had concealed a shame and left them to reach the conclusion he was too delicate to write. Sean read his mother's copy of it in her morning room with his coffee going cold, and before he had set the cup down, he was already reaching for the way to fix it. He was on his feet before he had decided to stand. His mind was already moving the way it moved in every crisis, fast, cold, competent, laying out the field. Mother knew 3 of those governors. There was something on Hartley nobody spoke of. The bishop owed her from the orphanage years. There were letters to be written and favors to be called, and the whole great machine of her connection to be set running, today, this hour, before the dismissal was signed. There was a plan. There was always a plan. And the having of it lifted the helpless grief of the last hour clean off his chest, and his hand was on the bell to ring for the carriage before the small, cold voice caught up with him. You have not spoken to her. He stood with his hand on the bell. You found out they'd thrown her whole life into the street, the thing she crossed an ocean to keep, and the first thing you did was reach for your mother's machine to manage it over her head. You did not go to Nora. You did not ask her what she wanted. You are doing it again. The cloak, the flowers, the exact thing. You are loving her by managing her, and you have not so much as asked. He took his hand off the bell. It was the hardest thing he had ever not done. Every nerve in him screamed to move, to pour the helplessness into action the way he had poured it his whole life. And he made himself stand still in his mother's morning room and hear the thing the hill had taught him, and he had nearly unlearned inside the hour, that she had never once needed saving, that a woman who got herself across that sea did not want his mother's favors, that the single thing she had asked of him was a man who would stand at her shoulder and let her fight her own fight, not a rescuer who'd take it out of her hands because helpless was a thing he could not bear to be. Caroline came to the door with the letter still in her own hand, her face gone to flint. I know every one of those men. Give me the morning and I'll. No, it came out steadier than he felt. No, mother, not this time. And thank you. God, thank you. I know what it costs you to offer it and not be let, but no. I'll manage her ruin for her behind her back. I've done that to her before, without ever seeing it, and it near cost me everything. He took up his coat. I'm going to her, not to fix it, to stand in it, whatever she decides to do. Something moved under the flint, surprise, and then a thing prouder and far quieter. Well, she let him pass. Look at you. He found her in the cellar because the work stopped for ruin no more than it stopped for grief. She was changing a dressing on a docker's arm with her sleeves shoved up and her face arranged into the working blank he had not seen her wear in months, the armor, the no one home, and it cracked his heart to see it because he knew now what it cost her to put on. She did not look up. You'll have heard then? I've heard. Then you'll keep your distance, doctor. She tied off the dressing, neat and final. I'll not have you near me when this lands. You've a name and a mother and a place in the world. I'm a fallen woman with a dead child and a dismissal coming, and the one kind thing you can do is to have never known me. Go home. Let me go. I'll not take you down with me. And I will, Sean. That's the plain of it. The hour they hang this round my neck, it goes round yours, and I'd sooner drown alone than drown the pair of us. Her voice did not break. That was how he knew the size of her fear. So go, let me go. And Sean O'Connor, who would once have answered this with a plan, crossed the cellar, and took her gently by the shoulders and did not let her go. No, he held her gaze until she stopped trying to slide out from under it. I've come from my mother's, Nora. She offered me the whole machine, the governors, the bishop, the money, every connection she owns, to bury this for you. An hour ago, I'd have taken it at a dead run and called it love and never once seen what I was doing. I left it on the table, because you told me on a hill what you needed, and it was not to be saved, it was to be stood beside. His thumb moved at her shoulder. So here I am. No plan. I'm not going to find one. I'm going to stand in the open, in the daylight, beside the woman I mean to marry, and let the whole of London make of it what it will. And we'll fight it your way, on your own 2 feet, and if we go down side by side. That's the whole of the offer. I've nothing in my 2 hands but myself, and I'm done trying to love you with anything else. The working blank cracked clean across. You great fool. It came out a whisper. They'll cut you dead. Let them. He very nearly smiled. I'm a Mayo dockman's son in a gentleman's coat I never earned. I've been cut dead by better than the relief committee, and so has my father, and so has my mother, and it's something of a family tradition. We've all survived it, and rather enjoyed it in the end. He bent his head to hers. Tell me what you want to do, Nora. Not what you'll allow, what you want, and then we'll do it, together. What she wanted, it turned out, was not to hide. The governors met on the Monday to sign her dismissal and to vote whether the hospital would any longer lend its name to a cellar run by a fallen Irishwoman and the surgeon who would not give her up. Whitmore had arranged it beautifully. The register, the letters, the withdrawn subscriptions, the respectable family's distaste, the whole comfortable weight of the established view. He sat at the foot of the long table with his clean hands folded, regretful, certain, a man performing a sad duty. He had reckoned on her weeping or pleading or slipping quietly off the way the dismissed were meant to. He had not reckoned on Nora Callahan. She did not wait to be condemned. When the chairman began his regretful, spineless preamble, a regrettable necessity, certain facts regarding your history, she stepped into the place where the dismissed were made to stand, in her clean apron and her own plain name, and cut clean across him. Before you put me out, sir, you'll put me out for the truth, and not for Dr. Whitmore's careful dressing of it. Her voice rang in the paneled room, clear and unafraid, and Sean watched the governors startle, for the accused were not meant to sound like that. He's told you I'm a fallen woman who hid her shame. I'll tell you what I am, in my own words, and you may dismiss me on that, and not on his arrangement of it. Whitmore lifted a hand, smooth and sorrowful. There is really no need to distress. There's every need, for I find I'm done being distressed about it, and that's a freedom you cannot put me out of. She turned to the governors. I'm from Cork. I loved a man. We could not marry, no priest, no ring, no future in a famine, only the dying. And he went of the fever, not knowing I carried his child. I bore her alive on the road outside Cork, a daughter, and named her Soars, and spent the last fare in the world to carry the 2 of us across the sea. The fever took her on the crossing, in the dark, in my arms, and they put her over the side, for that is what is done on a coffin ship. I came up the Thames with my arms empty. She did not weep. She had wept already, in a chapel and in his arms, and had none left for this room. That is my shame, gentlemen, as the doctor has it. A starving girl loved a dying man and bore a child and lost it to the sea. If a grief is a disqualification and surviving a sin, then dismiss me, and God help the next poor woman who comes to you having lived, for she'll have learned from me to lie about it, and you'll have taught her and called it the protection of the innocent. The room was silent, and Sean at her shoulder did not say one word, because she needed not one word from him. She was magnificent, and she was doing it herself, and the whole of what was asked of him was to stand there and witness it, which was, he was learning, the whole of the job. Then the silence broke, and not Whitmore's way. Hear her. Agnes Ward had walked off her own ward to stand at the back with her cap crushed in her hands. She's the best diagnostician in this building, and half the doctors that never say it aloud know it too. Hear her. And the door opened, and Mary Flannery came in. And behind her, the women of St. Giles, the ones Nora had nursed at 4 in the morning, old women and young mothers and the men who had carried the dead, filing in along the walls in their poverty until the room convened to quietly put out one inconvenient Irish nurse, was full of the inconvenient Irish themselves, witnessing. "You'll pardon us." Mary Flannery's curtsy to the chairman was very nearly an insult. "We heard there was a question of whether Nurse Callahan was fit. We thought you'd want to ask the people she's kept alive. There's a fair number of us, and we could fetch more if you've the afternoon." The chairman did not have the afternoon. No one ever had the afternoon for that. But a board does not like to be seen moved by a crowd, and Whitmore still had the vote and the register and the comfortable view. He might yet have carried the dismissal on the cold arithmetic of it. He had not reckoned on the map. John Lockhart unrolled it across the governor's table without waiting to be asked, the courts and lanes inked fine, the red crosses blooming thick around the Lamb's Court pipe and thinning to nothing 2 streets on, and laid a single sheet of figures beside it. The figures were the thing that ended Henry Whitmore, because England will argue with an Irish woman's character all the day long and cannot argue with a column of the dead. The parish that capped the pipe buried one in 9. John's ink-stained finger was steady for once in his life. The 3 that did not, that were advised by the senior physician of this hospital that the cause was bad air and intemperate habits and a weakness bred in the Irish, buried one in 3. The same streets, gentlemen, the same air, the same people. The one difference in all of London was the water, and the half-mile that was told the truth about its water lived, and the half-miles that were told about the drink and the singing, and the blood died in their hundreds, while this hospital's senior physician sat composing letters about a nurse. He looked up. "Dismiss Miss Callahan if you like. It will stand in the minutes beside these figures that you did it on the word of the one man in this room the cholera has proven, in the plainest arithmetic there is, to have been catastrophically wrong." The room went very quiet. And Sean watched it take Whitmore, watched the thing the clean gray man had built his whole life upon come apart under him, not by a blow, not by a confrontation, but by a column no honest man could read and still hold up his head. Whitmore did not bluster. He was too proud and far too clever. He only went gray and then grayer as the governor stopped looking at Nora and began, one careful face at a time, to look at him. At the senior physician, whose counsel had filled 3 churchyards, while the unsanctioned cellar he despised emptied one. A man may survive being thought cruel. He cannot survive being proven a fool on the central question of his profession, in front of the men who pay him. By the time the silence broke, Whitmore was finished, there in that quiet room, as surely as if he'd been struck down, and a great deal more permanently. They did not sign the dismissal. The subscriptions came back within the week, and new ones with them. Whitmore took a country post by the spring, certain to the last that he had been right. But the truth had outlasted him, and that, Sean was learning, was the only justice that ever truly held. Nora stood through the whole of it in the open, at the back of the governor's room, in her clean apron and her own plain name, with the rookery women who had come to stand at her back ranged silent behind her. Mary and Agnes and a dozen more she had nursed at 4 a.m, and Sean O'Connor at her shoulder, not in front of her, not fixing it, only there. When it was done, she did not weep, and she did not gloat. She let out a breath she seemed to have been holding for 2 years, and turned to him, and there was something in her face he had waited the whole winter to see arrive and stay. "You stood." Her hand found the front of his coat, the old gesture, and this time it did not push him off. "You stood." "I stood." His throat was not entirely steady. "Turns out I'd 2 empty hands and nothing to do with them, and it was enough. You were enough. I only had to be there and let it be. It was not mended. Nothing was mended. Her daughter was still in the sea, the cholera still in the courts, the year still the worst Ireland had ever known. But the lie was beaten in the daylight with figures no man could argue, and her name was her own again, and there was a boy at home who was theirs, and the woman beside him had stopped at last trying to face the whole grieving world alone. He had spent 28 years certain that love was a thing you bled for. He'd been wrong. You had only to stop running and let it find you, and it had, and it was more than he had ever let himself want. Chapter 23. He came for her on the Thursday in the early dark and would not say where they were going. That was unlike him. He had told her everything since the cellar, every case, every fear, every plan said aloud, as though her hearing it made it true. But tonight he stood on the step of her lodging with his hat turning in his hands and a thing in his face she could not read, and only said there was something he'd have her see down by the river, and would she come? They were to be married in 3 weeks. Nora had begun, somewhere in the last fortnight, to expect good things when he came to her door, a strange and perilous luxury after 2 years of bracing for the worst, and she was still learning the shape of it. So she did not ask him what was the matter. She took her shawl and his hand and went. He took her to a churchyard. It was a poor one, on the riverside, the stones leaning, the wall half down, the kind of place the city forgot it owned. He led her through it in the last of the light to a bare corner against the wall, where there were no stones at all, only frost-hard ground. And there he stopped and let go her hand and stood beside her, not in front of her, beside her, and let her look. There was a stone, new and small and white. Nora did not understand at first what she was seeing. Then she read it. Source Callahan Freedom, born and died at sea, August 1847. Beloved daughter of Nora. She was here. The ground went out from under her. She knew it could not be a grave. She had been on the coffin ships. She knew to the bone that the sea did not give back its dead, that there was no small body under this earth, and there never could be. She understood that in the space of a breath, and in the same breath understood that it did not matter, and that he had not pretended otherwise. He had given her the one thing the sea had left no room for, a place, a name cut deep into the world where anyone might read it, a patch of London ground with her daughter's name upon it, where a mother could stand. She was on her knees in the frost before she knew she had moved, her hand flat against the cold-cut letters of her daughter's name, Sawirs, carved deep, real, where it could never again be a thing she swallowed alone in the dark. It's yours. His voice came low above her. The ground and the stone both, in your name, for as long as there's an England to hold the paper. I'd the burial books searched and the corner bought before I let myself tell you. It had to be yours, whatever else ever came. And then he knelt down in the frost beside her, not over her, not lifting her up, not mending one thing, and said the name with her. The name she had not spoken aloud in 2 years. Sawirs, Sawirsi, a store. And Nora Callahan wept. Not the dry, tearing horror of the chapel, the grief held too long past bearing. This came up clean. A mother at her child's stone in the cold, ordinary and mortal, the most ordinary thing in all the world, and the one thing she had crossed an ocean and outlived a famine and built a whole granite woman to forbid herself. She wept, and he held her, and the small white stone kept its watch in the dark, and neither of them said a word, because there was none that needed saying. When the worst of it had passed, they sat against the old wall with the stone before them and the cold coming up out of the ground, and she kept his hand in both of hers and did not let go. She rested her head against his shoulder. You found her a place, as near as there is to one. His thumb moved over her ruined knuckles. It was the one thing I had that was only yours. The clinic did not only weather what Whitmore had raised against it, it came back bigger. Caroline saw to the money the way she saw to everything. By convincing 3 rich people it had been their own idea, and a 4th that she'd be unwelcome at every good table in London if she failed to subscribe. Amelia Sterling gave the lease of a proper building 2 streets up from the old cellar, with windows and a stove that drew, and a back room that held 20 cots where the cellar had held 6. But it was the other half that undid her. For the people of St. Giles, who had nothing, paid in too. A docker mended the door. 2 of the women Nora had nursed scrubbed the new floors and would take nothing for it. A sack of coal turned up on the step in the night, and no one would say whose. And one gray morning Nora opened the new green door to find Bridget Healy on the step, alive and upright and indignant, with a hen under each arm and a third in a basket. For the eggs. Bridget pushed them at her, fierce and dignified, and not about to be a charity case in a house she'd helped to build. For the sick ones, you'll not refuse them, Nora Callahan, and don't you give me that look. A body pays its way, or it's no body at all. You taught me that near enough, the night you hauled me off the curb. So the clinic had hens. It was paid for in Mayfair money and Bethnal Green chickens in roughly equal measure, and Nora ran it in her own name, beholden to no hospital that had kept her like a knife it disliked the look of. Some mornings, watching the line form at the green door, she thought she had never in her life been so rich. Chapter 24. Tommy would not sit down. He stood in the vestry of Father Dolan's poor chapel in the new coat Samuel Holt had sent up from Manchester, cut 2 sizes generous so he'd grow into it, his hair flattened to his skull with water, and his face the color of a boy bound for the gallows. "If I drop the ring, they'll not let you be married." He said it as established fact. "That's the way of it. You drop the ring, it's off. They'll marry us even if you eat it." Nora crouched and straightened the coat he had already straightened 40 times. "Tommy Walsh, you've held a dying woman's hand and never flinched. You've carried water through a cholera court at 4 a.m. You'll not be undone by a bit of gold on a cushion." That was different. That was only dying. He frowned at the ring box as at a thing that might bite. This matters. And there it was. The bad year turned clean on its head in a child's mouth that was only dying. This matters. And Nora had to put her face to his shoulder a moment so he'd not see what it did to her. He's not wrong. Sean had come to the vestry door, dark and steady in a coat that for once actually fit, and the sight of him stopped her breath the way it still did, and the way she suspected it always would. He crouched to the boy's level. "It does matter, more than the dying we were always good at. Here, I'll tell you the secret of the ring, and then you'll not fear it. The ring's not the thing. If you drop it, I'll pick it up. If I drop it, you'll pick it up. That's all we're here to swear to today, only with better hats. We mind each other's dropped things. That's a wedding." Tommy weighed it, as he weighed everything. That's all it is? That's all it ever was. The chapel, when Nora came to the door on Father Dolan's arm, was the strangest sight St. Giles had ever turned out for. Her own people filled the left of it. Mayfair filled the right, in silk. The 2 halves of London the country was built to keep apart, sitting under one tin roof. Mary Flannery turned in her pew, in a hat that had cost a fortnight's wages and dared a soul to remark on it, and looked the length of the aisle at Caroline O'Connor. 2 queens, taking each other's measure across the width of England. Caroline inclined her head, 1 bare degree. Mary Flannery considered it. Then she gave it back. "You're certain?" Father Dolan kept her hand at the door, the way he kept every bride's, except that he asked it of her with a weight that meant more, for he was the one soul who had carried her secret through the bad year. "Not of him. I've no doubt of him, the great reformed fool. He'd not run now if the place were ablaze. Of yourself, that you'll let yourself have it." "I'm certain, Father," and she was. "I spent 2 years sure that being happy was a theft from the dead. You told me it wasn't. A hill told me it wasn't. And a man knelt in the frost and gave my daughter a place in the world instead of asking me to forget her." She looked down the aisle to where Sean waited with the boy at his side. "I'll grieve her all my life, and I'll be glad all my life. Both at once. You told me a heart was big enough for both. I've decided mine is." "Aye, it is. It always was." He wiped his eyes and blamed his knees. "Now go on, before I flood the place." She went. They said the vows in 2 countries' worth of accent, his Edinburgh laid over Irish, hers the broad unfiled west of Cork. And Tommy held the ring out on its cushion with the white-knuckled solemnity of a boy defusing a bomb, and did not drop it. When Father Dolan named them man and wife, the whole impossible congregation, the inconvenient Irish and the uncomfortable rich, the silk and the shawl, came up out of the pews together and made a noise that put the pigeons off the tin roof. Somewhere in the din, his arm round his own wife of 30 years and his eyes gone wet, Daniel O'Connor said it to nobody and everybody at once. "There's another of us done it then. God help England." The house was small, and it was theirs, and that night, for the first time, it had no one in it but the 2 of them. Caroline had borne Tommy off in triumph, holding that a boy could not be expected to sleep in a house full of newlyweds and having designs on spoiling him that did not bear inquiry. So the green door shut on the quiet dark, and they were alone, married, the bad year behind them. She had thought she might be afraid. She was not. "You're certain?" Sean's hands were at the laces of her dress, and his voice was not quite steady. "Because I'll own I've thought about this in some detail, and I'd not want to disappoint after such a... In some detail." She arched a brow. "And here I had you for a man of pure and scholarly intentions, Doctor." "I'm a surgeon, Nora. We're known for our hands." The last lace gave, and the wool slid from her shoulders, and whatever clever thing she'd meant to say next went straight out of her head. Among other things. He stepped back to look at her. Just to look, her in her thin shift in the firelight with her hair coming down, and the way his dark eyes moved over her was a touch in itself. "Well," her chin came up, though her pulse was hammering. "You've examined half of London. What's the professional opinion?" "That I've been a fool." Rough now, the teasing gone out of him. 3 feet away every night of it. "Then stop wasting us both." She pulled the last pins from her hair and shook it down her back. "And come here." He came. His mouth found her throat, the soft place beneath her ear, her collarbone and lower, his hands following, slow, learning every place that had gone so long untouched it had forgotten it could feel. She had thought herself past this. She'd been wrong. Each touch woke something that climbed and gathered low and sweet and insistent, and when his hand smoothed up the bare skin of her thigh, she made a sound she had never made in her life. "That," Sean murmured against her skin, insufferably pleased, "is going in no journal anywhere. You're enjoying yourself. I am having the finest night of my life, and I mean to take my time over it." His mouth moved lower. "You'll forgive the thoroughness." "Sean?" She dragged him up and out of his shirt with clumsy hands, wanting skin, the heat of him, his heart slamming as fast as her own. "Less lecture. Less lecture." He laughed against her mouth, low and undone. "God, but I love you." He laid her on the narrow bed and came over her, and for a moment he went still. He, who could never be still, braced above her, everything he had in his face. "Last chance to send me off." "Not in this life." She drew him down. "Stay." And he did. There was a stretch and a deep, sweet ache as he settled into her, and even now he stopped. "All right?" And she answered by pulling him closer and lifting to him and taking all of him. After that there was no carefulness left, and no cleverness either, only the rhythm of it building. His weight, his warmth, the slow slide of him, her hands fisted in his hair, her breath breaking on every stroke, the pleasure winding higher than she'd known a body could go. He set her name into her throat. She set his into the dark. And when it broke over her, bright, shattering, every locked door in her flung open at once, she cried out against his shoulder and felt him go with her, holding her like the one thing on earth he meant to keep. After, neither of them moved. They lay tangled and warm in the dark, her cheek over his slowing heart, his hand stroking slow down her bare back, as if to be sure she was real. When she could speak again, she pressed her mouth to his chest. "For the record, the professional opinion is favorable." She felt him laugh, and felt the laugh catch when he understood she was weeping too, the way she did everything now. His hand stopped on her back. "Did I?" "No, you great fool. I'm happy." She pressed her wet face to his chest. "That's all it is. I haven't the first notion what to do with it. I keep waiting for the bill to come." "There's no bill." He gathered her in. "There never was. There was only ever this, and we just forgot to reach for it." Epilogue. A year on, the garden came up. Nora had not believed it would. She had put the seeds in with her own 2 hands the autumn before, the way the clinic widow had shown her, certain the London soot would have the right of them. But in the first warm week of spring, the beans came shouldering up through the black earth in a green, crooked line, and she stood at the kitchen window with her tea going cold and could not look away from them. "They're only beans." Sean's chin came to rest on the top of her head. "They're not only anything." She leaned back into him. "I put things in the ground and they came back up alive. There's no only in it." Through the window, they watched Tommy stalk the green row on his hands and knees, a stub of chalk behind his ear, and a ledger he'd salvaged off the clinic floor, open in the dirt beside him, counting the chutes and entering the sum with enormous gravity. 11, he bellowed, to the house at large. There's 11 up. There was 9 yesterday. He's been keeping the books on a row of beans for a fortnight. Sean's voice was grave. I'd be concerned, except I've never in my life seen a happier accountant. On the first Sunday of every month, the three of them walked down to the river, to the small white stone, and Nora stood in the open and said her daughter's name aloud and was not ashamed. Tommy knew it all now. She had told him, because he was theirs, and the dead were part of what they had to give him. And each time he set a pebble off the road on the top of the white stone, the way the old people did at home. For the sister, he'd said the first time, crouching to place it just so. She's mine too now. I never had one before. He'd considered the stone a moment, fierce and certain. I'll mind her place. And Sean, who had run from one end of his life to the other to outrun the quiet, stood still at the stone beside the both of them, with nowhere on God's earth he had to be, and minded her place too. That spring evening, with the beans up and the supper done, and the boy at last chivied to bed over loud and lawyerly protest, Nora found her husband in the garden, in the last of the light, doing nothing at all. Simply standing among the growing things, his face tipped up to the first stars the way Tommy tipped his to the sun. Still waiting for it to feel like drowning? She came to him across the dark grass. No, it never came. He pulled her in against his side. I've stopped watching for it. The blackbird sang its heart out somewhere in the dark, and 3 streets off the green door of the clinic stood shut and faithful till morning. It turns out the quiet doesn't take you under, Nora. It only holds you. I had to stop running long enough to let it. We're still terrible at it, mind. The very worst in all of London. He kissed the top of her head. We've years to practice. And they did. We hope you have enjoyed this presentation of Fever and Faith, written by Violet Sinclair, narrated by Isadora Blythe.